My younger brother's name is Frank Vesta. In this world, every man has ulterior motives when it comes to him. Why did the genre have to be boy love? We begin with a scene at the Vesta mansion. A horse-drawn carriage stops in front of the mansion gate. A servant comes forward to welcome the person stepping out of the carriage. It's Frank. Wearing a green uniform, he smiles as he looks up at the mansion. A girl in her room also looks down from the window. Frank says it's nothing, he was just homesick and missed everyone. His mother also speaks up for him, saying that of course he'd miss home after being in another country for so long, and then asks her husband for his agreement. I don't know what happened, but it's not right for you to leave the dormitory on your own like that. He sternly tells him to go back at once. Please, just let me stay for a little while. I'll go soon. I'm worried about everyone's health. And besides, he raises his hand. That's enough. The butler is taking good care of that cat, so you don't need to worry. I'll send a messenger bird to the dormitory in gratis. Frank pleads desperately, please, father. Not a week, just 3 days. I'll stay for 3 days and then go right back to the dorm. He suddenly glances at his sister behind him. She tightens her grip on her dress. Seeing her shy younger brother in such a difficult situation, she decides to speak up and calls out to Frank. He answers, surprised. She demands, take that jacket off. Mr. and Mrs. Vesta freeze, unable to believe what they're hearing. Frank stammers, what are you talking about? Why should I take it off? She orders the servants, take it off. The 2 servants behind them obediently comply, yes, milady. Flustered, Frank shyly covers his chest with his hands. Sister. The servants move quickly. I'm sorry, young master. Please excuse us. She continues to command, the shirt too. Take it all off. Frank shouts, no, don't. As soon as the uniform jacket is removed, he cries out. Next is the shirt. Frank tries to resist, yelling, no. Mrs. Vesta, unable to believe the sight before her, asks Kila, what in the world is going on? Look, mother. See what kind of trouble Frank is in. Frank's body is covered in dark bruises. His father shouts, Frank. Both parents are stunned. What are those wounds? Who did this? Who did this to my son? I must go to Corey at once. Frank is startled. Father. He drops to his knees. Please don't, father. I'm begging you. You brat, why didn't you use Chu-S? If you had used Chu-S, none of this would have happened. Mrs. Vesta gently drapes a robe over Frank. My husband, that's enough. Why are you being so hard on our poor child? He can only turn away, heartbroken. Kila thinks to herself, this is the moment. If I hadn't stepped in, everything would have followed the original plot. Frank would have returned to the academy at Corey, and our family would have been destroyed. And in the end, my own life would be lost. With that thought, she calls out, Father, Mother. She resolves to herself, but I won't let it happen that way. For Frank, and for my family. Kila continues, by the way, there's something I want to say. I will become the family's knight instead of Frank. Determined for her family and herself, her father immediately jumps up. What are you saying, Kila? Frank is meant to be the family successor. Kila explains that Frank has the disposition of a scholar, not a knight. You know that better than anyone, don't you, father? Kila, the academy in Carey isn't a place you can just drop out of at will. In this empire, only the one who leads the family can inherit the title. That's why I'm saying this. The knightly order was founded by the emperor. 3 generations of royal guard commanders have been women, all from the Vesta family. So I can do it too. He places a hand on her shoulder and sighs worriedly. Kila, if you want to be a knight, you must train from childhood. But you've never even swung a sword. Hearing this, she scoffs. Then, with a confident smile, she says, Kila Vesta will be the first. In this life, I want to see how far I can go anyway. Kila says, Frank, tell father clearly. Do you want to be a knight or a scholar? Frank purses his lips and hesitates. The whole family waits for his answer. Frank lifts his head and says decisively, I want to be a scholar, not a knight. His father remains silent. Kila tilts her head toward her brother and gives him an encouraging smile. Frank. You heard him, didn't you? Then Kila declares, so I will go to carry. Her mother frantically objects, Kila, you can't do that. I can do it, mother. Instead, please give me the Chu-S that Frank currently holds. Her father asks, doesn't that mean you'll become the head of the family? But you already have Shishiro, don't you? Kila bows her head and replies, yes. The owner of Shishiro doesn't need to wield a sword. That's why I will give Shishiro to Frank. Her father holds his head and groans. None of my children ever listen to me. Kila and her brother look at each other and smile in relief. At the family mansion. In the basement, a magic circle on the floor begins to glow. As one who receives the protection of the Spirit King, I wish to undo the seal bound by the blood contract. Frank uses his right arm, which bears the mark of Shishiro, to drip blood into the magic circle and return the spirit sword Chu's to the sacred ground. Drops of blood spatter onto the floor. Kila watches Frank in silence. The sword Chu-S materializes. Frank takes the sword. The magic circle stops glowing. Kila looks up as her name is called. Her father announces, it's your turn. She obeys and steps forward. Give me the hand that will hold the seal of Chu-S. He takes her hand. This will sting a bit. Then he uses a small knife to cut the back of her hand, and blood begins to drip. She winces in pain. Her drops of blood fall onto the magic circle at her feet. She is surprised by the light radiating from the formation. Kila reads the vow, opening the scroll. She reads, as one who receives the protection of the Spirit King, I shall accept your power through this blood contract. The Chu-S in Frank's hand slowly levitates. I vow to be loyal to the Spirit King. This contract will last until the Vesta bloodline ends. Kila's eyes widen in amazement as the scroll levitates. Then, she reaches out and touches Chu-S. She stares wide-eyed at the sword. It becomes a small tattoo on the back of her hand. A moment later, the light fades. Kila continues to stare at her hand in a daze. She raises her hand and lightly kisses the mark, whispering, Chu-S. A burst of light erupts from her hand. Chu-S materializes from within the light. Kila takes hold of the sword. She lifts the sword and examines the blade. Chu's and Cicero are the two treasures of the Vesta family. For generations, only the family head who became a knight was allowed to possess Chu-S. So, by receiving Chu-S, it means I will become the next head of the family. But what's important isn't that I possess Chouette, but that Frank will possess Shishiro. She thinks back to the original story where a man said, Frank, you shouldn't have Chouette. You should have Cicero. Then the man attacked Frank. Even the Spirit King can't break through Shishiro. With it, Frank will be safe. By doing this, the original plot will now change drastically. A few days later, Kila puts down a piece of paper and sighs. I don't like it one bit. Just then, Frank bursts through the door with a package, calling out, Sister. The uniform from Grady has arrived. Kila sits up and reminds him, our young master is so impolite, barging directly into his sister's room. Frank laughs sheepishly, sorry. Kila opens the package and takes out a green uniform dress. Frank exclaims, wow, while Kila says, seaweed green. He looks confused, huh? What's that? She holds up the dress and mutters, oh, it's nothing. Anyway, this thing looks ridiculous. The jacket's fine, but the color, sometimes you say things I don't understand at all. Kila looks at him and notices the letter. She asks, what letter is that? Oh, this. It's a letter from Senior Rito. Kila silently wonders, Rito. She realizes with horror, Rito. I completely forgot about the existence of Rito Aiza. Rito Aiza, 19 years old, is the eldest son of a count. He's a senior who was just appointed as a knight, Frank's roommate, and also. Frank interrupts her train of thought. He said he just heard about me dropping out and wants to visit our family. She flatly refuses. No. No way, absolutely not. But sister, Senior is your fiancé. That's right, an arranged fiancé. Besides, Frank tries to persuade her, Sister, Senior Aiza is a good person. If it weren't for him, I would have had a hard time at the academy. That's that. He has a hidden agenda. She stops mid-sentence, leaving Frank confused. Huh? A hidden agenda? She thinks to herself, how can I tell him that he has designs on you? This world is from a BL comic, Magic Illusion. All the men in this world have designs on him. His destiny is to be trampled by these men. How can I possibly say that? Sister, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? Are you not feeling well? She remembers her past life. Frank had opened the door and called out sister. And she had asked, what, you want more allowance? What's wrong with you lately? I just gave you allowance not long ago, and now it's all gone. And what's with those clothes? Where are the clothes I bought you last time? Why do you always go out in your uniform? She turned to him with a frown, you, and saw his timid expression. She let out a sigh. Because you always go out looking so sloppy, people say you don't have parents. You know how hard I've worked, so you wouldn't have to hear those things. Go to your room and study. Sister, can I fail the proficiency assessment test? What is it now? You're graduating in 6 months. It's not about the studies, it's because it's a place to learn about social life. Just like that, his tears fell to the ground. At the same time, a tear streams down Kila's face as she sleeps. She whimpers softly in her sleep. The next day at the dining table, Kila doesn't even bother to pick up her fork. She rests her chin on her hand, thinking she wants to eat yellow peaches. Sister, are you not feeling well again? A little. Her mother asks, is it because of Count Rita? Her father continues, that's right, I heard that Lord Rito sent a letter saying he wanted to visit, but you stopped him. She whips her head towards her brother, so it was you. Frank pretends not to know. Lord Rito is a rare gentleman, honest and polite. It's not easy to find someone like him. That's right, sister. It would be great if Rita became my brother-in-law. She glares, thinking, this innocent Frank. It's precisely because of you that it absolutely cannot happen. Because his feelings for Frank are not simple. What I'm truly afraid of is something else. It's Rito's existence. He will attract Ast, that crazy male lead. Although they are sixth cousins, Ast grew up under the care of Rito, who was like a nanny to him. But he became jealous of everyone around Rito. In the original story, that jealousy was directed at Frank. To make Frank suffer, he kidnapped him. And later, it was Ast who caused the Vesta family's downfall. So I can't get involved with Rito, the one who will summon that Ast. Afterwards, she goes to her father's room and knocks on the door. He says, come in. Father, may I speak with you for a moment? Of course, what is it? It's about Lord Rito. I want to break off the engagement with him. What are you saying, Kila? Lord Rito is the heir to the Isa County, and I intend to become the head of the Vesta family. I need a man who will act for our family. If we mix Isa blood with Vesta, our family's 2 treasures could fall into the hands of outsiders. He rubs his forehead and asks, why are you only bringing this up now? But father. All right, Kila. I will consider this further. This is not something that can be decided rashly. She can only frown helplessly. And so, every day, she went to him to plead about breaking the engagement. The next day, father. The day after, father, oh father. And the day after that, father. She pats his shoulder, making him flinch. Have you thought through the matter of breaking the engagement? Yes, all right. Isa? As I've said before, I don't want to marry Lord Rito. I will find a son-in-law that both you and mother will approve of, all right. He thinks tiredly, she just keeps pushing it on me. Then he sighs and says, all right. I respect your wishes. Really? Yes. I didn't realize you were so displeased with Lord Rito. While you're at Kriti, I'll proceed with the annulment procedures. She smiles slyly and replies, well, that was my intention too. He asks uneasily, what? What is it? Actually, I've already sent an express telegram to the Count's house. I'm sorry. Scene change, someone's feet are hurriedly running down a corridor. Then they suddenly push open a door. Inside, a pink-haired girl sits reading a book in a chair. Vitao is panting heavily. I told you to let me know before you come, Estelle. She says with an arrogant smile, when it's just us, I told you not to call me that. Hearing that, Rito calls out, Aster. That's right, that's the name. Anyway, your lovely fiancé sent an express telegram. Rito freezes for a moment, stunned. Then he snatches the letter from Estelle's hand. He starts to complain, "Don't just read other people's letters." Estelle is taken aback for a moment. Then she moves closer to hug him, asking, "Is there anything special in it? Did she say she's enrolling to follow you or something?" Rito, who is shocked while reading the letter, confusedly answers yes. Estelle is surprised. What? He continues, "Not only that. She also said she's breaking off the engagement with me." Estelle looks utterly surprised. Scene change. Frank whines, "Can't I take today off? I've been training hard even when you're not here. Put your hand on your heart and ask yourself if you've ever gone to train on your own." Frank proudly replies no. Kila says helplessly, "Then shut up and get going." Her father shouts, "Everyone, to your positions." Frank and the others seriously comply. We'll start with frontal defense. Summon Shishiro. He brings his hand near his mouth. A blinding light shoots up from Frank's wrist. Seeing this, the servants watching from the side are astonished. The young master Shishiro is bigger than last time. Kila and her father watch silently from the side. A knight laughs loudly. He's got an opening. A look of vigilance appears in Frank's eyes. The glowing shield soars up, forcing the knight to be cautious. The shield flies in a circle. The sound of clashes rings out. The knight's swords all break and fall to the ground. His father says excitedly, "Well done. It seems you've mastered frontal defense." Suddenly, a laugh breaks out. At this rate, Frank might soon be able to use wide-area defense. Kila, standing on the sidelines, asks helplessly, "Is it really that good?" Frank says joyfully, "Wide-area defense? That's the kind of defense that covers the entire empire. How could a novice like me do something like that?" "You have enough potential, Frank. Believe in me. But I still have so many shortcomings." Kila thinks to herself, if Frank becomes a master of Shishiro, I think he could protect this Vesta territory with the power of Shishiro. A Shishiro master doesn't just have the ability to cover the entire empire. It also has enough power that even Aster, who subjugated the magic tower, couldn't touch it. If Frank becomes a master of Shishiro, then I, my family, we will all be a little safer. Frank looks at the mark on his hand. I feel like Shishiro and I are one. Like it moves according to my will. I didn't have this feeling when I used Chus. It's strange. That's right. Ast's words in the original story were indeed correct. It's a good thing you didn't use Shishiro. If you were a master of Shishiro, I would never have been able to have you. Returning to the present, anyway, it will probably take Sir Frank about another 100 years to become a Shishiro master. The butler asks, "Lady Kila, what do you think? Is the Chus training going smoothly?" Future head of the family. Hearing that, Kila gulps and thinks. The Anto family, invited to the Vesta house to serve for generations, is a family so proud that they even choose their own masters. They can handle all the necessary tasks of a noble family at a basic level. Their skills in swordsmanship, stealth, and information gathering are all superior. They can even act as spies or assassins. People like Butler Anto, these exceptionally talented individuals, must be kept. They cannot be allowed to go to other families. I wonder if the day will come when the Vesta house loses the Anto family because of me. She sighs. To be honest, it seems I'm not suited to become a master. Butler Anto replies, "You are mistaken again, Lady Kila." Then, a sword tip strikes Kila's shoulder. The instructor shouts, "Lady Kila, why are you making the same mistake again? Are you not opening your left shoulder?" "I know, again." Hearing that, the instructor's face hardens. Kila immediately tightens her grip on the sword in her hand. Suddenly, a sword strike sends her reeling in pain. The instructor scolds her again. "Don't grip the hilt with both hands. Don't narrow your stance. You must move your hips more flexibly." "Lady Kila, not like that. Put strength into your left leg." Two knights see Kila practicing and say to each other, "It's strange. This is the first time Lady Kila has learned swordsmanship, but what's with that weird habit? The way she holds the sword is strange too. Is it because the training sword is too heavy for her?" Her face darkens as she hears those words. "It must be because I have no talent." She thinks, "I've never held a sword before, nor have I ever been humiliated like this." The image of being hit during practice flashes in her mind. A maid cheerfully calls out, "Lady Kila, the special moisturizing cream I made this time." Before she can finish her sentence, she screams in shock. Before her is the image of a gloomy lady sitting on the bed. A moment later, the maid applies cream for her and says helplessly again, "You went to practice without resting again." Anto already said it's better to build up physical strength from the beginning. Besides, I started learning swordsmanship relatively late compared to others. So I have to be diligent to make up for it. But you shouldn't overdo it. I'm really worried. All right. You've been chattering about this since morning. It seems you have something you want to say. What is it? Tell me. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. The maid asks, "Who could it be at this hour?" "Oh my, Sir Anto." "Milady, Lord Rito is waiting in the guest room." She thinks in surprise, "Rito. He got here pretty fast." "I know, tell him I'll be down as soon as I'm ready." "Yes, milady." The maid asks, "Milady, are you really breaking off the engagement with Lord Rito?" "It's not it's have. What about the other families?" "Frank went camping early this morning, right?" "Yes, I prepared his pack myself." Kila thinks, father is at the knight's barracks, and mother seems to have gone to a gathering. So I have to greet Rito. It seems he timed his visit to see me. "But milady, Lord Rito is really a good person. Why did you break off the engagement?" Those images flash through Kila's mind again. "I'm sorry, Frank. I couldn't get on Aster's bad side. I failed to protect your beloved older sister." Torn into 7 pieces, was she? Looks like they had a good meal after being starved for a week. "Thanks to you, my pets had a full meal." "Thank you, Rita." Snapping out of the vision, Kila calls out Remy. "You can't judge a person by their appearance." "Lord Rito, Lady Kila has arrived." "It's been a long time, Lord Rito." Her beautiful smile makes him blush. Bowing to kiss Kila's hand, "It's a pleasure to meet you, milady." A while later in their conversation, "I heard that you wish to annul the engagement." Kila calmly replies, "It's not a wish. Our relationship is already annulled." But an annulment is a matter for both families, not something you can decide on your own. Fortunately, my father has not yet seen that telegram. Hearing that, Kila suddenly freezes. Rito stands up. "I will also pretend I never saw it, so you should be aware of that." "If that's the case, then I'll just send another express telegram to Count Isa later. Is that fine?" "I didn't expect such a response from you, even without Marquis Vesta's consent. My father has already agreed to this. He said that everything will be decided by me." Hearing this answer, he feels anxious. "I have nothing more to say about your rudeness. And you, Lord Rito, why don't you ask for the reason? Aren't you curious why your future wife, whom you've never met, wants to break the engagement? What is the reason? You're only asking now? First of all, marriage is meaningless to me. I want to focus on the task of succeeding my family." "You said succeeding the family. Isn't the successor of the Vesta family Frank?" "The way he pretends to care for Frank only makes him seem more despicable to me." She says, "Frank doesn't like fighting. Group life and social classes are not suitable for him. Frank was bullied at the Crary dorms. Do you think he can live well in the knightly order?" Rito is flustered. Frank has things he wants to do. I want to let him live freely. Studying birds or animals can be considered a hobby. Frank becoming a knight and inheriting the family is what's best for the Vesta family. Because the Isa and Vesta families must join forces and become a powerful family in the future. She thinks to herself, listen to what this guy is saying. It's clear the Isa family is eyeing our family. Rito continues, "Think carefully, milady. Does the Vesta house need a family head who cannot become a knight?" Hearing that, Kila frowns in anger. "Right now, you seem to be trying to steal Frank's future as a famous knight. It seems you are training to be a knight. Will you have a match with me? If you can threaten me even once, I will agree to the annulment." Kila was prepared for that challenge just now. Her face is filled with determination. Seeing him dazed, she asks, "What are you standing there for? You look just like Frank." "I was just thinking that." They get into a fighting stance. The time is 15 minutes. If you land just one hit, you win. The referee shouts, "Begin." Kila takes the initiative and attacks first. But he counters and knocks the sword from her hand. You're pathetic, a world apart from Frank's elegant swordsmanship. She picks up her sword again. I continue to attack, but he still strikes me. He retaliates, knocking her sword away. The sword falls just like before. Look, milady. If this were a real battle, how many times would you have lost your life already? Basic swordsmanship is important, but the most important thing is still real combat. Hearing that, she realizes real combat. Real combat is more important than swordsmanship. How could I have forgotten that? Picking up the sword, she smiles. This is a real fight. There's no reason for me to fight with something I'm not used to. She wants to stop to change weapons. There are 3 minutes left, that's enough. She approaches the referee. Let me borrow this for a moment. She pulls out his sword and throws it to the ground. Taking only the scabbard, she says firmly, all right, let's start again. Milady, you can't even hold the hilt correctly. How can you use this? Before he can finish, she lunges at him. He thinks it feels completely different. Just by switching to a scabbard, her movements have become so fluid. She quickly retreats. Then she strikes, sending the sword in his hand flying. It was too fast for Rito to react. The scabbard was already at his neck. She says with a smile, if this were a real battle, your head might have already fallen under my blade, wouldn't it? Tossing the scabbard aside, she turns and walks away. Anyway, I was having a headache with that basic swordsmanship. Thank you for giving me the answer. I won't see you out, Lord Rito. Have a safe trip back. He remains standing there, stunned. The sun shines on the mansion. Today is the day Kila departs. Everyone in the family is there to see her off. I was so worried about you I couldn't sleep all night. Be sure to send a letter if anything happens. The Clary region has many monsters. Can't you take at least one guard with you? Frank just gives a forced smile, looking helplessly at his mother. Mother, don't worry. If it's my sister, she can easily defeat those monsters. Besides, Quarry is protected by magic barriers set up by mages everywhere. Kila smiles at them both. Frank approaches his sister with a bright smile, but sister, if it gets too hard, you can let me go instead. I'm getting used to Shishiro now. I won't let myself get caught like before. Kila just chuckles at her brother's innocent actions and words. She gently strokes her brother's face. Don't worry, Frank. If I have to come back, what's so shameful about that? I will definitely become a knight and return. For you, and for our Vesta family. Frank is moved by her words. Sister. Her father speaks up, Kila, you have to go. Yes, father. Have you packed your admission papers safely? And your train ticket? I have them all, don't worry. I can't be sure if this will go smoothly. If you need anything, just send a messenger bird. He stops, unable to hold back his emotions, and quickly turns away to wipe his tears. Take care of yourself. His wife and son standing beside him can only look on helplessly at his actions. This man is really something. Her mother quickly reminds her, you should get going, Kila. She can only smile wryly at her father. And then she cheerfully smiles and waves goodbye to them. Well then, I'm off. When she arrives at the train station, an employee announces, passengers for the magic train, please proceed to the platform. I repeat, passengers for the magic train, please. Kila stands in the middle of the crowd, unsure which way to go. Is the steam train this way? Suddenly, a voice from a distance catches her attention. Lady Estelle. She turns her head to look in the direction of the sound. Who's that? The person is curled up so tightly. Lady Estelle, are you all right? Here, I've brought some water. Don't you need water? Do you have a headache? You can't walk at all. Kila looks at the group with a puzzled expression. That child can't walk? Judging by the retainers following her, she doesn't seem to be an ordinary noble. But sensing someone staring at her, Estelle opens her eyes and looks at Kila, which startles her a bit. Suddenly, she gives a meaningful smile. Kila doesn't realize it and blushes in confusion at Estelle's beauty. So beautiful, how? How can someone be so beautiful? Is she a fairy? Is she a fairy? Suddenly, Estelle covers her face. Only then does Kila realize her rudeness. Was I staring too much? But it's strange. This is clearly the first time we've met, but why does she seem so familiar? Suddenly, a child's voice catches her attention. Wow, Mommy, is that the magic train? I want to ride it too. She turns to look where the little girl is pointing. The magic train. It's my first time seeing it in person too. It's magnificent. The light from the magic train is a bit dazzling, making her feel a little uncomfortable, and she covers her eyes with her hand. But what is that thing? A strange object suddenly appears on the magic train. It jumps down, causing everyone to scream in panic. It's a blood demon. A monster is attacking the train. It opens its huge mouth and roars. Both the demon and the train are starting to plummet. Run! Run! Some people scatter and run, while others are too scared and stand rooted to the spot. The staff's announcement: all passengers, please remain calm and take shelter in the station. Move inside quickly. The demon has landed on the ground. What? What is this? Am I going to die? The demon approaches, growling. Its long, large tongue looks like it wants to eat the people here alive. Only now coming to their senses, all the people run in panic. Run away. Many people can't escape and are caught and trampled there. Someone, please save me. Before he could finish his sentence, he was killed by the demon, followed by terrified screams and cries for help. Help me. She still hasn't figured out what's happening. What on earth is going on? I need to run too. She looks at the scene around her, and her eyes stop at one spot. It's that little girl from before. Where did all her attendants go? Suddenly, the demon freezes. It turns around and smirks. Well, how did I suddenly become the prey? It lunges towards Estelle. Too scared, she stands frozen, unable to move. This is bad. Kila raises her hand and calls out, "Shues." The sword quickly appears in her hand. Estelle's face turns pale with fear. The demon suddenly charges, and Estelle covers her face in fear. But she feels no pain. When Estelle opens her eyes, she sees Kila standing in front of her, facing the demon. The demon is surprised by her sudden appearance, while Estelle, terrified, collapses to the ground. She grimly calculates how to kill this demon before it becomes more dangerous. I have to finish this quickly in one blow. The target is its nape. With a single strike, she leaps high into the air and swiftly slashes at its nape. With a swish, the demon's skin seems to tear open and blood splatters everywhere. It roars in agony. On instinct, she raises her hand to cover her face, but she can't avoid getting blood on her dress. When its blood splatters, it suddenly emits smoke, burning a part of her dress. This isn't ordinary blood. It's too dangerous to fight with that child here. Miss, can you move? Estelle, a bit shy, quickly shakes her head. Kila walks over and puts an arm around Estelle's waist. Then please excuse me for a moment. Her action takes Estelle by surprise. This might be a bit uncomfortable, but please bear with it. After saying that, she turns to face the demon. Estelle, a little scared, clings to her neck. I'll take you to a safer place. With that said, she leaps up, holding Escalate. At that moment, Estelle looks at her in surprise. With the light shining on her, she looks both beautiful and powerful. She and Estelle are standing high above, looking down at the demon. It's a bit surprised by her current action. I've found her. My knight. At this moment, the guards who were with the girl have returned, calling out in panic, Lady Estelle. Lady Estelle, are you all right? Let's get to a safe place quickly. Estelle sits down abruptly, covering her blushing face with her hand. That person is Kila, right? Kila Vesta. Kila raises her hand to look at it and glances towards Estelle. Wow, that kid is heavy. Or is she just big-boned? Suddenly, she hesitates and looks ahead. The demon scrapes its way closer. It raises its sharp claws and strikes down. She quickly raises her sword to block its attack. Looking at the gash from before, she realized she can't pierce it. If this were a wooden sword, I could defeat it. As soon as she finished speaking, the sword in her hand suddenly flashed with light. and transformed into a wooden sword, just as she wished. That's amazing. You can do that too. If that's the case, then I don't need to hesitate anymore. Let's go. The demon freezes. A sharp gaze and a confident smile. Kila runs swiftly towards it and leaps. She jumps high and lands safely on its back. Before it could regain its senses, she quickly uses the wooden sword to strike its legs, causing it to growl and collapse. She grabs a fistful of hair on its head with a cold look in her eyes, making it tremble violently, followed by a loud smack. The surrounding people buzz with discussion. She stood on its back, one hand gripping its hair, the other smacking it again and again. Under Kila's blows, it couldn't fight back and could only endure. She hit it again and again. Suddenly, a voice rings out, "Guard squad, to your positions." This makes everyone turn to look. Everyone, move to the side. Form up, prepare. He stops mid-sentence when he hears the demon's roar and the sound of her smacking it. He can't believe his eyes. It's none other than Kila Vesta. She pays no attention to her surroundings, focusing only on hitting it, while it feels dizzy from her blows. After she's done, she jumps off its back. Turning back to look, she sees it collapse. Her face finally relaxes. The surrounding people who saw the scene were utterly astonished. Incredible. That girl saved us all by herself. So skilled. I wonder which family's daughter she is. Rito was still standing nearby, watching her. The crowd continues to whisper, "Isn't that the Vesta family's Chues? It even changed shape just now." If it's Chues, then it's possible. That was amazing. Vito turns to look and sees Estelle standing there. Suddenly, a man walks by and bumps into her, causing her to stumble. Just then, the hood of her cloak falls from her head. As her hand fumbles to pull the hood back up, a hand helps her pull the hood up. When she looks up, it turns out to be Rito. He leans down with a worried expression. "You must be careful. Are you hurt anywhere? Let's go home now." At this moment, Estelle turns to look at Kila. Feeling as if someone is watching her, Kila, with a worried face, is also looking at Estelle, even though people are still surrounding her with praise. "Thank you. Which noble family are you from? You are so cool." Estelle, with an expressionless face, turns and leaves with Rita. Kila thinks to herself, "I remember now." Asked Lisa Beck. Estelle's past, or as he was called, Estelle. Since birth, I was raised wearing girls' clothes. I thought I was really a girl. I liked playing with dolls like other children and also played house with a tea set. Every night, I would always read books with stories about princesses. Among them, my favorite book was about a knight who rescued a princess imprisoned in a tower. Back then, I thought my life was like that of the princess imprisoned in the tower. When would this valiant knight appear before me? There were times I thought Rito was the knight who came to save me, just like the knight in the book. Estelle happily tells Rito, "I'll be Rito's bride. I'll wear a wedding dress the same color as my hair. The bridal bouquet will be made of lavender, the same color as my eyes." Rito looks at Estelle with a troubled expression. "You can't marry me, Estelle. You're a boy." Aster stands frozen. "What?" I was shocked because I had never thought of myself as a boy. Perhaps that was when my endless obsession with Rito began. All the girls who could marry Rito, all the boys around Rito, I hated them all. I've been accepted into the academy dorms. We won't be able to see each other as often anymore. Estelle turns around angrily. "Then I'll go too." I can go too. We can be in the same class." Rito closes his eyes helplessly and calls out, "Estelle." Estelle shouts angrily, "Don't call me Estelle. It's Estelle." Rito immediately calls out, "Aster, you can't go outside yet." "Then when can I go out? How long do I have to hide my hair and disguise myself as a girl?" Asked, "His Majesty the Emperor will probably send for you soon." Estelle clenches his fists in anger. "When exactly? Has he ever sent for me even once?" "Calm down, Aster. There's no way His Majesty would forget you. It was the Empress who killed my mother, right?" "That's right, isn't it, Rito?" He is stunned by Estelle's words. "No, your mother fell ill and passed away. That's all. It's not time to reveal your identity yet. Duke Liz worked his whole life to hide the fact that you are the last of the Spirit King's bloodline. The Spirit Kingdom has already fallen. What is there to be afraid of? Your power is the power of the Spirit King that you possess, asked. It's not for nothing that Duke Liz gave you two identities. When the time comes, you will be able to live under your real name, Estelle. Just a little longer. Live under the name that has protected you until now, Estelle. Until I become so strong that no one can touch you. Rito gently bends down and hugs Estelle. Estelle's eyes are filled with sadness, as if he doesn't want to accept the truth. But no matter what Rito said, my loneliness didn't disappear. The world for me was just this small. But Rito's world kept expanding. This isn't fair. I'm all alone like this. Back in the present, after some time, the train finally comes to a stop. People disembark in a noisy crowd. Kila Sr. is waiting for her, standing sternly. But he has attracted the eyes of everyone around. Oh my, that person. Kila steps down gracefully. I think that's her. The daughter of the Royal Guard's Knight Commander, Kila Vesta. Frank Vesta dropped out, right? Kila looks at her own tattered state and feels dejected. I look a mess. The people around start whispering again. What a shame, so she's the one going to school instead. The senior raises his hand and waves, calling out Kila. Hearing someone call her name, she turns around. The senior points her in the right direction this way. Kila is confused. Oh yes. The people around continue to gossip. I heard she defeated a blood demon at Gabuok Station with Chu S today. With Chu S? It seems she intends to inherit the Vesta house. Philia, this is your new roommate. Please give her a detailed tour of the dormitory. I know, senior. Kila thinks, the room I'll be using from now on. The room has 2 single beds and a shared desk and chair set. This isn't bad. Hey, Lady Kila Vesta. Oh, let me introduce myself properly. I am the eldest daughter of the Vesta family, Kila Vesta. Oh, it's okay. I'm not a noble, so you don't need to be so formal with me. I know the basic rule at Quarry is equality. Was I mistaken? No, if you're not using honorifics, then I won't either. What year are you in? I'm a 3rd year. So we're in the same year. We're classmates, right? Classmates. You're the first person to say that to me. Hey, don't call me milady anymore. We've already decided not to use honorifics. Ah, right. My name is Philia Kautas. It's nice to meet you, Kila. You too. She seems so flustered. Something must be up. The two of them head to the bathroom, chatting as they walk. Philia asks, are you uncomfortable? Since this is a communal bath, I was worried you might feel awkward. She dips her foot in, touching the warm water. Once in the water, she turns to ask Philia, aren't you going to bathe? Oh, I've already bathed. I was afraid you'd be lonely bathing by yourself, so I came with you. By the way, Kila, if you don't mind, can I ask you something? Of course, go ahead. Is it true that you're engaged to Lord Rito? We've already broken off the engagement. Broken it off? She replies again, yeah. But why? Oh, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. It's just a family matter. I'm not a good match for Lord Rito. That being said, among the 3rd-year students, do you know anyone named Demirov? If I remember correctly, I've met her a few times. But why? Do you two know each other? A little. I saw her once, and she's really beautiful. She receives a lot of love letters, but because she already has a fiancé, she turns them all down. As I thought, she thinks, hand my brother over to her? She imagines her younger brother happily saying, sister, look at me. I've been eating so much lately that I've gained weight. If that's the case, wouldn't Demirov be getting the short end of the stick? Since this is a marriage no one wants, it would be better for both of us to break up. It would be better for Maria too. Philia speaks softly. Do you know who Demirov's fiancé is, Kila? She replies immediately. That would be my younger brother, Frank Vesta. What? Is that true? That's unbelievable. They're not a good match, are they? That's not it. I'm just surprised. She thinks they go to the same academy, but she doesn't know. Is she being genuine or just pretending? Philia smiles gently and says, anyway, that's their business. I don't want to judge other people's private matters so casually. Hearing this, she also smiles faintly. Shall we head back to the room? Sure, it's getting late. Scene change. The teacher says, let's see, Kila Vesta from the night class, registered for accounting and business? You've chosen such difficult subjects. Yes, ma'am, she replies, but in her head, she thinks of course. My goal is to graduate faster than anyone else. The teacher looks up at her. The basic subjects will be taught in your class. Kila, you will be in class E. I'll take you to your classroom now. One more thing you need to know when walking in the hallways. Remember that you are a lady. Yes, ma'am. Your smile should be gentle, too. Like this. Yes, ma'am. When they arrive at the classroom, she speaks up, drawing the students' attention. Today, we have a new student. Her name is Kila Vesta. The other students take notice. Philia is there too, looking at her friend. Let's give her a round of applause. I'm so glad that here at Clary, we are all gentle young ladies. I look forward to your help. Kila thinks to herself, the atmosphere on both sides is really strange right now. You can sit in the empty seat back there, she replies yes. Suddenly, her eyes widen when she sees Philia there. Oh, Philia. She raises her hand to greet her, but Philia startlingly turns her face away. This leaves her a bit confused, and she thinks, huh? What's wrong? She looks over at the other students. Then a girl with light blonde hair steps forward. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Kila Vesta. I am Leodora Sreeman. Hello. If it's the Sreeman family, then they must be royalty. She extends her hand to shake Leodora's. It's an honor to meet you, Lady Sreeman. If there's anything you don't know, feel free to ask me anytime. Just then, a student accidentally bumps into one of Leodora's maids. The maid immediately turns and questions her, what is it? Can you see the princess is busy? You can come back later. Yes, I'm sorry. Leodora frowns. Why are you so careless? I'm speaking with Lady Kila. We'll meet again later. I am sorry, Your Highness. She watches the student scurry away with a slight frown. Then Leodora smiles and says, Lady Kila Vesta, I wonder if you intend to join the social gathering class? A social gathering? That's right. At Crary Dormitory Academy, there's a social gathering class that only nobles can join. This class is a tradition for the girls' dormitories. The boys' dormitory has one too. Not just anyone can join. First, you must have noble status, good grades, and your father must hold an important position in the royal court. Oh, I see. It's quite strict. But the Vesta family is special. So I will give Lady Kila a special opportunity to join. I will consider it, Your Highness. You don't need to consider it. You should know that being invited to our social gathering is a great honor for you. Kila replies helplessly, lately, due to family matters, I haven't been in the mood. You mean about Frank? Yes, I'm quite sensitive about my family's affairs. She turns away. Very well, I will wait for you. Kila silently watches her leave. The sound of the door closing clicks shut. The classmates are chattering noisily, while Kila stands there in a daze. The sky gradually darkens. Philia cautiously opens the door and is startled to see Kila. She asks, why did you pretend not to know me today? Philia answers hesitantly, that, I did it for you. For me? You're the only friend I have. When you pretended not to know me, I was so shocked. My life is so lonely and desolate. What? Are you really like that? I'm so sorry. What should I do? I'm sorry, but I have to tell you this. If we hang out together, you might be thought of poorly by the noble students. Kila asks, why would I be disliked for being friends with you? I really don't understand. It's because of the huge class difference. Lady Leodora hates sharing the canteen and the bath with commoners, especially the bath. Therefore, the commoner students have promised not to use the bath in the evening. What? Such an unreasonable rule is accepted by the dormitory. Their motto is that if you don't want things to get messy, it's best not to interfere in matters between students. So you shouldn't go against the wishes of those ladies. Previously, Lady Iris was ostracized by the noble ladies for being friends with us. Not only that, Lady Leodora also interfered with Iris's father's business, acting like a tyrant. 1 milady, 2 milady. You call them milady a lot. Are you their servant? I'm sorry, Kila. Sorry again. She says clearly, don't worry about me. It's not clear who should be worrying about whom. My family is a family of knights. There's no way I would confront the Grand Duchess Riemann. And there's no way my family's business will run into trouble. If so, that's great, but still. If you get on Leodora's bad side, I'm afraid your life in the dorms will be tough. I'm really fine, so you don't need to worry about me. Kila whispers, in this dorm, I want to be close to you. If you ignore me like you did today, I'll be really hurt. Philia blushes. I'm so happy to hear you say that, Kila. I'll do my best too. It's strange. Whenever I see whenever I see Leodora, my body freezes up. I understand. At this moment, Rito is focused on reading a newspaper with the headline, Gabuok, hanging by a thread as a blood demon appears. Seeing the image of her fighting the demon, it makes him freeze in fear. Suddenly, he asks Estelle, what are you doing? Clipping news articles. She's your former fiancé, right? Vitao grunts. Why are you collecting them? She's so cool. How could I resist collecting these pictures? Is that so? Thanks to that girl, I was able to escape safely without using my spirit power. If I had been just a little bit later, my true identity would have probably reached the royal palace. How can she be so cool? I heard she only started learning to wield a sword a few months ago, and she even possesses Chues. He says, confused, you've become a huge fan. Aster is excited. Chues and Cicero form a pair that only those with Vesta blood can possess. That's right. My words are going in one ear and out the other. A person like that saved me. Why are you still here? Don't you have to go? Students who are knights aren't restricted from sleeping outside, but haven't I had to threaten you all this time just to get you to come? Is something special going on? For example, my brothers are secretly hunting for me. In short, I will stay by your side for a while to protect you. If possible, you should stay somewhere with a protective barrier. There's a barrier at Gabuok too, but what good did that do? Am I a magical artifact? Have you identified what's inside me yet? It's a type of drug that weakens a mage's energy. They're determined to hunt you down. Although we don't know who broke the barrier, there are records that someone bought poison. It was Ted Pearson, your guard on that day. Who is he? As the young master, you should at least remember the names of your subordinates. The queen must be quite insane, releasing a blood demon in the middle of the city. With the crown prince's investiture ceremony coming up, you're the one they want to eliminate the most. They want to eliminate an unrecognized bastard like me because I'm a descendant of the Spirit King. Who knows, it could be the second or third prince. So until the investiture ceremony is over, you must be especially careful. I want to meet Kila Vesta. Help me meet her. She's an acquaintance of yours. We broke off our engagement. Our relationship isn't good enough for me to send a friendly invitation. Besides, why do you want to meet her anyway? Aster puts a hand to his mouth, thinking, then says, let's see, what would I do after meeting her? First we'd have a meal, then I'd invite her to try my favorite tea. Then we'd talk. There are so many things I want to do. Rita asks, is that all you want to do? Like I said, I just want to talk to her. I'm curious about what kind of person she is. Is that not allowed? It's not that it's not allowed. In short, don't cause any trouble while you're in our private residence. What? Because of you, we have to hire a healing mage just like Duke List. What did you say? Then he bursts out laughing. Hey, Rita, don't tell me you still think I torment the servants and play with them? Don't worry anymore, and help me meet Kila Vesta, got it? Elsewhere, the sound of clashes echoes. Everyone is training hard. A voice of admiration rings out. Good, well done. Kila Vesta, my training wasn't in vain. Thank you. Let's take a short break. Reconvene in 10 minutes. During the break, someone approaches to talk to her. Hello there. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Lady Kila Vesta. I am Nicholas Chiat, a third-year student like you. It's a rare break. Let's chat for a bit. Is Frank doing well? She was lost in her own thoughts and hadn't said a word to him. The bruises on her brother's body were from severe, long-term abuse. Do you know how sad I was after you made Frank drop out? Didn't you know? The suicide note. I wonder if Frank heard my story. Does it say that I bullied him? Hey kids, is there anything you want to say to this big sister? I'm very close with her little brother, you know. His help brought her back to reality. No, I have to stay calm. This guy is different from those punks. This place is still a completely different world. She holds out her hand. Third-year student, Kila Vesta. Don't call me milady, I want to follow the academy's rules. He expresses surprise with an ah. Then he shakes her hand. You're making me blush, milady. I was just missing Frank, milady. No, it's a pleasure to meet a student from the Vesta house. Frank and I were very close friends. You were his friend? Why have I never heard him mention you? Really? How could that be? I didn't realize you were so distant from your only brother. The bell rings, signaling the end of the break. Everyone, return to your places. Hearing that, she says, I have to get back to my individual training, so please excuse me. Suddenly, he shouts, Nikola Chayat is registering for a sparring match with student Kila Vesta. She frowns and turns back. Seeing this, he smiles brightly and says, it seems student Kila Vesta, just like Frank, has a natural talent for swordsmanship, but I'm curious to see what her level is. Student Nicholas, student Kila has only just started learning swordsmanship. Her skills are far behind yours. But sir, isn't this the owner of the legendary Chues sword? How dare you claim that the skills of someone who faced a blood demon at Gabuok Station are inferior to mine? The teacher asks angrily, Student Nicholas, are you serious? The use of magical tools in the academy is forbidden. That's right. I forgot. But isn't that thing called Trues amazing? I heard that as long as you have Vesta blood, Trues can amplify your abilities many times over. Student Nicholas, stop it. I'm warning you. He scoffs, if this continues, a rumor might spread that anyone with Chues can become a commander, even if they've never held a sword before. I'm so jealous. How did student Kila get her hands on Chues? If I could marry you, he doesn't get to finish before the teacher yells. Nikolakiat, you have crossed the line. 10 points deducted for disobeying orders. Now get back to your spot. He turns away and replies, yes, yes. The training session ended. Kila returned home with her thoughts. Only now do I understand why Frank didn't use Chues. As Nicholas said, even without swordsmanship skills, just by possessing Chues, a treasure that receives the power of the Spirit King, one can enhance their own abilities many times over. That's why Frank was so uncomfortable possessing it. And that's why he was bullied like a fool. And now, I'm becoming a target for possessing Chues. Suddenly, Philia calls out Kila. A messenger bird has come for you. A messenger bird? It must be from Anto. There's a package too. Milady, I have sent the documents you requested. Have you received them? Yes, thank you for your hard work, Anto. It's nothing. This is a request from the next head of the family. How is Frank? Is he doing well? Yes, every day he goes deep into the forest to watch birds and practices Shirsuro in the afternoon. His complexion is much brighter than before. Has he become more proficient with Shishiro? Not yet to the point of mastery, only enough to surround the mansion. Kila asks in surprise only. That's amazing. Lady Kila is also very outstanding. It's all thanks to you, Kila, that Master Frank was able to get Cicero. It was nothing. Anyway, thank you. That's all for the documents. I'll get scolded if I talk via messenger bird late at night. Yes, good night, milady. She thinks to herself, Anto has sent all the documents. Suddenly, Philia says, Kila, I'm going to bed first. All right, good night. You should sleep early too, Kila. She thinks to herself, I like these 3 places the most. The school's location is also quite far. And most importantly, this place is in great need of donations. If I include the money orders and the allowance I've saved up, I can make any donation amount. So I'll write a letter to the principal of each school. No sooner said than done, she wrote letters to the principal of each school. So the next morning, she looked like a sick person. Phileas sees this and asks, Kila, are you tired? I don't understand why you stayed up so late. I had work to do. There's a lot to study. I have someone I want to introduce to you. It's Iris Glenn. I mentioned her before, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Iris Glenn. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Suddenly a voice rings out, Lady Kila Vesta. Let's talk for a moment. It's Leodora, the princess who is Kila's classmate. Kila stands up and answers her, yes, please speak. By now you must be getting used to dormitory life, so I'd like to hear your answer about the social gathering. Kila replies, I'm very grateful for the invitation, but because of my studies, I won't be able to participate. I'm very sorry. Thinking about it, Lady Kila, you haven't even made your debut in high society. So I think you may not yet know the importance of our gathering. Aren't you someone who has always been in noble society? Surely you don't want to live in commoner society for the rest of your life. So, milady, we will give you some time to reconsider. I understand. I will reconsider. She says, we will wait. With that, they turned and left. Phileas says, Kila, anyway, I think you should join the meeting. Marianne is also a member of the gathering, you should try asking her. That's right, Marianne. I have to take this opportunity to meet her. Later, in the garden, various scenes can be seen. A red-haired girl is waiting. Kila calls out with a smile, Lady Marianne. It's been a long time. It's been a long time, Kila. How have you been? So, the royal palace has been extremely busy with that lately. Kila says His Majesty's health isn't good, so the Queen must be in a hurry. But there are also rumors that His Majesty is hesitating about which prince to choose. Actually, it's not surprising there are rumors when the position of Crown Prince has been left empty for so long. That's right. I hope he chooses a talented Crown Prince to lead the Empire in the future. Kila thinks to herself, how can she say such textbook-like phrases? Frank can't keep up with Marianne. But you said you had a question about the social gathering, right? Yes, I recently received an invitation to join the social gathering and I'm curious about its activities. I don't know how to answer you. I'm a member, but I don't often participate in the activities there. I have to go home every weekend and do separate homework my father gives me, so I'm quite busy. Oh, so you don't have to participate regularly? No, you have to attend a tea party once a day. Every weekend, you have to host a party at your house and go on a cruise during every vacation. You have to participate in all the activities to receive anything. Of course I don't go, so Leodora hates me. And did you know, Frank was also a member of that social gathering. When Frank was being bullied, no one would help him. Only Lord Rito stood up for him. How has he been lately? Is Frank doing well? He's doing well. Lately, Frank has been doing what he loves, which is bird watching and research. I hadn't received any letters, so I was worried something might have happened. I'm so glad. After their conversation, Kila goes to the training grounds. As she walks, she thinks, after meeting Marianne, I want to join even less. What should I do? Suddenly, Nicholas comes up and touches her. Sister, you look beautiful today too. Nicholas Chiat, why are you touching someone else's waist? Me? Who's touching whose waist? It seems student Kila thinks she has an outstanding beauty. Kila says angrily, I hope you won't touch me again. I'm not weak like Frank. He says provocatively, so what will you do? Use CHUS. Using CHUS in the academy will get you a 30-point deduction in conduct. I heard you registered for the advancement exam. You know, if you want to take the advancement exam, your conduct score must be above 80, right? What would you be without CHUS? I'm curious. The teacher's angry voice rings out again, Nikolakiat. Causing trouble again. Get back to your spot, quickly. Returning to her room, Kila screams in fury. What should I do with that bastard? Should I beat him up? Should I hit him with that mop? Calm down. Think calmly. How can I take down that bastard? At the boys' dean's office. No way. Student Chiat would never do such a thing. He is such an upright student. You get called beautiful a lot on a daily basis, right? If so, then student Kila must have misunderstood. He meant no harm. Kila says, frustrated, Mr. Dean, this is something I experienced directly. Both I and Frank were bullied by student Chiat. Student Kila, it's truly unfortunate. Frank has caused a lot of trouble in the past. Kila asks, confused, what do you mean by that? He was very neglectful of his studies and frequently skipped classes without permission. Moreover, he previously left on his own and even submitted a withdrawal application. So, who is the one with more problems here? Why was Frank like that? Our student has received a lot of support from the Triad family. As for the Vesta family, I don't know. After that, she was scolded by her teacher. How could you go to the boys' dormitory office without consulting me first? It seems because you just joined the academy, you're not familiar with the rules. Go to Quarry and get the student handbook, then memorize it. She says unhappily yes. That night, she lies in bed reading a book. The rulebook says, 1 conduct point deducted for entering the dormitory of the opposite sex. She exclaims, so there really is a rule like that. What is this conduct voting thing? All right, then I'll study the other rules. Read them very carefully. The next morning, from the boys' dormitory, 2 books fall down accompanied by laughter. Jero, grab it. The teacher is about to come in. Are you planning to go to class without a book? He looks scared and scratches his head. Nicholas, stop joking. Give it back to me. He laughs smugly and continues, if you can get it back, I'll give it back to you. Scared of me? I haven't even done anything yet. The boys whisper and crowd together. He looks around and thinks. A girl. Hey, move aside, says someone in the crowd. I also. Right after, he looks annoyed as a glove is thrown in his face. The glove falls to the ground. He shouts angrily, who dares? Kila Vesta. What do you think you're doing? You've got guts, coming to the boys' classroom alone. She looks at him and says, Nicholas Chiat, I challenge you to a duel. He asks with a surprised expression, a duel? Really? She looks at him with a determined expression. He agrees, all right, I accept. Early the next morning, everyone was already gossiping. Did you hear? Kila Vesta challenged Nicholas to a duel. What? What? I heard the rules are no referee and no protective gear. Philia asks worriedly, Kila, what on earth are you thinking? You said you'll have a real combat duel without Chues. That guy is a psycho. He won't go easy on a woman. Withdraw your challenge now. Kila, what if you get hurt? Someone approaches and says, she's right. All 3 of them exclaim in surprise, Marion. Lady Kila, I've heard everything. I heard you intend to face that vicious Nicholas without Chues. At your current level of swordsmanship training, that is a reckless act. I can't just stand by. I will inform Marquis Vesta immediately. She immediately grabs Marion's hand. This is for Frank, but it's also for me. So for now, please just watch over me. She looks at her with a surprised expression. Thank you, Marion. I understand for now. The sun gradually sets. The blue bird flies by again. I have finished crafting the item you requested according to your design. You can receive it tomorrow. She smiles at the bird and says, good work, and 2. Please rest. Just like that, 3 days have passed. Does Kila have a way to win? The swordsmanship instructor also came to the duel site, but I'm still worried. No, I don't. What? I'll do it my way. Don't worry, I see a chance to win. One morning at the dormitory. Rita stands in the crowd, thinking to himself, she just started learning the sword not long ago and she's already dueling a male student. What on earth is this girl thinking? Another person speaks up. There he is. It's Nicholas. Did you see what he's carrying? He brought that sword to fight a woman? What a coward. Philia closes her eyes in fear. I can't watch anymore. Iris, it hasn't even started yet. Philia. The sound of footsteps approaches. Nicholas slowly walks forward. Someone's voice rings out. Kila Vesta has arrived too. Wait, what is she holding in her hand? A wooden sword? It looks like she's tied something, like steel wire, around the outside. If you look closely, there's something on the surface of the sword too. Nicholas speaks up, sister, did you intentionally choose this day? My stamina is great today. She looks at him with a determined expression, not bothering to reply. At this moment, The referee shouts, "To your positions." He looks at her with a triumphant and contemptuous expression. The signal to start rings out. Nicholas charges towards Kila, intending to swing his sword and slash her, but she also quickly uses her wooden sword to block. She thinks, as expected, I'm being pushed back by a strong force. He says mockingly, "Look, even our arm strength is completely different. Don't embarrass yourself. How about you declare your defeat here?" Nicholas blocks her sword. He smiles and says, "It's come to this. Just admit defeat." Before he could finish his words, he notices the smile on Kila's lips. This throws him into a panic. She grips the sword tightly and musters her strength to strike back at him. The clash of the two swords rings out, ear-piercingly loud. She knocks him backwards. Nicholas shouts in anger, "What did you do to my sword?" Looking at Nicholas's tattered sword, Philia and Iris watch the scene with worry. Someone in the crowd shouts, "Nicholas's sword is damaged." Nicholas refuses to accept it. He yells and charges at Kila, attacking her. But she dodges it with ease. He turns to look and meets her gaze, saying in fear, "How?" Kila ignores his words. She tightens her grip on the sword and uses the pommel to strike his ribs. Nicholas is immediately knocked to the ground. He grimaces, trying to speak, "I think my bones are broken." Her footsteps draw near. He looks up to see her grim, dark face. Seeing this scene, the crowd applauds enthusiastically, accompanied by whispers and murmurs. Kila loses control of her reason, relentlessly hitting Nicholas in the face without stopping. Even when he has no strength left to resist, she shows no intention of stopping. Suddenly a voice calls out, "Stop, student Kila." Nicholas can't fight back anymore. "The duel is over, student Kila. If you hit him again, he'll die." At this moment, she seems to be consumed by hatred. She still has no intention of sparing his life. Seeing that the situation wasn't over, two other students came to restrain her. Her eyes are almost glazed over. She shouts, "Let go. Let go of me." The teacher quickly runs to check on his condition, repeatedly calling his name despite her screams. "Student Nicholas, can you hear me? You must not lose consciousness. Hey, don't just stand there watching. Bring a stretcher and a healing mage here." They nod repeatedly in response. "Yes, yes." Even now, Kila hasn't calmed down. She only regrets not being able to kill him, the one who bullied her little brother. Rita had never seen her like this before and could only stand there in stunned silence, staring at her. Because of that incident, Clary Academy was in an uproar that day. Unable to contain their curiosity, everyone, regardless of gender, rushed to ask about what happened. This incident caught everyone's attention. "Did you hear that Kila Vesta beat Nicholas to a pulp? How terrifying." To be honest, I feel quite satisfied. Nicholas deserved it. The incident had such a huge impact that all the teachers had to hold a meeting after Nicholas's duel. She was put under confinement until a disciplinary decision was made, and the result was no punishment at all. Philia, Marianne, and Iris were all very worried. They sighed in relief that she was okay. Philia tearfully called her name Kila. They sighed in relief that she was okay. Philia had been so distressed that she had cried a lot. Kila stood leaning against the wall, her head bowed in thought. Actually, at that time, I don't even remember losing my reason. Suddenly a voice rings out, "Student Kila. We came to greet you officially. I am Lilith. This is Livian, and this is Serena. We're in the same class, but this is the first time we're properly greeting each other. Although this is a bit embarrassing, we apologize for misunderstanding you all this time. You've only been holding a sword for a few months, but your skills are already at a knight's level. I thought you were just relying on your noble status. Seeing you during the duel, I was very surprised, but I also have to acknowledge your abilities. Can you accept our apology?" She extends her hand, offering to get acquainted. "I'm Kila Vesta. I look forward to your help." Lilith doesn't hesitate to take her hand, her tone a bit friendlier. "We look forward to your help." "That's right, I have a question. The sword you used in the duel, what was it coated with?" "Because its surface was so shiny." Kila looks up and replies cheerfully, "Ah, that? It was diamonds. You mean it was encrusted with pure diamonds? Instead, I ordered the kind that can't be made into gems. As you know, I intentionally didn't set a limit on weapons. Livia exclaims in admiration, I can't believe you even thought of putting diamonds on a sword. That's really thorough preparation. She explains, because if I relied on strength alone, I would definitely be pushed back. Wait, thinking about it, it wasn't really a sword, more like a club. Lilith adds, moreover, she didn't even use protective gear, yet she dared to fight Nicholas. You're amazing, Kila. Are you sure you just started learning swordsmanship? Is that all there is to it? Or have you received some other training? Let us see that sword up close next time. This enthusiasm makes her just scratch her head and smile. She thinks to herself, of course, I hid a steel pan in my shirt, but I can't say that. Time passes quickly, and soon a month has gone by. Kila tells herself it will be about a month before Nicholas recovers and returns to the academy. Although he recovered quickly thanks to the emergency treatment of a healing mage, perhaps due to psychological shock, he hasn't left his room. Is that guy really that sensitive? For a whole month without Nicholas, I haven't had any conduct points deducted. My academic performance is improving, which makes me very happy. She recalls the moment her teacher praised her in front of the class. Student Kila's grades have improved a lot. Let's congratulate her. The sound of applause immediately fills the room. Scene change to the training grounds. Right now, an intense fight is taking place in the middle of the training ground. It's Kila and Livian sparring. Both seem to be evenly matched. Kila thinks, I've now mastered the defensive technique. Suddenly, a whisper comes from behind her, making her wonder, Nicholas, is he starting to attend swordsmanship class now? It was indeed Nicholas. He glared at Kila with hateful, hawk-like eyes. Because she was distracted by him, she lost focus for a few seconds, allowing her opponent to easily defeat her. Livian reminds her, Kila, focus. Sorry, let's do it again. Then she quickly bends down to pick up the fallen sword. As soon as she stands up straight, Livian asks, is it because of Nicholas? Huh. You've been looking in that direction this whole time. I was just curious about what he's planning this time. I think for the time being, it's better if you don't walk around alone, Kila. Yeah, I think so too. That's right, as long as I don't run into him when I'm alone, it should be fine. What could happen? Some time later, she returns to her usual routine. During that time, she didn't run into Nicholas once. And on a beautiful day, but today was not a very good day for Kila. When her best friend suddenly announced some bad news, Kila exclaimed in surprise, What? You have to go home to your parents right away. Philia, with tears in her eyes, said tremblingly, I'm sorry, Kila. They said my father is in critical condition. You'll probably have to be alone in the dorm for a while. Well, there's no other way. Travel safely. Philia replied, You too. Be careful. Kila silently watched her friend's retreating figure. It's really bad timing, but Nicholas hasn't approached me lately either. I should go inside right away. Thinking that, she stood up. Suddenly, a strange sound came from beside her. She froze at the sudden noise, her body stiffening for a few seconds. It turned out that the thing that had been bothering her for the past few days had appeared. Nicholas, along with two of his friends, stood before her, a contemptuous smirk on his face. Finally alone, aren't we, sister? Damn it, did he follow me all the way here? Why no? In times like these, running is the best option. Kila immediately starts to run. She tells herself, I don't know where. Just run. Immediately, the three guys give chase. Nicholas, unable to contain his anger, yells, Stop right there. Everything flashes by her eyes so quickly. Because she's running at top speed, Kila has trouble seeing the path. She tells herself she has to get back to the academy immediately. At least I'll be safe inside the dorms. While running frantically, she suddenly realizes, wait a minute. That's right. Right now, I'm outside the school grounds. At this point, Nicholas has caught up to her. He laughs loudly and challenge, Let's see how far you can run. You're losing steam. You'd better stop. What Nicholas didn't expect was for Kila to immediately stop as he said. As expected, you're smart. This isn't the academy, so no one will help you here. Where should we start? A punch to the gut like you did to me, or should I make it so you can never get married? With that, all the boys burst out laughing. She calmly waves her hand in the air. Then she presses the back of her hand to her lips. Suddenly, sparkling lights filled with countless stars appear around her. Kila's gentle voice rings out, "Choose." When Kila raises her hand straight up, a blinding light erupts from it, stunning the three guys. Nicholas even has to cover his eyes from the sword's radiance. The faces of all three of them turn pale. Nicholas, stunned by the sight, stammers, "Choose." Kila replies confidently, "That's right. This isn't the academy." "How does it feel to see the Choose you've been waiting for? Why don't you keep taunting me?" Kila's threat makes Nicholas and his cronies tremble uncontrollably. Although they are scared, they hesitate to run. As a result, they are taught a lesson they'll never forget by Kila. At this point, their pleas mean nothing to her. A few days later, one morning, Kila sat thoughtfully under the shade of a tree. She stared intently at a piece of paper. It turned out to be a notice of a 12-point deduction from her conduct score. Kila thought to herself, this isn't so bad. He got points deducted too. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings in her ear, "Sister." It's Frank. Wiping sweat from his cheek, he asks, "What are you reading so intently?" Kila smiles back, "Oh, it's nothing." "Are you done with your training for today?" Frank puts on his jacket and says, "Yes." "Yes." "Do you have an appointment?" "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Lady Marianne invited me to an exhibition about migratory birds in the capital." "You two have been meeting up a lot lately, haven't you?" "Really? I don't even know why." Lady Marianne also really likes migratory birds. "Last week, we spent the whole day just talking about birds." Kila thinks to herself, "Oh, I see." Frank quickly puts on his coat and starts to leave. "I'm going to be late." "I'm off, sister." Kila watches her brothers retreating back with eyes full of love. "Okay, be careful." Scene changed to a dark space. A young man is sitting alone on a sofa. In front of him is a glowing TV screen. From behind him comes a beeping sound followed by a click, signaling that someone is opening the door. He slowly turns his face, revealing tired eyes with dark circles. The sound of footsteps gets closer and closer to him. Seeing that it's his older sister, he quickly gets up from the sofa and asks, "You're back." But the only response he gets is the cold slam of the door. This action from his sister leaves him staring silently, exhaustion and helplessness clear in his eyes. That sister was Kila from her previous life. As soon as she entered the room, she angrily threw her handbag and coat to the floor, then slumped onto the bed with a deep sigh. Kila's mind replays a series of terrible events that happened. "Today, I was scolded by my superior. Even the project plan I spent a whole month of late nights preparing was stolen by someone with connections in the company. The misery makes her cry out, 'I'm so tired. I don't want to do anything right now.'" Just then, a gentle knock sounds from outside the door. Her younger brother asks softly, "Sister." Although Kila tells herself she shouldn't be like this, her anger has now overwhelmed her reason. She can't help but grit her teeth. It's the last straw. Kila unleashes all her anger on her brother, who is concerned about her. "Can you even take care of your own meals? I've had to work late until now, and now I have to cook for you too." The boy had been about to open the door, but those words made him freeze. He stays silent for a moment, then says softly, "Sister, I'm sorry. You should rest." When she realizes her brother has left, Kila collapses onto the bed. She holds her head in her hands, stressed and frustrated. Suddenly she pauses for a second and looks to the side. Kila sees her phone glowing. She silently picks up the phone and thinks, "How would I know that what he said to me had a different meaning? Maybe he was asking if I had eaten yet. But what does that matter now? Since I didn't ask, I'll never know the truth of why he said that. If I could go back to that moment, I would say this. Have you eaten yet? How are your studies going? Have you been having a hard time lately?" The lonely figure of that child appears in her mind. "I'm so sorry." Suddenly, Kila wakes up with a start. It was just a dream. But it has made the current Kila cry with regret. Her eyes are filled with remorse. Seemingly not fully awake, she just stares at the ceiling for a few seconds. Then Kila wearily sits up. She wipes the tears from her cheeks. Outside the window, the sky is still dark. Everything feels strangely lonely. The next morning at Quarry School, Kila runs into Iris and Marianne as soon as she arrives. Iris says happily, "Kila, congratulations on advancing a grade. Now that we're not in the same class anymore, it'll be hard to see each other." She humbly replies, "No, it's not official yet." Philia peeks over and chimes in, "But didn't you get a perfect score on all subjects in this exam? And your conduct score is in the safe zone too. It's clear you'll be able to advance." Faced with her friend's excitement, Kila can only look away shyly and think to herself, "Don't count your chickens before they hatch. It'll be embarrassing if I fail." Then Philia, with a beaming face, turns and asks, "Oh, has Marianne attended her debutante party yet? And Iris and Kila, none of you have had your debut, so no one listens to you." Marianne replies in a low voice, "I had my debut at the Royal Palace earlier this year with the other ladies. We wore dresses with beautiful ruffles, waited a bit, danced, then waited some more, and danced again. The only thing I remember enjoying was getting to go home early before midnight." Kila and Philia look at each other, both seemingly sharing the same thought. Kila remarks, "That sounds incredibly boring." Her friend chimes in, "Yeah, it does." Suddenly, Iris exclaims, "Oh, you guys don't know about this? The Isa family held a debut for a girl in their family. They say she's so beautiful that words can't describe it. That's why high society has been buzzing about her lately." Hearing this, Kila becomes a bit pensive and thinks, "A young lady from the Isa family? Is there really someone like that?" Philia says with some awe, "Isn't that amazing?" Speaking of the Isa family, Kila, but Iris realizes she's said something wrong and quickly covers her mouth. Seeing her friend's awkwardness, Kila quickly waves her hand and says, "Oh, it's fine. I don't mind, so you guys can relax." Iris continues, "It's nothing special, but she really is beautiful. Platinum blonde hair, with purple eyes, and even a very gentle personality. However, there's one strange thing about her. She always wears a diamond necklace when attending high society gatherings. It's this big. Moreover, no one has ever heard her voice. I wonder if her throat was injured." Kila listened intently to Iris's story while thinking, while Philia nonchalantly exclaimed, "How romantic. A mysterious girl who has never spoken a word. It sounds like a princess from a fairy tale." Then she looks at Kila and asks, "Kila, do you still have no intention of attending the debut?" Kila replies, flustered, "We'll see. Right now, I'm just focused on graduating." Hearing that, Philia laughs and praises her, as expected. Kila is so cool. Although she appears nonchalant on the outside, many thoughts are running through Kila's mind. High society is a place for those people to act superior, form cliques, and fight amongst themselves. That place is no different from a battlefield. If I just show up now, they'll definitely crush me. I need to prepare thoroughly. At this moment, Philia's voice cuts through her thoughts. "It's lunchtime. Kila, let's go." "All right." The next day, in the lecture hall, the class was buzzing with noise before the lesson began. Only Kila was holding a piece of paper, exclaiming in disbelief, This is absurd." Kila's hand clenched the notice, her face showing clear disbelief. Walking down the school hallway, she thought, 1 point deducted for trespassing in the boys' dormitory, 12 points deducted for violent behavior from fighting with other students, and 10 points deducted from the anonymous conduct vote. Soon enough, Kila arrived at the administration office. She rushed in and exclaimed, "Ma'am, I think there's a problem with my grade report." The teacher took the notice from Kila and carefully reviewed it. A moment later, she stated, "I don't see any problem. Your conduct score has been deducted too much, so you don't meet the 80-point requirement to advance." Hearing this, Kila became more anxious. She couldn't help but ask, "So, what is this anonymous conduct vote here?" The teacher looked up and asked in a low voice, "Kila, didn't you receive the school's rulebook? At Kriti, each semester, students of the same year vote for those with poor conduct. The top 5 with the most votes get 10 points deducted." Hearing about such an unreasonable conduct grading system for the first time, Kila was so stunned she stammered, What on earth? Can I know who voted for me? The teacher replied, according to the rules, I cannot tell you. Kila still tried to suggest another way. Or maybe you could just tell me how many votes I got. The teacher, seemingly not wanting to be bothered further, sighed and said, Fine, I will only tell you the number of votes. Kila replied meekly, yes. The teacher rummaged through a pile of documents for a moment. Let's see, here it is. A total of 62 people voted for Kila Vesta. You can continue your studies, but you cannot advance a grade. You should be more mindful of your conduct in the future. Kila stared silently at the paper, her mind surely racing with thoughts. At the same time, outside on the courtyard, Leodora was laughing and chatting happily with her friends. So, Sir Democratic. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through her cheerful mood. Leodora. It was none other than Kila. She said with a serious face, I need to talk to you. Kila didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I really don't understand why I received the most votes in this ballot. In response, she was met with Leodora's indifferent and feigned expression. Why are you asking me about that? You, of all people, should know your own actions best. You confronted Nikolai Chayat and even reacted aggressively. After that, didn't you cause another uproar? It started with me. Afterwards, the other students also felt uneasy. They said they were very scared to be in the same class as Kila. Behind Kila, whispers and gossip began to spread. Hearing these fake words, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. I'm more afraid of you people. Do you really enjoy ganging up on someone like me? From now on, there's no need for us to speak again. I'm leaving. With that, Kila immediately turned and left. She no longer wanted to breathe the same air as these nasty girls. Leodora said nothing, just watching as Kila walked away. The scene shifts to nightfall at the quarry school dormitory. A surprised cry echoes from inside Kila's bedroom. What? The voice belonged to Philia, who couldn't hide her surprise as she asked again. In the morality vote, Kila, you received the most votes? So you can't advance to the next grade. Kila could only clutch her pillow and nod, admitting it was true. After listening, Iris shared a similar story from her past. I've had to endure this voting system since my first year. I told you before that Leodora used to hate me, right? This semester, ever since Kila came, I haven't received any more demerits. I can't believe they're targeting you now, Kila. Usually, they target girls from weaker families like me. But why would they go after someone as good as Kila? After listening for a moment, Marianne sighed and spoke out indignantly. This is a completely unreasonable and meaningless vote. I never realized how serious it was until now. But today, I finally get it. Kila clutched the pillow tighter. She said worriedly, it looks like I'll have to attend the high society gathering. Just then, Marianne jumped off the bed and patted her shoulder comfortingly. No, you're right not to go. First thing tomorrow, I'm quitting the society. I won't let this go. Don't worry, Kila. The young girl's courage made Kila exclaim in admiration. Marianne, Marianne. She rushed forward to hug Marianne, thinking to herself, she's so cool. Even though she's younger than me, she's so brave. Suddenly, Kila remembered something. Oh, that's right. Speaking of which, do commoner students have opportunities similar to the high society gatherings? A bit confused, Iris asked. What are you talking about? The academy has lots of official clubs. Philia explained, there's horseback riding, music, reading, and more. Anyone can join, whether they're a commoner or a noble. The high society gathering was created by noble students to set themselves apart from the regular clubs. Hearing this, Kila sternly warned her friend, watch your mouth. Marianne also offered her opinion. Without a diploma from Grady, one cannot be recognized as a family heir, so they take advantage of that. Kila, you should tell your parents and ask for their help. I'll ask my father for his opinion as well. Philia smiled and chimed in. That's right. We'll find the best way to help you. Kila looked at her kind friends. She felt a deep sense of gratitude in her heart. With a bright smile, she said, thank you, everyone. It's getting late. You should all head back to your rooms. I'll see you later. After everyone left, night had truly fallen. Once again, Kila's room was filled with noise. But this time, it was the sound of anger. The Chihat family proposed a marriage alliance with us. What is the meaning of this? Isn't that Nicola Chihat the scoundrel who attacked Frank? Kila looked at her father, who was in the form of a blue bird perched on her desk, and asked, "What? They've already come to our home with a formal marriage proposal?" Her father replied, unable to contain his anger. It was sent by express telegram. She found it amusing, but also a little worrying. That was fast. I received a love letter from him too. The letter was filled with neat handwriting. But before she could read a single word, her father screamed, "Tear it up." Kila had no choice but to obey. Helpless, she tore the letter to pieces. She still replied, "Yes, father." Her father then turned to curse the quarry school system. What kind of job is the school even doing? You received the most morality votes? Does that make any sense? In any case, just wait. I'll find a way. Thank you, father. Looking at her father in his little bird form, Kila smiled and said, "I'll see you during the break." "Yes, see you later." With that, the little bird quickly flew away. Kila watched her father fly away, thinking to herself, "I wonder if he can find a way to help me." More importantly, he's about to sponsor 3 girls' schools. I know it's unreasonable to ask them to accept Frank, but as expected, all I received were rejections. Just then, she noticed a piece of paper on her desk, but underneath it was a letter. Kila paused, curious. Picking up the letter, she wondered what it was. Without another thought, she opened it and began to read. It was a letter from a young woman. "Dear Lady Kila, I am the person you helped back in Gyebyuk." Kila read the final lines of the letter. Estelle Isa. Upon seeing the sender's name, she turned pale and exclaimed in shock, "Estelle Isa." The letter explained that Estelle wanted to thank Kila and wished to invite her to a small party at the Isa estate, which she would be hosting herself. Elsewhere, Rito looked completely shocked, his face frozen. "A small party? You're saying you invited Lady Kila to a small party?" And in that moment, his eyes were fixed on the 16-year-old Estelle, who was wearing a wig and smiling radiantly, a brilliant aura glowing around his head. "You're being quite rude, Rito." He then elegantly raised his teacup to take a sip. But it was that very graceful appearance that made Rito's head spin. He rubbed his forehead, completely exasperated. "On top of that, I heard you even went to a party with my mother while I was away. There was nothing to worry or be shy about." He rolled his eyes slightly and began to explain. "What's wrong with going as Estelle Isa? That identity was created for this exact purpose." The Countess was happy to approve. "A lot of people were very curious about me. Some asked if I was your cousin. Others asked if I was your new fiancé." This left Rito speechless. His mind was racing, and his expression showed great concern over those words. "But just kidding, just kidding." He burst out laughing. "Don't get so angry, I didn't say a thing." But Rito still didn't react. Estelle's gaze sharpened as he explained. "I couldn't speak anyway. So my mother was also dragged into your prank? Unbelievable." "What do you mean? I thought she would be happy to have such a cute daughter." Estelle then imagined the whole scene. "So cute. If I had a daughter, I would want her to try this on. Estelle, would you like to try on this wig?" Rito could only take a helpless sip of tea, thinking to himself, "I'm speechless. I don't even have to look to know what happened." Estelle asserted, "In any case, if I act as Estelle Isa, it has nothing to do with you. It's just a temporary identity until a certain point. You know it can't be used forever." This made Rito's eyes widen in surprise. "In the future, you will have to live as Estellis." But he didn't react after hearing that, remaining silent and still. "Of course, that day will come. You are the heir to the Duke of Liz. So from now on, you need to get serious. You can't live as a woman forever." Hearing this, Estelle fell into thought for a moment. Then he quickly changed the subject. Since there was no rejection letter from Kila, it was only natural. That means she has agreed to attend. His actions and words made Rito freeze. "Just do as you please." The scene shifts. Kila is frowning, her head in her hands as she thinks about something with an annoyed expression. Then she looks up at a paper covered in dense text, calculating something. According to the original story, Estelle should be crazy about Rito right now. But I already broke off our engagement, so what is he plotting? The silence was broken as the wooden door was suddenly flung open. She turned her head and called out, Philia. Kila, you're not asleep yet? Where are you coming from? What's that? This? It's nothing, don't worry about it. She then tried to change the subject. I'm really tired, so I'm going to bed first. Then she bolted away. Good night, Kila. I know you're in a hurry, but you should take off your hat before you sleep. Hearing that, Philia quickly peeked her head out, her face bright red as she exclaimed, You're right, of course. So she quickly took off her hat, much to Kila's amusement. Good night, Kila. You too. Early the next morning, at the Royal Academy dormitory. Kila, I'll be back in a bit. You've been so busy lately, it's hard to even see you. Are you sure nothing's wrong? You're too much. I told you it's nothing, so don't worry. Suddenly, someone walking by intentionally bumped her shoulder, causing her to fall. It was Leodora's attendant. Lady Jenna, are you well prepared for the advancement exam? Her friend quickly added a sarcastic remark. Of course, the materials shared at the high society gathering were a great help. Lady Leodora was also very happy to have helped you. Kila was feeling very annoyed. Her eyes sharpened as she listened to the girl speak. In any case, it's thanks to your high morality score that you're in this position, Lady Jenna. Isn't there someone with excellent grades who still failed the morality score? Even though the school year is over, the advancement exam is coming up. I'm swamped with work. That's right. She cursed silently in her head. They're so childish it's making me speechless. Suddenly, Philia said, Kila, it's getting late. I'm leaving now, see you later. Go on. She thought to herself. It would be nice if Philia were here, but she's busy, so I can't do anything about it. I need to get to the library, to the Royal Library, quickly. The place was no different from a mansion. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Hey, look over there. Huh? Whoa, what's that? Isn't that Nicholas? The sound of footsteps grew closer and closer. He quickly spoke up. You know, Lady Kila. Damn it, Nicholas. Why is he here? And what's with that ridiculous appearance? Wait, don't tell me. Before she could finish her thought, he spoke first. I'm sure you've read my letter. After reading it, you must understand my heart. She demanded, don't come any closer. Nicholas covered his blushing face with his hand and said shyly, that day, after I lost, my mind was in turmoil. I thought it was because I had lost you, my lady. However, images of you kept appearing in my mind. After our second match ended, I understood. Kila got goosebumps and prayed silently, don't say it. Don't say any more. But he suddenly held out his hand. I, Nicholas Triad. He said very clearly, have fallen in love with Kila Vesta. She immediately shouted, I don't like you. Then she covered her mouth and said politely, thank you. But do you know that my father has already expressed his refusal to your father, Lord Chiat? I also agree with my father's decision. I know, but I won't give up. This left her stunned. I must have hit him in the head too many times. Nicholas emphasized, I will wait until you are willing to open your heart to me. No, our fate should end here. I'm leaving, don't follow me. Amidst his shocked cries, lady. Kila carried her books to the library, walking and thinking, Nikola Chiat. In the original story, he also pursued Frank after losing a duel. I can't believe that applies to me too. But right now, not being able to advance is a more serious problem. If I can't do it this year, I'll try next year. Suddenly, someone saw her with surprise. Oh my! I wonder what Lady Kila Vesta is doing at the library. Still studying even after the semester has ended. What a model student. Let me see, 4th year foreign languages and mathematics. Oh my, aren't those 5th year textbooks? Don't overwork yourself, my lady. Leodora held Kila's shoulder tightly and said, because next year. And the year after that, you won't be able to advance either. But I will still let you graduate, just not as the valedictorian. Well then, I wish you happy studies. I've found the book I needed. Kila thought to herself, this is incredible. I wonder what kind of environment she was raised in to have such a flawed personality. Then she called out, Leodora Sriman. She calmly threatened her. If you want to become the crown princess of a neighboring country, you should fix your attitude to be more pleasant. Leodora whipped her head around to glare at her. After a moment of silence, she asked, what do you mean? I'm asking what you mean by that. Kila answered her silently. I mean exactly what I said. If the story follows the original plot, Leodora won't be able to marry into the royal family. She shouted angrily, Kila Vesta, that's incredibly rude. Kila remained deep in thought. When Estelle seizes the Imperial palace, the Vesta family won't be the only power to be purged. The Sriman family will also collapse, caught up in the struggle for the throne. Then she sighed and said to Leodora, I mean you shouldn't treat those of lower status as enemies. There's nothing to gain from it. She furrowed her brow in silence. Then she turned and muttered as she walked away, isn't someone from a military family? Now I see just how lacking in knowledge and etiquette you are. Kila watched her back, deep in thought. In the original story, I have no idea what happened to royals like Leodora or what became of her later. The same goes for the other supporting characters caught in the main character's fate. I have no way of knowing what happened to them. A few hours later, Kila sighed and wondered to herself, I can't focus. Should I just go get lunch? She closed the library door. Then she heard someone say, Philia, hurry up. She replied, I can't go any faster. Iris urged, we have to go before lunch ends. Kila called out to them, hey guys. She waved to them, over here. Then she ran up to them and asked, are you two going out too? Let's have lunch together. Philia hesitated. Kila. She looked at Iris and then replied, sorry, we're a bit busy right now. Iris quickly added, oh, that's right. She said awkwardly, are you going to lunch alone? We're sorry. Kila wondered, that busy? What happened? What's in that box? Iris quickly replied, it's nothing. Philia also said, it's just some things we have to do. Then the two of them quickly ran off. You should focus on your studies, Kila. We'll see you later. She hesitantly called out, guys. Stay with me for a little while. I guess I'll just go back to the dorm. I tried so hard to endure until the holidays. Was it all for nothing? But if we follow the original story, Kila Vesta should be dead by now. Could it be that my role ended when I gave Shizuru to Frank? Would it be better to give Chouette to some relative so they can inherit father's position? If that were the case, I wouldn't have had to suffer like this. I wish someone was here. The semester is over, after all. I'm afraid if I meet Marianne, she'll leave too. There's no one to talk to. Suddenly, she heard a tapping sound. She looked in surprise at the bird outside the window. A messenger bird. It must be from father. Her father asked, Kila, why don't you come home now? She wondered, you couldn't find a way, father? I tried to petition the administration and the Royal Ministry of Education directly, but they said parents shouldn't interfere in matters between students. Kila remained silent. Her father advised, even though to them it's just a small issue between students, just don't worry about graduating early anymore. As long as you graduate smoothly and inherit your title, that's all that matters. I think it's better for you to humble yourself before Grand Princess Riemann. That's also a part of what's called social life. She replied, I understand, father. Then we'll see you at home. And so the bird flew out the window. Philia quietly entered and called out Kila. She asked in surprise, Philia, when did you get here? Kila, are you going home? She hesitated. Well, before she could finish, Philia interrupted her. Don't, Kila. She took Kila's hand encouragingly. Don't give up here. You've endured so well until now. So don't lose to Leodora. But Philia, my father said there's no other way. You know it too, my family is a family of knights. We don't have much influence in high society. Philia encouraged her. I understand that in noble society, Kila has her own position, but I hope you won't give up just yet. This is no longer just your fight. We've been waiting for this moment. So please, just hold on a little longer. Kila read a book while thinking. I stayed at the dorm as Philia asked. During this time, Philia and Iris always seemed busy. She waited for the academic affairs office to contact her while spending her time at the dorm and the library. Time was just being wasted pointlessly. And before she knew it, the last day of the break was approaching. And it was a snowy day. The sound of someone sobbing could be heard. Kila comforted her. It's okay. You don't need to feel responsible. Philia sobbed and said, I worked so hard. I really worked so diligently. But in this world, sincerity alone is not enough. But what have you been secretly doing all this time? Philia stopped crying and said, actually. A moment later, Kila was extremely surprised. You're saying you and Iris submitted a petition letter? Yes. We prepared a petition to the government. Marian said she would try talking to her father. That's why she went on the family trip that she originally didn't plan to go on. We also went to ask graduated commoner students to testify about the injustice in the Krati Academy's rules. We also asked for help from less powerful noble graduates. From that, the number of petitions we collected was 2,000. Kila's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? 2,000 petitions? The number of students currently at Carey is only 700. Finally, she understood. Because there were many graduated students, they had to go to them in person for their signatures. So that's why you guys were going out so often. You guys got that many? Because that was the only way. She was sad and her eyes welled up with tears. We also wrote a letter to the principal, but we never heard back. Kila wondered, why would these girls go to such lengths for me? How difficult must it have been to get signatures from graduated seniors? Because we've only known each other for half a year at most. Philia, why did you do so much for me? Philia looked surprised, stammering her reply. Well, that is, I'm sorry for saying this to Kila. But I thought this was an opportunity. Kila is the proud daughter of a noble family. Because you're like that, I thought if you were the victim, the nobility would pay attention. So it was all because of me. I'm sorry for not having any power. No, Kila tried her best. On the contrary, I think we put an unnecessary burden on Kila. I'm truly sorry. Thank you, Philia, for trying so hard to help me. I'm so happy to have friends like you, Iris and Marianne. Philia was moved to tears and called out Kila's name. In the end, they both decided to let it go. It's frustrating, but it's not something we can change, so we have to drop it. I'll buy a train ticket for Philia later. She was content. Thank you so much. At sunset that day, Kila held 2 train tickets, deep in thought. She sadly wondered, I'll have to go back sooner than I expected, won't I? The most important thing is my family's safety, not graduating early. Suddenly a professor called out, Hey student Kila Vesta. She turned around in surprise. I'm glad you haven't left yet. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. Is there something wrong at this hour? The headmaster wants to see student Vesta. Please go to the headmaster's office immediately. Hearing this, she felt very surprised. A moment later, Kila knocked on the headmaster's door. The headmaster quickly answered, Yes, come in. May I come in? I can sit anywhere. Kila observed him, assessing. This person is Count Lubitskason, and also the headmaster of Gratis. After she sat down, the headmaster quickly asked, You haven't gone home yet because you wanted to see if you could take the promotion exam, right? She answered bluntly, Yes, sir. Tomorrow, I will tell the professors to prepare for student Kila's promotion exam. She was so surprised her mouth fell open. Huh? Really? The headmaster explained, You must be wondering about the sudden events before the exam, right? Just before, Prime Minister Dmyrov sent me a letter asking me to help a student at the academy named Kila Vesta. Because she is my son-in-law's sister. She finally understood. I can't believe Marianne's request was approved by her father. However, the position of headmaster here is a symbolic honorary title, so I have no real power. During my term, I am only allowed to exercise my authority unconditionally once. It wouldn't be right to use it for something just because I was asked. No matter what the request was, I couldn't grant it. Because my authority can only be used once, it is very precious. Then he took out some papers and a stack of letters. She stared at it, bewildered. Take a look at this. She was surprised. This is. The headmaster quickly explained, someone sent me a petition on your behalf. It's the petition Philia and Iris collected. The headmaster continued. At first, I just saw this as a trivial matter, but these letters and signatures changed my mind. She felt extremely happy. The one who changed the headmaster's mind wasn't Prime Minister Demirov or Duke List. He said sincerely, Student Kila, you truly have wonderful friends. I have decided to use my one-time authority to abolish the morality voting system. Although you haven't taken the test yet, the result is probably already clear. Congratulations on your promotion, Student Kila. After leaving the principal's office, she thought, I've lived until now only for my own purposes, for my own safety. So even though I didn't like it, I thought about bowing to Leodora and giving up. I think I'm crying. So you all were thinking of me and trying your best like that. When she opened the door to her dorm room, she saw Iris and Philia waiting anxiously for her. She smiled, gave them a victory sign, and thanked them. They burst into happy tears. Then the three of them hugged and cried as she sincerely thanked them. It's all thanks to you guys. In that moment, she seemed to forget the letter in her pocket. Scene change. A piercing scream echoed through the mansion of Count Isa. Rito rushed in, asking frantically what happened. Estelle was angrily knocking over objects in the room. She didn't even reply to the invitation. She ignored my invitation and looked down on me, Kila Vesta. Rito walked in feeling bewildered and scared. He was sure today was the day of the tea party. Estelle's eyes became truly terrifying. Rito immediately stepped forward and grabbed his arm. He thought to himself, if Aster gets angry, things will get complicated. I need to calm him down first. Aster, calm down. Lady Kila was busy with her promotion issue during that time. That's probably why she didn't have time to reply to your letter. She just returned for her break today. I heard she just took the train to Byuk. Because she had to take a promotion exam before that. Estelle immediately asked, she stayed at the dormitory until today? That's right. She intended to graduate early, but it seems something unexpected got in her way. I'm sure she didn't intentionally refuse your invitation. What? Is that so? I didn't know about that. That must be it. How could Kila ignore my invitation? He was lost in his own rosy world. So should I send Kila another invitation? Rito thought helplessly. He suddenly calmed down. It's still too scary. Then he suddenly sat down on the sofa and asked, okay, but Rito. Those people who got in her way were. What were their names? He thought, I can't let him know. That look in his eyes makes it clear what he's planning. He could only say vaguely, everything has been resolved, so don't worry about it. Lady Kila also safely passed her promotion exam. He sighed. I see. He suddenly reached out his hand. Well then, Candy. He sat down on the sofa. Since you're here, sit down and tell me what Kila's life at the academy is like. Talking about Kila must be uncomfortable for you, since you two broke off your engagement. Rito really didn't know what to say. Estelle started to play dumb. But why did you break off the engagement? You were the one who got dumped, right? Rito stood up angrily, much to Estelle's surprise. That's enough. Then he left without answering any questions. Estelle, on the other hand, wore a victor's smile. As Rito slowly walked down the hallway, he thought, I still don't understand. Why did Kila Vesta suddenly announce that she wanted to break off the engagement? We met as children, got engaged, and then met periodically as arranged by our parents. She was a person of good character who listened to her elders. But the Kila Vesta of today has changed. When was it? Since when did she appear in my sight? I know myself well. During our engagement, I had fallen for someone other than my fiancé. Since being knighted, I no longer have to stay in the dorms, but I still make time to train at the academy. Even if it's just for a few short hours, I always look for her. He asked himself, what are you thinking, Rito Isa? You never cared about her before. I'm going crazy. That morning, Kila finally arrived home. Frank and Remy came to greet her. Remy kept calling, my lady, my lady. They both cheerfully welcomed her. Welcome home, big sister. She said helplessly, I come home every weekend, why all the fuss? Remy beamed, but this time you're home to enjoy your break. Besides, everyone in the mansion is so excited to hear that you passed your promotion exam. Kila could only force a smile. By the way, Remy, have any letters been sent for me? There's one, milady. I put it in your room. Back in her room, she quickly read the contents of the letter. Her face lit up with happiness. I got it. Great. I found a school that will accept Frank. Now I don't have to worry anymore. Afterwards, the family had a small party for her. The whole family raised their glasses in a toast. You've worked hard, Kila. I knew you could do it. Her father said happily, as expected of my daughter. You're just like me when I was young. That's why you're so smart, decisive, and brave. She couldn't believe it. Me? Frank said, that's right. Even the swordsmanship teacher can't stop praising you. But she felt extremely embarrassed. Stop it. But her father and brother became more and more enthusiastic as they talked, jumping up to discuss. I heard about it too. I heard Frank is also talented with Shishiro. He mastered it after being shown only once. You're truly talented, sister. If I listen to you, everything goes smoothly. She was caught between them, too shy to say anything. Your sister will be the one to inherit our family in the future. You must also support your sister and inherit the family together. Of course, father. At this point, Kila's mother spoke up. Would you two please stop? Can't you see Kila is getting embarrassed? She blushed and thanked her mother. She toyed with her glass and said, I'm not anything special. The truly amazing ones are my friends. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been able to take the promotion exam. She smiled joyfully. I'm so curious about your friends. What do you think about inviting them here during the winter break? She beamed and said, Thank you, Mom. My friends would love that. She was already thinking about the schedule. The Vesta territory is quite close to the northern part of Kingdo. I have to invite them to visit Kingdo. At this moment, Kila's father remembered something. Speaking of which, I heard that Lady Demirov also helped out this time, right? Frank froze in silence. He lowered his head and listened quietly as she spoke. Yes, sir. She tried to ask Duke Demirov for help with this matter. He praised her with satisfaction. She's not only beautiful, but also intelligent, and has the dignity and qualities of a noble lady. Isn't Marianne the perfect fiancé? If we bind the Demirov family through marriage, our family's position in high society will also improve. We absolutely cannot let the Demirov family slip away. Hearing his father say this, he could only force a smile. But she had other thoughts. Is it okay? According to the original story, if Frank and Marianne continue, the future situation is as clear as day. On the surface, their relationship seems fine. But they're just in a business relationship. In the original story, Frank's typical line was, no, no, no. Even when Rito forcibly kissed him, his face would turn red. Although it's all due to the story's genre, can a character like that be happy marrying a girl when her younger brother is questioning himself and his own feelings? This is so dirty. Why do I have to go through something like this? But what is this? This feeling, it feels a bit. At this point, she felt, no, absolutely not. She looked at her younger brother, her resolve strengthening. No way, absolutely not. No matter what anyone says, I will hide you from this framework called the original story, Frank. Inside the room, Kila was reading long documents and guessing. Philia and Iris must have told them they were in the same area, right? That's why they sent letters here together. Philia writes letters so wholeheartedly. This is the first time I've exchanged letters with friends. It's great. So I should write invitation cards for my friends too. She was in a very good mood. She kept repeating invitation cards in a cheerful voice. Suddenly, her eyes widened and her mood immediately sank. Papers fluttered to the floor. She held her head and screamed the name. Aster. I'm going crazy. How could I forget about that? I completely forgot. He must be furious. What should I do? Her personal maid burst through the door, running in frantically. My lady, what's wrong? I just heard a loud noise. Remy, please help me. Later at the Isa mansion, looking at the doll with pink hair, Estelle asked, Rito, What was Kila's intention in sending this? I know it's an apology gift, but why on earth would she send the doll I hate the most? Rito said, what intention? That's just your speculation. How could Lady Kila possibly know about that? The face is identical to mine, and even the pink hair. Kila Vesta has never heard the story of the Spirit Kingdom's lineage, right? Rito said that ordinary people wouldn't know about it. I don't think that's the case. Don't think too deeply about it, Estelle. Rito, do you think I'm that childish? The face of an old man appeared in Estelle's mind with many mixed words. He said, to the point of receiving a doll as a gift. The old man's voice echoed in Estelle's head. My beloved grandchild. Aster continued to ask Gatritel, is it because I'm not growing taller that you see me that way? I really hate getting dolls as gifts. Aster thought of his maternal grandfather. He would just bring a doll and leave. It would have been better if he hadn't come at all. He had said, I'll be back next month. In the meantime, befriend this doll and wait for me, if you want to abandon me in that place. At this moment, outside a mansion, a carriage had just stopped. Kila's mother smiled and said, please come in. It must have been a tough journey by carriage, right? Now, ladies, just give your luggage to the attendants. Philia quickly responded. Oh, thank you very much. Iris was also very friendly. Thank you for giving us the magic train tickets, Marchioness. It was a very comfortable ride. Is that so? That's wonderful. Then on your way back, please don't hesitate to take the train. Oh no, we're fine. Anto, please prepare 2 return magic train tickets for me. Have the guest rooms been prepared? Of course, madam. Now, the butler will escort the 2 ladies to their rooms. This way, please. Philia whispered to Kila with a panicked expression. Kila, what do we do? We're being too much of a bother. My mom likes you guys, that's why she's doing this. Just accept it. But... The butler's voice rang out. The young ladies are all Kila's esteemed guests. It's no small matter for you to come and visit like this. Therefore, we've taken this opportunity to open 2 more rooms next to Lady Kila's room. It's quite grand. Philia and Iris couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow! The butler continued speaking to them. Ladies, please take a look over here. Inside the room, there was a place with many beautiful and splendid outfits. Kila's mother said, I didn't know what the ladies would like, so I prepared everything. These are all new items that haven't been sold in the royal family shop yet. There are clothes that have been meticulously sewn. There are also pajamas in that wardrobe, so you 2 can wear whatever you like. The 2 of them answered awkwardly. Marchioness, you don't need to go to such lengths. We brought our own pajamas. The butler following them could only chuckle to himself. The ladies' eyes lit up. Don't worry, the 2 of you will wear them all. The 2 of them felt uneasy at the ladies' words. Because we're planning to hold a debutante ball in the capital for you all. Philia and Iris were surprised. They stammered, unable to speak. A debutante ball? The lady was very much looking forward to the party. That's right, a debutante ball. The social season for nobles in the capital is coming soon. I will prepare for both of you young ladies, along with Kila. The 3 of you will make your debut in high society together. Their eyes lit up. Mentioning Kila's name, the Countess began to ramble on about her children. My child hates high society gatherings and says they're not interesting. But now that you ladies are here to go with her, I'm sure she'll go. Don't worry about party dresses or anything else. Julia and Iris ran to Kila for help. Kila, what is all this about? We've never heard anything about this. That's right, and besides, I'm just a commoner. Kila stammered in reply. About that, Actually, my mom contacted your parents and got their permission. It seems they wanted to create a special experience for you. So it doesn't matter if you're a commoner or not. Even though I didn't prepare it this time, you should just accept it. Both of them said, Kila, thank you so much, and the Marchioness too. The lady had high hopes for them. I'm really looking forward to seeing where they'll go from here. Isn't that right, Kila? She could only reply helplessly, Mom, let's stop here for now and have some tea. At the tea table, someone said, That's right. Speaking of which, when did Marian say she would arrive? Someone answered immediately. She said she'd arrive in the afternoon at the earliest, and after the evening party at the latest. The Countess seemed quite sad to hear this news. Is that so? It would have been great if she could have arrived early to join us for dinner. Iris asked her, "Ma'am, will Marian be sharing a room with us?" But the lady had to reply, "Unfortunately, no." She turned to Frank, causing him to immediately spit out the water in his mouth. Marian's room has been prepared opposite Frank's room. He coughed and stammered, "Mom." The lady immediately reminded him, "Frank, this child, really. Can't you be more proper with the young ladies here?" He replied, "Was I impolite?" Philia said to the Countess, "But having the fiancé's room opposite one's own. It's so romantic." "You think so too, Lady Philia? I really hope they become close. It's a bit awkward now, but who knows, on a sleepless night, they might talk together or intentionally visit each other's rooms." Someone coughed several times. Seeing Frank like that, Philia said, "Young Master Frank seems embarrassed." "Oh my, is that so? My boy, really, what's there to be embarrassed about?" At this point, Kila felt so bad for him. "I can't even look at him." Suddenly, there was a knock. Outside, small footsteps were approaching. The person said, "My lady. It's Marian Demiroff. The young lady has arrived." She smiled and greeted everyone. "Greetings, Marchioness. I apologize for being late." "Oh my, please come in, Marianne. I heard you weren't supposed to arrive until this afternoon. I didn't want to keep you waiting, so I came as quickly as I could." Everyone else arrived early, it seems. Everyone immediately got up to greet her enthusiastically. Iris said, "Long time no see, Marianne." Kila asked, "Have you been well?" "Yes, of course." The Countess pushed Frank towards Marianne. She turned around. Hello, Lady Marianne. It's been a while, Frank. Your complexion looks much better than the last time we met." "Thank you, my lady. Lady Marianne also looks more beautiful than the last time we met." Marianne replied plainly. "Then I suppose I should take my leave. It's been a long time since you all had a chance to meet. I hope you ladies have a wonderful time." "Oh my, that's right. Look at my memory. I've been clinging to you children. When the dinner party is ready, I'll have a servant come and inform you." "Have fun, ladies," they said in unison. "Yes, mother." Marian asked Kila, "You said you're looking into a new school for Frank to attend?" "That's right. Frank is also a noble, so having a diploma from the academy is a good thing. Father has given me full authority over this matter, so I'm researching which school is best. Although I've already decided on one." "I see. Will Frank like it?" "He doesn't seem to like it much, but he doesn't say it outright. I hope he adapts well there." "He will," she thought. Marianne, it seems she's quite concerned about not being able to help Frank. She's truly a good person. Though she appears indifferent and rather cold on the outside, the more you get to know her, the more you see she's responsible and caring. Is it really that simple? In the original story, to rescue her fiancé, Frank, who was imprisoned in the basement dungeon, she once lured the Night Order away from their post. Of course, the attempt failed. So what I'm curious about is what an insignificant supporting character like Marian Demiroff would think of her fiancé. Does she value Frank more than I thought? At this point, she finally asked, "Marianne, what do you think of Frank?" "Did I ask too directly? But I'm curious." Marianne calmly asked back, "My fiancé?" Kila was startled by her expression. "Just that? Drier and more boring than I thought." During the family dinner, everyone was very happy. Kila's father said, "I'm so happy that all of Kila's friends came to visit." I was surprised when Kila suddenly said she was going to live in the dorms at Carrie. The lady put a hand to her mouth and laughed. Just thinking about it makes my heart flutter. Even after her coming-of-age ceremony, she just stayed at home, not even caring about high society. I was so worried. Kila's face turned beet red. "What are you saying in front of my friends?" Her father was moved to tears. She went to the dormitory, made friends, and brought them home. Thinking about Kila's usual self, I still can't believe this is real. "Father, stop talking. Why are you saying this in front of them? You're too much." Philia said cheerfully, "Not at all, my lord. Kila is greatly admired at the academy. She gets along well with her friends, too. So you don't need to worry." The Count froze solid. She gets along well with everyone, yet she's targeted by the nobles gathering and ranked first in the public morality vote. He laughed loudly. Well, I suppose that's a talent in itself. Kila moved on to another topic. More importantly, since the private room is a bit small, I'll be sharing a room with Philia and Iris. Oh, the room you're staying in, won't it be a bit small for the three of you? I'll give you the largest room. It's because we're arranging some things for the debutante ball this time. It seems we should build a proper mansion in the capital. That would be more convenient in many ways. When Kila becomes a knight, it will be convenient for her commute. More importantly, our status in high society will also improve. It's good for both Kila's and Frank's futures. She suddenly realized no, that would bring us closer to Estelle. Her hand clenched and trembled. The capital is a dangerous place. Because soon, Estelle and the mages following him will come to conquer the capital. So I must act quickly. In the bloodbath that Estelle will cause in the royal palace. I must protect myself, my family, and my younger brother. To do that, I have to hide Frank in a place that's hard to find. Suddenly, her mother placed a hand on hers and called out, Kila. You don't look well. Is the food not to your liking? Her friends were also quite worried. She replied, Oh, not at all, mother. The food is delicious. I was just thinking about where to go with my friends. Oh, is that so? If there's anywhere you want to go, just tell me and I'll arrange it for you. Her eyes fell on something else. A small plate of peeled fruit. Frank whispered in her ear, It's not dessert time yet, but your plate wasn't emptying, so I asked the chef to bring it up. Did I do well? You like this, right? She was moved and called out Frank. It was so heartwarming. During that dinner, everyone was very happy and loving. My parents protected me firmly, and I had good friends. The food on the table was all prepared with great care. Even if I didn't try my best, I was always provided with a prosperous environment. The things I once wished for in my previous life. Yes, everything is so perfect like this, but only you are not here, my brother. The next day, they sat choosing outfits. There are no artificial flowers for jewelry? Then let me show you the brooches, ma'am. If you look closely, you'll see this is forget-me-not grass, right, ma'am? Can't this be changed into a hair accessory? I've already prepared brooches for the children for this debut. Really? Then I'll change it for you, ma'am. So this debutante ball won't be held at the royal palace, but at the Summeric mansion? Yes, because some of the children are not allowed in the royal palace, that's why. Oh my, you're so kind, ma'am. Since it's my parents' mansion, holding the debutante there isn't bad. Anyway, I hope my daughter and her friends will have beautiful memories. I'm sure they will. There was a clinking sound at the door and a woman's footsteps entered. Marchioness Vesta. Oh my, Countess Isa. Have you come to prepare for the debutante ball? Marchioness Vesta replied, Yes, we need to finish before heading to the capital, so we came here together. It's at the Summeric mansion you mentioned before, right? When I heard you talk about the debutante ball, I was so envious. If I had a daughter, I would have done this and that for her. Kila is getting more beautiful every day. She thought to herself, this feels really awkward. Kila then turned and said, By the way, Countess, what brings you here? Are you planning a party? She replied gently, Oh, that's right. A distant relative's daughter is visiting my house, so I came here to buy hats and jewelry for her. Oh my, if it's a distant relative of the Isa family, it must be that young lady. She laughed loudly. Philia and Iris came over to Kila and asked each other, You guys feel uncomfortable, right? Let's go to the dressing room. The two ladies were still chatting. I heard a rumor that the young lady is Sir Rito's new fiancé. Fiancé? There's absolutely no truth to that, but that rumor is quite interesting. The lady felt the same way, right? It's all just baseless rumors. Over here, Kila said, You guys can take your time coming out. Someone replied, But you never know. As night fell, a line of carriages moved in silence. The carriage arrived at the party venue. The scene inside was bustling with whispers all around. Kila's group slowly walked in. They were surprised by the scene. There are so many people, Philia said shyly. They're all nobles. What if they ask why a commoner like me is here? Kila reassured her. It's okay, Philia. The people there already know about it because I wrote it in the invitations. That's a relief. Kila turned to smile at Iris. You don't need to worry. From a distance, she saw a familiar figure. It was Nikola Chayat. Why is that guy here? Next to him is Elia, the third daughter of Count Rotman. The Rotman and Triad families have a special relationship. It seems Nicholas escorted her here. Kila sighed. Why did I have to run into him today of all days? Kila, don't pay attention to him. Let's go enjoy the party. Philia added, that's right, that would be better. The two of them immediately pushed her away. Kila thought, that's right, I'm already here. Paying attention to stressful things will only hurt me. With that thought, she exclaimed excitedly, all right, let's have some fun today. It's been a long time since I've been able to say that. I just want to drink champagne with Philia's group and have a good time, but... What is this situation? Why am I dancing with this guy? I was clearly dancing with my father at first. On the other side, Kila's parents and the Countess were laughing happily. So Dad deliberately put me in this position because he wants us to get back together. But why is he so calm? Anyone looking would find it strange. People were whispering. Didn't they say those two broke off their engagement? Anyway, I heard the relationship between the two families is very good, so why did they break it off? This is so annoying. Suddenly, Rito spoke up. Did you know, my lady, this is the second time we've danced together. Don't you remember? She thought to herself. What is he talking about? The second time? The first time we danced together was on the day of our engagement ceremony. We've been engaged for several years now. And only now do we get to dance together for the second time. It's truly a shame. She couldn't understand. He said it's a shame? Why? He took her arm. My lady. Before he could finish, she cut in. Wait. I'm sorry, but Sir Rito, we've already broken off our engagement. I don't know what your intentions are in saying these things to me. I apologize for what I said to you on the day of the practice match. I was rude. That's all in the past. We have no relationship whatsoever now. Suddenly, her eyes shifted in another direction. What is this feeling? Estelle's figure appeared, smiling strangely as if planning something. Estelle's appearance as a girl was truly beautiful, but her eyes were filled with fear. Estelle. She asked Rito, besides Countess Isa, did anyone else come with you? Yes. Could it be Estelle Isa? I gave your letter and gift to Estelle. I also explained why you couldn't make it that day. She asked, did Estelle understand? He replied immediately, yes, I explained, and she accepted. I see. Rito leaned close to her ear and whispered, if Estelle sends another invitation, then please act as if you didn't see it. She was surprised. What? At that moment, the music ended and applause erupted. Rito said, congratulations on your promotion. Lady Kila. She thought in a daze, he told me to ignore it if I receive an invitation. What does that mean? She asked the Countess, Mom, what's going on? I heard the Emperor is stopping by. What? Why so suddenly? An urgent voice called out, hey you all, hurry up and prepare to welcome him. The Emperor is visiting? I've never heard of this before. I don't know about this either. Kila thought to herself, father and uncle seem to be busy too. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to another direction. Estelle was looking around for someone. The closer he got, the faster she ran to hide. That scared me. Is he looking for me? What should I do? Should I just hide like this? Suddenly her face contorted as she faced a difficult situation. What? He's getting close to Frank. How can I stop him? At that moment, his friends were talking to each other. Frank, I heard you've been training recently. Let's see how much stronger you've gotten. Come on. He stepped back and suddenly slipped, losing his balance. Right behind him was Estelle. He cried out in alarm. Kila thought to herself, no. If they meet like this, all my efforts will be wasted. She quickly moved forward and managed to pull Estelle away just in time. I can't let that happen. Frank fell to the ground with a thud. His friend laughed and asked, are you okay, Frank? I'm fine. More importantly, I think there was a lady standing behind me. Someone with blonde hair. Blonde hair. By now, Kila had led Estelle away from her brother. She asked, "You were looking for me, right? It's too crowded here, let's go outside for now." He nodded in agreement. Later, in a quiet corner of the mansion, Kila and Estelle stood looking at each other. She didn't know what to say. What am I supposed to do? She could only force an awkward smile. Well, about that. Suddenly, he took out a notepad and wrote something on it. The words on it read, "So you do remember me." Kila could only laugh. "I'm sorry for not saying anything to you back then. I couldn't come to the tea party because I was still at the academy dormitory. Are you satisfied with the gift?" Estelle nodded. "It looks like me, so I like it very much." "I'm so glad you liked it. Don't you have any questions for me?" Kila asked in surprise. "What?" She wondered what he meant by that. "I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean." Estelle still replied by writing on the paper. "You sent a doll that looks exactly like me as a gift. Aren't you curious about me at all?" "Who knows? I'm not curious at all. I'm scared because I don't know where this conversation is heading." "It seems you knew from the beginning, didn't you?" Her heart pounded as she read those words. Aster took a lock of hair and held it up. "Even though I changed my hair color, you still didn't ask anything." Kila was surprised. "I'm sorry, my mind is a bit slow, so even if my friends change their hair color, I might not notice." A gust of wind blew, making Kila shiver. "Let's go inside now. My friends are probably waiting." Suddenly, Estelle took off his own scarf and draped it directly over her. Estelle whispered, "I want to see you again." Kila froze upon hearing this. "I will." She told herself, "This is really awkward." She looked away. "For the time being, I just want to focus on my studies, so I probably won't have any free time. I also have to be appointed as a knight, so this party will likely be the last. Therefore, I must return this." Suddenly, a sharp cry came from behind. "Lydiana!" Both of them had to turn and look. She was surprised to recognize Emperor Lytric. He called again, "Lydiana." Estelle's face darkened. Kila wondered to herself, who is he talking about when he says Lydiana? But she bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to your majesty, the great glory of Obak." Suddenly, Escalate hurriedly turned away. The emperor called out loudly, "Lydiana, wait." The calls continued to ring out. "Lydiana, Lydiana." Then an announcement was made. "By order of His Majesty the Emperor, quickly search every nook and cranny of the mansion. Elsewhere, I've taken Countess Isa home." I don't know what happened, but her face was pale. "It's very worrying." Marchioness Vesta also spoke up. "I heard His Majesty suddenly ordered a search for someone." "What's that about?" "Don't say anything more, ma'am. That happened so long ago. Why on earth would that name appear here? Her Majesty the Empress's mood had just started to improve, and now this happens." Philia whispered, "Kila, Kila. Who is Lydiana? Who is she that the Emperor is searching for so desperately?" Kila replied, "I have no idea. Kila's mother said that she was the Emperor's lover. If so, isn't she the one he met before marrying Her Majesty the Empress?" "No. It was after he married the Empress, until she gave birth to the current princes, that he and the other woman met. Even if their love was deep and passionate, it couldn't become a beautiful love story, because in the end, it was just an affair." Philia was quite surprised to hear this. "So, what family is Lady Lydiana from?" "She is the only daughter of Duke Lys." Anyway, that was 15 or 16 years ago. The royal palace was in complete chaos at that time. Because Lady Lydiana and His Majesty the Emperor had a child together, His Majesty was furious. The Sumanix family also got caught up in it, so for a while, it was difficult to enter and leave the royal palace. Because the place where His Majesty the Emperor and Lady Lydiana first met was right here at the Sumanix mansion. Speaking of which, it was rumored that the lady gave birth to a daughter, but what happened to that daughter is still unknown. That rumor was deliberately spread by the Duke of Lys's family. In fact, she gave birth to a son, and to hide that fact, they spread the rumor that it was a daughter. At this point, Marion spoke up. "I, on the other hand, heard that the Duke of Lys's family declared they have no heir." The rumors are really getting out of hand. It's impossible to know what's true and what's false. It's strange. Are they hiding something? One of them said, there's also a rumor that Lady Lydiana's death after giving birth to a son was due to poisoning. In any case, there have been things that have caused Her Majesty the Empress stress, so it's better to be careful not to let these things leak out. Kila lowered her eyes and thought, I know that among the people here, I'm the only one who knows Estelle's secret. Why can Aster only disguise himself as a woman? Why can't a member of the Lys family even say his own name? Someone cast a dark magic spell when that child was born, so that it would die before its coming-of-age ceremony. And also the fact that someone cast a curse on Estelle. Scene change. Inside the ancient castle, Your Majesty, how are you feeling? His Majesty didn't care and mumbled, Lydiana was there. He clutched his face and said, trembling, Lydiana. Your Majesty, Lady Lydiana has passed away. It was just someone who looked like her. You must have been mistaken. He shouted, impossible. That pink hair and those purple eyes are clear evidence of inheriting the bloodline of the Spirit King. Only Lydiana possessed that eye color. Could it be? Your Majesty stood up. That's right. I suddenly remembered that Lydiana bore me a son. Duke Lai was clear. That's right, Your Highness. I was there too. It was clearly stated that it was a prince. I told them to raise him as a girl, because I thought that would help to avoid the terrible curse that the Empress cast down. I had forgotten about that child. It's just as the Duke of Lys said, he looks exactly like Lydiana. Your Majesty, please be careful. If Her Majesty the Empress finds out. He shouted silence. I have lived like a deaf man in that woman's hands for 16 years. 16 years. Lydiana, Lydiana. Over here, Philia said, I heard Nicholas was injured at the Suminix mansion. Iris asked, injured again? That's not surprising. No, this time is different. According to witnesses, he was seen falling down the stairs while secretly following the eldest daughter of the Vesta family. Someone asked, he kept insisting there was a rose bush on the stairs. Another person said, a grand mansion like that wouldn't possibly have a rose bush on the stairs. Right? What nonsense. Is there a more interesting story? Let's see. The butler brought something. My lady, Lady Marianne, a letter has arrived. Thank you, Anto. He continued, a package from the Triad family for the young lady has also just arrived. What would you like to do with it? There's no more room to store it in the mansion. Why don't you send it to an orphanage or somewhere that needs it? I understand, my lady. Kila asked Marian, is that a letter from someone for you? Marian replied, it's a letter from a classmate. He said Leodora Sriman has applied to withdraw from the Clary Academy dormitory. Everyone was surprised. You said Leodora is dropping out? Why? Nothing happened that would cause Leodora to lose face. Philia and Iris looked at each other. Kila continued, could it be because of me? We're in different grades now, so there's no chance of us running into each other. Iris spoke up. About that, Kila, it's not as simple as you think. The incident concerning the morality voting system at Clary Academy this time, although not explicitly named, the tabloids have concluded that Leodora Sriman was the ringleader. The rumor has already spread everywhere. The female students looked scared when questioned about this. We didn't want to, but Princess Sriman ordered us to. Iris continued. As the situation became increasingly unfavorable, the members of the Noble Society also confirmed that all the malicious acts in the past were orchestrated by Leodora alone. In the end, she was betrayed by the very people she trusted. But even if that happened to Leodora, I don't feel sorry for her at all, compared to what Iris and the other students had to endure. Marianne agreed. I agree too. Suddenly Frank raised his hand and asked, Sorry to interrupt while everyone is talking, but who is Freeman? After hearing that, everyone immediately turned to look at him. Philia jumped up and said loudly, You don't know Leodora Freeman? No, sir. Why not? She's the incredibly beautiful third-year Noble student. You really don't know? Oh, she's a third year. That's because I'm a second year. No, that's not it. Princess Freeman's appearance is unforgettable even if you just glance at her. You really don't know anything about her. Well, but really, isn't the most beautiful female student among the third years Lady Marian? Everyone fell silent in surprise. Philia giggled. Are you afraid people don't know she's your fiancé? Frank, you're so silly. Really, Lady Marian's hair reminds me of the petula bird. It's truly beautiful. Kila crossed her arms in thought. Is he being sincere? Why is he talking about that at a time like this? He's my brother, but really. It's true, Marianne's red hair is beautiful. Marianne's face has turned red too. The next day, the weather is nice. If only Frank were here too. Then we can't divide it evenly. Hurry up and throw it, Philia. Marianne stood there, lost in thought, not saying a word. Kila thought, Marianne hasn't said a word this whole time. Philia picked up the toy and said loudly to her, I'm throwing it, catch. The ball flew high into the sky. Kila surprisingly took a few steps back to prepare to catch the ball. When she saw her throw the ball like that, the ball flew far away to another place. They were surprised. The ball. Philia, where did you throw it? I'm sorry, Kila. It's okay, I'll go get it. She went to the source of the rustling sound in the small forest nearby. Kila looked around and wondered, where did it roll off to? The ball unexpectedly rolled to the feet of another person standing in the forest. Seeing this, she immediately glanced up. The other person picked up the ball to Kila's surprise. That person turned out to be Ast. She silently wondered, why is he here? She stammered, a long time no see, Lady Estelle. I didn't expect to see you here. Are you taking a walk with Rito? She tried to reach out to take the ball back. Thank you for picking up the ball for me. It seems the wind blew it quite far. Well then, I'll be going now. She thought to herself, it's best not to get involved. I should leave quickly. Suddenly, he boldly took Kila's hand. Aster took out a small notebook and wrote a few lines. I'm sorry for leaving so abruptly that day. It's okay. Lady Estelle must have been very startled when His Majesty suddenly acted that way. I'm fine now. She was very surprised by this attitude. He wrote more. Kila speculated, come to think of it, the fact that he doesn't speak must be because his voice broke. His face is exactly like a girl's. What does his voice sound like? I want to hear it just once. He held up the paper. After reading it, Kila was stunned. The words on it read, I saw you dancing with Rito that day, even though you two broke off your engagement. The atmosphere was silent, only the sound of the wind rustling could be heard. Kila's gaze became frozen as she silently told herself, I'm screwed. Ast continued to stare at her, waiting for an answer. I'm screwed. This guy is still obsessed with Rito. I can't let him pay any more attention to me. Kila quickly said, that day, my father forced me to dance with him. We have no relationship with each other, and it will be like that in the future as well. Suddenly, from a distance, her friend called out, Kila, what are you doing there? My friend is calling me, so I'll be going now. He wrote on the paper. A friend, Kila? Yes. Ast came closer. Will you be busy from now until graduation? How much longer until graduation? He's asking a lot of questions today. She had to say, I'm not sure. I'm aiming for about 1 to 2 more years. It's going to be really busy, so I'm planning not to come home often, but just stay at the dorm. Now I really have to go. Excuse me, Lady Estelle, please get home safely. Ast's eyes brightened as he watched her. Suddenly, at that moment, she heard someone's voice say limit. Kila whipped her head around to look and was surprised. Did I mishear? Philia ran out and asked, Kila, did you find the ball? You were talking for so long, who is that? She answered plainly, the young lady from the Isa family. What, that famous beautiful girl? It seems you're quite close with her. No, I don't know her well. In her head, she thought, and I don't want to know her in the future either. So what did you two talk about? Tell me clearly. If possible, I hope we don't meet again. A gust of wind suddenly blew. Philia cried out, my hat. Kila, Philia, are you okay? Marian wondered why there was a sudden gust of wind. Be careful not to let our things get blown away. Kila suddenly realized, what? She felt a sense of déjà vu, as if she had experienced this before. Someone's unexpected voice at that moment echoed clearly in her head. My patience has its limits. Don't make me wait too long, Kila Vesta. Scene change. Gentle sunlight shines on the road. A boy bumped into Estelle. He immediately blushed and said, "I'm sorry." Estelle walked away, leaving the boy still dazed, despite his friend's calls. "Hey, what are you standing there for? What's with him?" Estelle thought with a dark expression, "I'm in a really bad mood." From those kids blushing when they see me, to Rito slowly maturing in a strange place. And Kila, who was so composed when we first met. I feel angry at everything. I don't understand why only I remain like this. What do I really want? Do I want to stay like this forever? Or should I cast off this appearance and move towards the future? The only one who can give me the answer to this problem is you, Kila Vesta. Covered in dirt from saving me, how could you be so majestic? How could you not care about the gazes of those around you? An appearance that disregards dignity and taste. Yet, still exquisitely beautiful. I remember his words. She knows you. She knows me? That girl is not your enemy, but she is not on your side either. She wants to leave this place. She looks anxious. Why is that? The scene of Philia taking her arm. Seems you're quite close to her. No, I don't know her well. She's denying her relationship with you. Why? My hat? Why is there a sudden gust of wind? Have you found your hat yet? Philia looked around. I can't find it anywhere. She knew me at that time. She said loudly with a bright smile, I found it, guys. It's clear that she knew me. Don't worry, Ast, we are always by your side. Your allies are our allies. Your enemies are also our enemies. We are always waiting for you. Oh, last descendant of the Spirit King. Then Ast's grandfather said, now let's return to the list domain together. Ast asked, when did you arrive? As soon as I heard what happened at the Simonix mansion, I rushed here immediately. Anyway, you'll just leave again. He called, Ast. I have something I need to prepare for you. Once this task is successful, I can stay by your side. Please take this. You must absolutely not lose it. I'll tell you about it when I'm done. Ast thought, what useless thing are you planning to do again? Are you planning a rebellion? He gently stroked his hair. Please wait for me a little longer. I'll take care of everything. Aster closed his eyes. The unparalleled beauty of the woman from that year, Ast's mother, spoke up. Don't make that face anymore. Mother passed away early because she was a pureblood of the Spirit Kingdom. People from the Spirit Kingdom will have their energy drained if they are in a place with many humans. The spirits kept chattering about it. They say that in places with many people, the air is always polluted by greed and envy. That's also why spirits always retreat deep into the forest. She spoke up, but I'm fine, Father. Because I am a half-blood of you and Mother, so I beg you for one thing, please allow me to give birth to this child. My precious Ast. He thought, but my daughter died after giving birth to Ast. No, she was murdered. I have to protect this last remaining child alone. But if I die, who will protect Ast in my place? At this point, Ast called out, Grandpa, which brought him back to his senses. Yes, go on, my child. When will the work you mentioned be finished? As soon as the ownership issue is resolved, it'll be fine. Then I won't have to leave the territory anymore. Ownership? What ownership? He hugged him. I'll tell you everything about that later. Before that, I have to live until you're as tall as me. At this rate, by the time you grow up, I'll be dead first. So, what should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? You have to live a long life with me. From a distance, Rito leaned against a thought. In front of his grandfather, he's just a normal kid. But I wonder how long that happiness and peace will last. Just then, he was startled and raised a hand to rub his face. No, what the hell am I thinking? It's just a wild guess. My mind is just sensitive because I'm anxious. I don't know why I keep having these bad feelings. 2 years later, a loud voice rang out. Kila, congratulations on becoming a knight. You're so cool, Kila. Kila, how can she be so majestic? Kila, please look this way. Walking behind her were Serena and Livian. Serena spoke up, being famous is great. Kila was embarrassed. Someone is bad-mouthing me. It's time for you to get used to this. Oh, Kila, look over there. They cut out this newspaper and pasted it. Isn't that your picture next to it? Those were the newspapers in the hands of the screaming female students outside. Although Sir Rito is famous, it's not to this extent. Could that be me? Kila, you need to watch where you're going. All I did was study, train, and eliminate demonic beasts. Recalling, Kila's roommate asked, Kila, are you not asleep yet? She replied, I'm going to study a little longer. You go to sleep first. Or when they discovered newspapers about her, oh Kila, another article about you. I don't know when it started, but whenever there's an article about Carrie in the weekly magazine, 80% of it is about me. If that was all, it would be fine, but I've received letters from fans, and now I even have a stalker. I don't want to be this famous, everyone. Livian spoke up. Kila, are you listening? Huh? Yes. We have to go in now. Kila nodded. Today is an important day, so I must stay sharp. Even so, don't you think this is a bit too biased, father? The captain of the Night Order attending my personal knighting ceremony? And with high-ranking officials, no less. Is that even allowed? He spoke up. Kila Vesta, can you swear your absolute loyalty? To the supreme ruler of the Obak Empire, Emperor Lytric? She thought back to the day she swore her oath upon receiving Chues. The pledge required swearing loyalty to the king of the spirit kingdom, not the emperor of the empire. As a subject, I have to obey two kings at the same time. She looked up and said, I swear to be loyal to the Obak Empire and His Majesty the Emperor until death. He continued, can you swear that until the day you die, you will always be the first to charge in to save the Empire? And with the spirit of a knight, you will draw your sword for life and the noble values of protecting the old, the young, and the weak. Can you? She replied, I swear. From this day forward, Kila Vesta is knighted as a knight of the Obak Empire. After reading the oath, he presented the sword to her. Kila gently took it. Then she gripped the sword tightly. For the victory and eternal prosperity of the Obak Empire. Long live the Obak Empire. Long live the Obak Empire. A bouquet of fresh roses was presented. Kila. Phileas smiled. No, I should call you Sir Kila now, right? Iris added. Congratulations on your knighting ceremony. She smiled and accepted the flowers. Thank you, guys. What's to think? We don't see each other often because we're in different years. But we had to at least come and congratulate you. So how are the 7th year classes? Are they interesting? They're pretty good, although I've been getting a lot of emergency summons lately, so it's been pretty intense. At this moment, someone's voice rang out. Sir Kila. It was her group of adoring female students. Congratulations on your knighting ceremony. This is a cake we made in the kitchen. Please accept it. She smiled and accepted it. Thank you, I'll enjoy it. Yes, sir. That girl asked, but I have a question I'd like to ask you, Sir Kila. What is it? You can ask me anything. Is it true that you and Sir Rito have gotten back together? She cried out, huh? Huh? Kila walked away angrily. Aren't those gossips tired yet? Information from a close source. Did I get back together with him without even knowing it myself? It would be really boring if another newspaper article about me came out now. Just then, she realized with surprise. The door is open. Did someone just enter my room? She peeked inside. Who is it? It was Marian. She spoke, startling Marian. Marian. Phileas said with a laugh, you came at the right time. Kila received a cake, so we were just about to eat it together. She replied, no, I have to go now. I'm a bit busy. I just came to borrow a dictionary. She ran out. I'm sorry, I have to go. Kila wondered, what's wrong? Philia also said, is something wrong? That's not like Marian at all. At this moment, Kila noticed something on the table. She froze for 3 seconds, then cried out. Her friend asked, what's wrong, Kila? She thought to herself, Frank's letter is open. This letter is all about how Frank is enjoying his fun-filled days surrounded by the female students of Oculus. What should I do? Did Marian already read it? Just then, a bell suddenly rang. Philia asked, is that sound an emergency assembly order? Iris also said, it's been so long since we've seen each other, and now there are demonic beasts again? She forced a smile and thought, why did it have to be right when my mind is in such a mess? Sorry, guys, I think I have to go. Please pack my things for me. I know. Be careful, Kila. Don't worry. It seems like demonic beasts have been appearing a lot lately, right? Yeah. A voice rang out, attention. A Lampy's monster has appeared in Cadenburg, a shopping district in the capital city. We still can't be sure if they broke through the barrier or were summoned from within. Why on earth is Rito the commander today? Rito continued to speak clearly. Because the monster appeared in the capital, it falls under the jurisdiction of the Guard Knight Order. Currently, the Guard Knight Order is being assembled for another mission. They are moving to board the magic train. Kila thought to herself, another mission? Could it be related to the disputed territory that Father mentioned? Eric, the area that once belonged to the Spirit Kingdom. It's said that no one lives there now, but because there are many trees that can be used for construction, a dispute over usage rights and territory has begun. Therefore, almost all personnel will go there, leaving the capital empty. It was the same when the Blood Demon appeared at Jaebyuk 2 years ago. That must be why the Guard Knight Order couldn't arrive in time. Back in the present, Rito told everyone, we still have 3 hours until the Knight Order arrives. Our mission is to buy time. So, before he could finish, he looked down at Kila, who was spacing out. He asked her, are you listening, Kila? She was startled and replied, yes, I'm listening. Then tell me the things to be aware of when facing a Lampy's. She stood up and answered, the Lampy's tentacles contain a toxin. Even if you cut its tentacles, they will grow back within a minute, so you must be extremely careful not to be stabbed by them. They have only one weakness, which is the eye on their body. Exactly. If any of you are stabbed by a tentacle, use this antidote immediately. Don't try to attack its weak point. Students injured by a Lampy's must retreat to the rear. We will follow your orders. We've arrived. The mission is before us. Remember our objective. One by one, starting from the front row, disembark quickly. Land on the rooftops to avoid attracting the Lampy's attention. The people on the ship shouted, yes, sir. Seeing the massive Lampy's monster outside. Everyone on the ship saw it and started whispering. Did you just see that? Can we really face something that big? Can we buy enough time until the Night Order arrives? I want to go home. Kila opened the door to jump down, but a hand stopped her. It was Rito. Lady Kila. For this mission, sharp weapons are more advantageous. So please fall back and support me and am I. She replied, I understand. In her heart, she thought, he means the wooden sword form of Chu-S is useless right now. She and Rito began to jump down. They successfully landed on the rooftop. Rito looked down at her, and they both nodded. He said, now everyone get into position. Before he could finish his sentence, something green flashed by. Both Rito and Kila were startled. Imai was caught tightly by the Lampy's tentacle. Damn it, we were spotted earlier than expected. What do we do? Look, it has an eye on its back too. Help me. Rito rushed forward and cut off the Lampy's tentacle. Rescuing Imai. He shouted, what are you standing there for? Go rescue Imai and prepare the magic guns. Imai was given the purple potion to drink. Kila thought to herself, the poison has already spread throughout his body. At this rate. Rito ordered, magic rifles load. He shouted, fire. Bullets were fired, aiming at the tentacled monster. Each shot rang out loudly. They kept firing until Rito shouted, cease fire. The soldiers behind wondered, did we get it? It's clear. The smoke from the gunshots began to clear, revealing the scene. Kila said cautiously, something strange. No, could it be? She shouted, everyone, get out of the way. That Lampy's has recovered. And it's whipping its tentacles powerfully towards them. Everyone's faces turned pale. Rito ordered. Jump to the nearby roof. Prepare for the next volley. Fire continuously without stopping. Get the wounded inside. Kila and Rito had to watch as their comrades were impaled by the monster's tentacles. Kila was extremely worried. There are too many injured. If we keep this up, we won't be able to hold out for an hour, and everyone will be killed. She charged in forcefully, slashing at the Lampy's tentacles. If only I could cut off all its tentacles. What should I do? Rito shouted a warning to her, Kila, watch your back. When she turned around, she saw Rito slashing at the Lampies's tentacle to protect her. She silently called out Rito. He looked at her and said angrily, hold your position, Kila. We only have 20 people at most. Our only choice is to wait for the night order to arrive. She argued back, what? How can 20 people last for 3 hours, not to mention more than half of them are already injured? I have another way. Let's collect the guns from the injured and give them to those who are still able-bodied. Rito was surprised. What? She explained, we just need to confuse the Lampies. He said worriedly, wait a minute, Kila. Shues. Kila summoned the glowing staff. She gripped it tightly. Rito grabbed her shoulder to stop her. Wait, Kila. Right now, Choose is nothing more than a crude weapon. How can something like that face a monster full of tentacles? She forcefully shook his hand off. She turned to look at him and said, this is an emergency. Keep a cool head. Rito said nothing more after hearing that. Kila tightened her grip on the staff. She took a deep breath to calm herself. I only have one chance, I can't fail. A voice rang out, it's okay to fail. Kila looked around, searching for the owner of the voice. She looked at the glowing staff in her hand. So the owner of the voice was this staff. It continued, it's okay even if you fail. If you don't succeed once, try again. There are plenty of other chances. I remember the past. Sis, did you know? During training, I think Shichiro spoke to me. It's strange, isn't it? It feels like Shishiro and I have become one. She closed her eyes and thought to herself, that's right, so this is the feeling. If I cancel the summon, Shues will return to my right hand. I must take advantage of that. So you already knew, Shuet. Rito, prepare to fire. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. You always do as you please. Despite his helplessness, he still followed her lead. He ordered, what are you standing there for? Get ready to fire. To allow Kila to approach the Lampyish, keep firing continuously at the monster. The guns fired continuously. Kila raised her staff. The target is the eye surrounded by tentacles. She got a running start. If I throw Chues with all the power amplified by Chues into my right hand. She started running forward at full speed. Kila jumped up, her gaze incredibly sharp at this moment. She threw the staff powerfully at the monster. The staff flew towards it. The monster tried to raise its tentacles again. But the staff was a step faster. The Chu's staff pierced through the Lampies. Kila landed safely, watching the monster spurt a lot of blood from afar. Rito and the others watched from a distance, nervously awaiting the result. Suddenly, a rumbling sound caught Kila's attention. The tentacles of that monster were stretching out. Everyone witnessing the scene wondered, is it dead? It's dead. Finally. Everyone shouted loudly, we finally defeated it. They all jumped up to celebrate their victory. We defeated an A-rank monster. That was amazing. Rito laughed and said, it's not time to celebrate yet. Get the wounded to the hospital. Yes, sir. Kila, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. She looked up at the sky. It's over. At the castle, everyone shouted, Lady Kila, you were so cool this time. Kila, when on earth did they all gather here? We all fought together. If I'm the only one getting this much attention, it'll lower the morale of the other students. She glanced to the side. A black-haired figure with his eyes covered was looking at her. The girls couldn't stop their excitement. Kila, please accept my handkerchief. Mine too. She waved her hand to decline, then glanced over there again. But that person was gone. She thought to herself, did I see things? Scene change. The sound of clashing metal rang out. It was the sound of two swords clashing. It's Kila and Lilith. I clearly heard that today was just for training. But why did the guard knight order come here? Lilith said, you can't let your guard down when you're fighting 3 people. She smiled and said, sorry, then she knocked Lilith's sword away. The battle continued. In the end, they were all disarmed. Kila Vesta is the winner. Damn it, I got taken down at the beginning of the round again. As expected, we can't beat Kila. This sword isn't bad right now, but... How do I return it to its original form? Then a voice of admiration was heard. As expected of Chu-S. Its power is more terrifying than the rumors. It seems its power has grown much greater than when it was owned by Marquis Vesta. In the future, if Knight Kila joins the Guard Knight Order, she will become an outstanding soldier. As the headmaster, I am extremely proud. Someone else opined, to be precise, it's all thanks to the power of Chu-S. The headmaster said nothing, looking angry. The other person said, more importantly, I hear that Frank is wielding Shishiro. And the Empress is very interested in Shishiro. Frank has also discussed joining the Imperial Guard. So the two treasures of the Vesta family, Shishiro and Chouette, are as good as belonging to the royal palace. The Empress must be able to use them whenever she wishes. That is not for the Vesta family to decide. If the matter is resolved smoothly, it will also benefit the Vesta family. Joining the Guard Knight Order is a great honor for a noble family. After saying that, they both stood up to leave. Before leaving, he turned back and said, Headmaster, please relay this message to their family. The headmaster replied helplessly, I will do so. Then the two of them finally disappeared behind the door. The headmaster thought, so the Empress has started to target the Vesta family's treasures. What should I do? That night, a voice echoed in Kila's dormitory room. I did it. I did it, Kila. Through the bird, her father informed her, Frank, that boy, Frank. Father, calm down. What about Frank? How can I stay calm with such happy news? What's making you so happy, Dad? Frank has become a Shishiro master. At this point, she came to her senses, not believing what she had just heard. What? Wait a minute. A Shishiro master? Frank? That's right, Frank did it. The boy is showing abilities that surpass anyone else in the family. She asked, so that means he can create a barrier with a range wider than the Vesta territory? The Vesta territory? The boy can even create a barrier that covers the entire Urbex Empire. Impossible. Her father said proudly, I couldn't believe it either. My judgment of character is never wrong. That's amazing, Frank. I never thought he'd become a Shishiro master so quickly, and with the greatest ability in history at that. Now he won't have to hide anymore. Then she asked again, Frank is still at Oculus, right? Then maybe it's time for him to come home. Oh, that's right, I have something else I want to discuss with you. Discuss? That's right, even the royal family is interested in the news about Frank. They want Frank to join the Imperial Guard next year. No way. Dad, you said you'd let Frank live the life he wants. Kila, I also support Frank joining the Imperial Guard. Frank has become a Shichiro master, so no one can bully him. She couldn't believe her father would say such a thing. She sadly wondered, for what reason have I been hiding him all this time? The royal palace is absolutely out of the question. She shot up and asked, what about Frank's opinion? His opinion is the most important. I've already spoken with him. Frank wants to graduate from Oculus before thinking about it. Maybe he really likes Oculus. Is that so? For now, let's leave it at that. We can talk about this later, Dad. I'm tired, so I'm going to rest now. All right, let's do that. You get some rest. It was already 2 in the morning. She tiredly threw herself onto her soft bed. But her thoughts wouldn't stop racing. It was hard enough to shake off Rito, and now the royal family is involved. Even though Frank has become a Cicero master, the royal palace will sooner or later fall into Asta's hands. I can't let things follow the original plot. The next morning, she waved goodbye to her classmates after class ended. You worked hard, Kila. You too. See you later. But as she was walking to the next building, a hand pulled her aside. She turned her head in surprise. It was Marianne. Her expression was very serious, and she was holding a stack of papers. Kila, I need to talk to you for a moment. A little later, they were in the school garden. She said, I've investigated Oculus boarding school. It's a girls' school. Kila froze. What's meant to be will be. She stammered in reply, it used to be like that. But now it's a co-ed boarding school. Only on paper, isn't it? Why is Frank attending a girls' school? That's because. Don't avoid the question, look me in the eye and tell me. Calm down, Marianne. What should I do? The girl seems very angry. She could only explain helplessly, I had no choice. Frank said he wanted to study at a school in the Troy-Sandlin region. She thought that, even if she told the truth, she wouldn't believe her. Marian suddenly pushed the stack of papers into her hands. She asked in surprise, "What is this?" She answered bluntly, "Documents about the noble schools in the Troy-Sun region. I asked the lord of the Troy-Sun region, and he recommended these schools to me first. Of course, they are boys' schools that are superior to Oculus in every way, from ranking to anything else. Among those documents is one for Oculus. If there's anything else you don't know, please take a look." She was so surprised she couldn't say anything but call out Marianne's name. "I'm sorry for investigating behind your back. But there's more than one or two suspicious things, from the amount of donation money the Vesta family sent to the time when Frank became interested in Troy-Sun, a place he didn't even know about. And right at that moment, you introduced him to Oculus. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? I read Frank's letter on your desk. I'm sorry for reading it without permission." She had suspected it, but as expected, she had read it then. Marian continued to speak. "However, regarding the fact that my fiancé is surrounded by many other girls, I cannot let it slide. Please tell Frank to drop out. Please make Frank drop out of there." This statement surprised Kila immensely. She just called out Marian. She thought to herself, I understand Marian's feelings. Her fiancé is living with a bunch of girls at a girls' school. She must be shocked. If the news that Frank is studying at that school gets out, but my feelings for Frank are also genuine. Thinking this, she spoke up, "Marianne. I've already discussed that with Frank. Frank also said he wants to study at Oculus until he graduates." "What?" "There are still 3 years until graduation." "Why is that?" "He'd rather study at a girls' school?" "As his fiancé, I will demand that Frank drop out of there immediately." "I'm sorry, Marianne. I want Frank to live the way he wants. To live a life where he is no longer bullied by anyone. To be able to do what he loves. To live without worries." The two fell into silence. A moment later, Marian argued again, "That's not possible. I know you're thinking of Frank, but I don't understand why you would decide this without saying a word to his fiancé, me. So, as my sister-in-law, you don't want me to become your sister-in-law." Hearing that, Kila froze in shock. "Wait, what is this situation? There's no way I hate Marianne." "What are you talking about, Marian? It's not like that." "Fine. If that's your stance, then I'll meet him directly and resolve this. How did things turn out like this?" "Marian, please reconsider. Oculus is in a remote area. It's not a place a noble lady like Marian should go. If Frank can go, why can't I?" Marian isn't acting like her usual self at all. "What's wrong? Could it be?" "No, that can't be it." She asked in disbelief, "Marianne, could it be that you like Frank?" As if hitting the nail on the head, she blushed shyly. Her eyes widened in disbelief at what she was seeing. She replied, "Yes, I like him. I've liked Frank since the first time we met as children." "Is that wrong?" "The engagement was also because I asked my parents for it. So I will never give up on Frank. I won't ignore this matter." She left that statement behind and turned to leave. Leaving Kila stunned, not understanding what was happening because this content was not in the original story. What does this mean? A few days later, Philia suddenly announced, "Have you guys heard? Marian has dropped out of school." A few days ago, she packed her bags and went home to die to Myrup. Iris asked, "Did something happen?" Kila said, "She transferred to the school Frank attends. Anyway, it's a bit sad that she left without a word. She should have at least let us say goodbye. She must have been too busy to say goodbye. I'm sure she'll send a letter. You guys must be sad right now, right? I'll be going first then. See you later, Kila." "See you later." But seeing the direction she was going, they felt confused. Didn't Kila say she had training? It's strange, she's going in the opposite direction of the training ground. In a quiet forest, Kila lay on a spacious grassy field. She was lost in her own thoughts. "I don't know why I feel so troubled. It's probably fine to be absent for just today." She raised her hand to look at the seal on it. Come to think of it, Frank once said that when he trains alone, he usually trains in the forest. It seems it's because he can feel the forest's atmosphere, so his training is more effective. I feel like that might be it. She got up. After thinking for a long time, she finally decided to call Chouette. At this moment, the seal on her hand glowed. A sword appeared in her hand. She closed her eyes and felt the different atmosphere around her. It's so magical. Maybe chooses like Shishiro. You have to train in places like riverbanks, lakes, or forests to be effective. Because both Shishiro and Chouette are made from the power of spirits, so I have to be in a place with many spirits for my power to be unleashed. While she wasn't paying attention, the sword in her hand lit up. As if sensing it, she immediately opened her eyes. What was that just now? It was as if a voice was transmitted into my head. Then, she saw a boy in a school uniform standing near it. She couldn't help but feel scared. Who is that? He seems to have been staring at me this whole time. Out of curiosity, she asked, "Hey, what year are you in? Do you need to see me?" But that boy was strange. He didn't say anything, just stared at her and slowly backed away. She quickly warned him. "That area hasn't been repaired yet. It's dangerous. Come over here." At this point, the sword in her hand disappeared. The strange boy smiled and said to her, "I will protect you." Huh? Wait. But a strong gust of wind pushed her back, forcing her to raise her hands to shield herself. When the wind died down, the boy had also disappeared, leaving her stunned alone on the grass. He's gone. Just like that, 3 months have passed. Preparing for graduation and being an advisor to the underclassmen has me swamped. The father's voice suddenly came through the bird. "Kila, I know you're busy with graduation, but you still have to come home this weekend." She asked, "Is something wrong?" "Well, something happened at home." "Could it be about Frank?" "Kila, you've become an aunt." Kila was stunned. "An aunt? So that means Frank has. Could it be that she's pregnant with that guy's child? Is this another plot twist I don't know about? How can that be?" "That's right, Marianne is having Frank's child." Kila froze and screamed, "What did you say, Dad?" After that, Kila returned home. Remy and Anto came out to greet her. "Lady Kila, it's been a long time. The family members are all waiting in the first-floor drawing room." Kila said happily, "Thank you." Remy reminded her, "My lady, please remember to walk lightly and speak softly in the hallway. Young Master Frank has instructed so because there's a baby in the house now." "I'll remember." "Pregnant? What happened while I was away?" Although in this era, both of them are adults, I never expected them to have a baby before getting married. "Kila, it's been a long time, sis." "Marian, have you been well?" "I'm fine. I heard the news. Are you feeling okay?" "Oh my, how far along are you?" Marian replied happily, "I'm very healthy thanks to the care of my parents. The baby is about 8 weeks now. They said both the baby and I are healthy." Kila felt happier hearing that. Suddenly, Frank ran over and called out, "Marianne, you should wear a scarf when you go out. The weather is a bit chilly now, so you need to dress warmly when you go out." "Thank you, Frank." "Hey you, who are you? It's been a long time since you've seen this older sister of yours, yet you don't even glance at me." Frank suddenly realized. "When did you get back?" Kila stiffened. "I've been back for a while now." She smiled. "You seem to be taking good care of Marianne. This is a time when we need to be careful." The butler came and said, "It's cold in the hallway. Everyone, please go into the dining room to talk. Lunch is ready. The master and mistress are waiting. We'll be right there." A lavish meal was prepared. Everyone was laughing and talking cheerfully. I can't believe I've become a grandmother already. It's so exciting. Even seeing it with my own eyes, I can't believe it. I can't believe it either. She really never let go of that boy, just as she said. I was so surprised when I heard from Dad. "The wedding will be held at the Vesta mansion?" Marian replied, "Yes, after the wedding, I plan to continue living here." "You're not going back to the Duke Demirov's mansion?" Marian hesitated. "Of course, I'd be comfortable going back. But my father was furious about this. If I go back to the Demirov mansion now, it will be very hard for Frank." "I'm fine, so Marian, just stay where you're comfortable. It's only natural for my father-in-law to be angry." "It's okay. I feel most comfortable where Frank is anyway. He looked very moved when he heard that. They're being affectionate again at the dinner table. What are you two doing? And the wedding is scheduled to be held in a month. Kila felt that was too rushed. Kila's mother also explained that they couldn't wait until her belly got bigger to get married. The wedding will be a simple one with only close relatives from both families, so you must attend. Of course. It's my brother's wedding. Thank you, sis. Oh, right. What about school? I've also had a serious talk with Marion. We plan to take a temporary leave from school. Because right now, Marion's and the baby's health is the top priority. We can get our diplomas later. It doesn't have to be from Oculus. The answer left Kila speechless. I'm surprised. Is this the same kid who ran away from the dorm 2 years ago? Is this really my brother, the one who cried because he was beaten up by his friends? Hasn't Frank matured a lot? That's right. I'm just looking forward to your wedding. Elsewhere. The sound of a door opening and a name being called asked her. He looked over and smiled. You're here. Rito looked for a moment and then suddenly drew his sword. He held it to Ast's throat. I just ran into you in the hallway. What is that thing? Ast looked up at Rito and asked. You're here? Rito froze, then swung his sword at him. He dissolved into flower petals. Rito picked up a small petal and observed it. Still a fake. No wonder it's been so quiet lately. Turns out they were all fake dummies. Someone opened the door and entered. Rito pointed his sword at the person entering. It was Ast. Ast was startled by the sword pointed at him. Ast pushed the sword away from his neck and said, What is this? Why are you entering someone else's room without permission? Rito asked, What are you wearing? Isn't that a Gratiso uniform? Ast replied calmly, I found it. What do you think? I look pretty good in a uniform, don't I? You went out in that outfit? What will you do if the curse is awakened? Ast laughed dismissively. The Empress's curse. I'm still alive and well even though I'm past the age of 15. Isn't the answer obvious? Don't be so quick to judge. You were seriously ill at your coming-of-age ceremony, weren't you? Yeah, it felt like my body was falling apart then. But Rito, I have a very good feeling. I'll tell you the details later. But you probably guessed that even if the Empress put a curse on me. If the child born is a boy, he will die when he comes of age. But she can't kill me because I'm much stronger than her. Seeing Ast humming and singing without a care in the world made Rito sigh. Anyway, please. Stop scattering your clones all over the mansion and stay in one place. Don't worry, I'll be back at the Lee's mansion soon. What are you going back there alone for? The Duke isn't at the mansion. I'm not going back alone. I'm going with my knight. What the hell are you talking about? Hey, it's done. At the academy, praises rang out. Kila will graduate after this semester, right? Graduating after only 2 years, you're really amazing. You guys are exaggerating. Not only that, you were also appointed as a knight. That's beyond amazing. It's nothing. Suddenly, Philia became quiet. It'll be really sad when Kila graduates. Marion isn't here either. Kila smiled at her. Iris asks Kila if she has decided to join the Royal Guard or the military police. Kila replies that she'll join the military police, since everyone who possesses the S mark chooses that path. Does that mean Kila will become the commander-in-chief of the Knights Guard in the future? The Vesta family has always produced commanders-in-chief, but she doesn't know because she has other things to do. In the future, that will be much more important than becoming a commander. She places a hand on her chest and thinks, it's to protect my family. Philia encourages her. Kila, you have strong convictions, so you'll do well. Kila is happy to have her friends' support. But they're still worried she might get hurt. Kila asks, is the border region that dangerous? Philia mentions that she read in the newspaper that the Haiden Kingdom has formed an alliance. She wonders if it's because of the disputed territory. Isn't that the place Urbak occupied? Auric has fallen, but because it shares a border, both nations have started claiming that territory as their own. They say they're after the logging rights because Auric has a lot of timber for construction. But recently, a noble has been buying up a lot of land there, not in the plains, but only in the rocky mountain areas. Just the rocky, gravel-filled hills? You can't grow anything there. This is why the minds of nobles are so hard to understand. Spirit stones and magic stones are the source of a mage's power. In the original story, Ast owned the mining area and ruled over the mages. So it was from this point on that Duke Leeds began buying up the mineral-rich areas to hand over to Ast. Philia says, even if you go to the border, remember to write to us. Of course. If I get leave, I'll definitely come see you guys first. Iris is very happy to hear that. What an honor. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind startles the three of them. Why is the wind so strong all of a sudden? Kila recalls that this phenomenon is exactly like last time. As the wind blows hard, Iris tries to shield herself and calls out to Kila. Kila, let's go inside quickly. Kila refuses, trying to look ahead. You guys go on ahead, I need to confirm something. She sees someone's silhouette. Philia tries to call out to Kila. Kila tells them to go inside. Iris says, I understand, but you have to come in right after, okay? Kila shouts, who are you? Show yourself. Someone's footsteps on a leaf. A young man appears and says, oh, there were a few others here just a moment ago. Why are you the only one left, Kila? Kila is shocked. How does he know her name? He notices the symbol on Kila's hand. He says, the S mark. So it's the old S mark. Kila asks uncertainly, who are you? No, are you even human? You still don't recognize me? He removes the short black wig, revealing pink hair. Kila is horrified by what she sees before her. It's Ast. He smiles and says, it's been a while, Kila Vesta. She backs away in fear, thinking, Ast, why is he here? There's a barrier around the academy. How did you get in? He laughs and replies, a barrier, you say? I didn't feel a thing. Impossible. He passed through the barrier erected by the mages of the magic tower. Is Ast's power that strong? You don't seem surprised to hear my voice, though. You knew from the beginning, didn't you? Kila's heart pounds. What are you talking about? She's terrified, her mind screaming at her to run. She grips the sword in her hand. What do you mean knew? Knew what? Her mind urges her to run, to get away from there immediately. Ast smiles. You can't defeat me with that, Kila. Now, shall we settle this? Do you know about the golden passion flower? Without her noticing, 2 vines have wrapped around her legs. She panics. What is this? They continue to creep up to her neck. They wrap so tightly that she can't break free. As she's restrained by the vines, Ast tells her the passion flower vine is quite rare, so it's not easy to find. If you had accepted my invitation to the tea party, I wouldn't have had to go this far. He gently approaches and places his hand on her face. I just wanted to talk to you. She begins to lose consciousness, thinking, my eyes are getting heavy. Is it because of this passion flower vine? She drifts into a haze. Before passing out, Ast says, I was going to wait until you graduated. But I heard you're going to be even busier from now on. Kila stumbles and falls into Ast. I suppose there's no need to wait any longer, is there? At this point, she has lost consciousness. Sleep well. The scene shifts to the royal palace. The queen is calmly enjoying a cup of tea. Her beautiful back is shown. She speaks, come in. My beloved sons. 2 young men quickly enter. One of them steps forward and hugs her tightly. Mother, have you been well? Yes, I'm glad to see my Lotai is healthy. She looks at her other son and says, Crown Prince, you come here too. He approaches and hugs the queen. I'm happy to see you've recovered, Mother. My Cairo, you look so pale. It's because I haven't been able to sleep lately. You can't sleep? Then take this. It's a quince flower I just picked. Cairo looks at the flower with a confused expression. But he takes it anyway. Thank you, Mother. Lotai approaches, patting Cairo on the shoulder. Relax a little, brother. Why do you look so grim after receiving such a precious gift? Cairo brushes Lotai's hand away and says coldly, Why don't you ask Mother for a flower? Hearing this, Cairo falls silent and frowns. The queen tells them, Cairo, Lotai, please get along. Your nephews might learn from you. Cairo says, it's hard to keep up with Lotai. He sent poison as a gift to the children. Lotai retorts, what's wrong with you? They quite liked that gift. And almost died. Although our eldest brother isn't here, the children. Before he can finish, the queen stops Cairo from speaking further. How many times have I told you? Watch what you say. There are eyes and ears everywhere. Both of you must speak carefully within the palace. She offers a flower branch to Lotai. If you like, I'll give you this quincy branch. It has properties that can improve one's mood. Receiving the branch, he gently brings it up to smell its fragrance. It seems you really like this flower, Mother. Of course. Quince is effective at relieving stress and helping one sleep better. That's why I love this flower. It makes my mood and soul clear. Of course, that's not always the case. For some, it can make a gentle person aggressive and make a healthy person weak. Cairo immediately asks someone, "Who would that be?" I picked some quincy, made a bouquet, and sent it as a birthday gift. A flower this fragrant and uplifting could very well be poison to those people. Oh, right. Both of you have some tea. This is tea brewed from quincy petals. Cairo stares at the teacup with a worried expression. Don't worry, Crown Prince, I haven't poisoned it. Cairo is startled and explains, Mother, you've misunderstood me. I'm sorry. Cairo slowly sips the tea and then sets the cup down. Do those people know that this flower is fatal to them? Quincy can't have a soul, so this flower would be fatal to them. No, perhaps they don't even know it exists. Mother, there's a reason, Lotai, and I came to see you today. I want to tell you about a dream I've been having recently. Brother, don't make such a big deal out of dreams. Cairo inherited his power from a mage like me, so his senses have always been sharp. Tell me about it. Cairo nervously recounts, recently, I've been having the same dream over and over. In the dream, the throne is surrounded by pools of blood. All four sides are soaked in blood as if a rain of it had fallen. And the corpses with pink hair demanded something from me. In the dream, a woman with long pink hair, covered in blood, said, "Give it back. Get out of there. That is my child's place. Get out." He was terrified when he heard her say that. A bloody hand was raised in a threat. We will drag your descendants down with us to avenge our hatred. Behind that corpse was an entire clan with pink hair. After hearing the story, Lotai asks with disinterest, "Is that all?" The queen mumbles, "Pink hair. The spirit kingdom fell due to civil war. We merely occupied the abandoned land of Auric." I know what has made you feel uneasy, Prince. You must be terrified after dreaming of pools of blood for several days. But the dead are dead. For someone who will one day steer the empire to talk about having a scary dream and become so weak. Is that acceptable? Have some more tea, Prince. The queen hands the teacup to Cairo. The teacup reflects Cairo's fearful eyes. It's not that, Mother. In that dream, a man with pink hair was holding a head in his left hand. Upon seeing that image, Cairo trembled and called for his mother, because the head was none other than hers. The man, with a terrifying face, played with the queen's head in his hand. Inside the luxurious and splendid room now. And on the bed lies Kila. She gently opens her eyes and wakes up. She is still dazed, not knowing where she is. This is. Then suddenly, Ast appears before her. You're awake. Kila jumps up with a scream. Ast asks, what are you so startled about? Kila sits up and quickly scoots back. Let me introduce myself formally. I am Estelle. Estelle is the name I use when I go out. You already knew, didn't you, who I am? What do you mean you knew? Now we finally have some time alone, don't we? Like I said, I was going to wait until you graduated. But you said you'd be busy after graduation, right? And if you work at the border, we won't be able to see each other. When will you let me go? Don't worry so much. I don't intend to keep you here forever. Just have some fun with me, and then I'll let you go. Kila asks, how old did you say you were this year? Are you curious about my age? I'm the same age as Kila's younger brother. Frank? I've investigated everything about Kila. I'm the type of person who has to know everything I want to know. The tea is ready. Sit down. Kila gets off the bed and sits in a chair, her tense face looking down at the tea table. Ast asks, you look upset. Is it because I brought you here so suddenly? Don't worry, I'm not going to eat you. This will only make you more tired. It's only now that I realize it. What is this sense of danger? He's clearly past the age of majority, but he's not mature at all. In the original story, it definitely said he would become much more mature than this after the curse was broken. Since he's still alive after passing the age of majority, doesn't that mean the curse is already broken? Why is he still like this? Suddenly, As speaks up. Well, isn't this strange? I've prepared this too. Asmza Ekel. Kila is surprised, thinking, this looks like the one sold in front of the academy at Quarry. Wait, could this be? Have I replaced Frank and started following the original story's plot? In contrast to Kila's changing expression, Ast laughs and asks, what do you think? It's your favorite, right? This is completely unimaginable. Her hand, holding the teacup, trembles. No, maybe I'm jumping to conclusions. Calm down, calm down. Her body feels stiff, accompanied by a tremor. What should I do? Ast gently places his hand on her trembling one. Ast's action makes her a little surprised. You seem very nervous. Is this better? She doesn't know what to say, just mumbles and His hand is warmer than I thought. She feels a bit embarrassed and pulls her hand back. It's fine now. It seems he's a bit different from the cruel personality described in the original story. So, is this situation different from Frank's? For now, I shouldn't anger him and just go along with his wishes. Ast gently picks up the teacup to enjoy it. Are you really going to let me go home? When? I'll decide that. Kila looks at Ast nervously. What do I have to do? Ast rests his chin on his hands and looks at her. Talk. We are talking right now. Not like this. Talk seriously. How can we be serious when we're strangers on the surface? Ast suddenly asks, why did you break up with Rito? She touches her head. This is a serious topic for you. What do you mean break up? We just annulled the engagement. Our personalities weren't compatible from the start. Is that the only reason? What do you mean only? That's very important to me. Even if it's a fake marriage, I still care about appearances. But Rito is handsome. This statement makes Kila freeze. Huh? Ast continues, I heard he's also quite the womanizer. Kila is so uncomfortable she can't even swallow. So Kila is the type to marry for love? No, I believe in being single, meaning I'll never get married. With any man? Well, what if he's rich, handsome, tall, obeys your every command, is powerful and willingly does housework? At this, Kila's eyes suddenly light up. I don't know. Ast bursts out laughing. There's no such person in this world. So, what kind of person do you want to marry? What about those conditions? This is so frustrating. What? Since I was a child, I've never thought about it. At this moment, she suddenly remembers. Oh, Ast had always tormented his grandfather and Marquise's couple, saying he wanted to marry Rita. But after finding out he was a boy, he restrained himself. She quickly says, don't think that marriage is something you have to do. That's an old-fashioned way of thinking. Why am I even justifying myself? Your brother Frank, I heard he's getting married. Originally, it was supposed to be you and Rito who got married. Kila silently sips her tea. I'll repeat, we've already annulled the engagement. I don't care about Sir Rito one bit. He's not my type. Is he doing this on purpose? I've been repeating the same thing this whole time. As says happily, I see, so you hate Rito. This statement surprises her so much she chokes on her tea. How did it turn into that? It's not hate, don't misunderstand. Should I get you a handkerchief? As Ast hands her a handkerchief, he asks, so you like him? How many more times do I have to explain this? I've already said it. I have no feelings for him at all. You can't hate or like someone you've just met on the street, right? For me, Rito is just like that. Is that so? If that's the case, I understand. Now, I'll give you a tour of this mansion. Let's go. Ast happily hums. He seems to be in a good mood now. He's really hard to understand. Here, you have to wear this while walking around the mansion. Ast takes a red ribbon and ties it around her wrist. This will allow Kila to move around here freely. She is surprised and thinks, he's going to let me be free? Don't take it off. This can't be undone with a spell. It looks like a normal string. Can I cut it with scissors? As if reading her thoughts, Ass smiles and says, neither a knife nor scissors can cut it. Give it up. Of course, if it's the S mark, that's a different story. Kila feels speechless with the person in front of her. She touches her face and shouts, S mark. The back of her hand suddenly glows brightly. A sword appears in her hand, but it's just a wooden sword. Huh? She feels very embarrassed at this moment. Asked, like a fan, laughs out loud. Why is it a wooden sword now? This is so embarrassing. Kila, you're really cute. It won't work in your current state. Kila has to become a master to undo it. She stares in amazement at the wooden sword in her hand. The two are currently on a tour. Anyway, if you wear that, I can know where you are. I mean, you won't have a chance to leave the mansion on your own. I've already created a barrier in this area. Kila looks at the ribbon on her wrist in astonishment. Do you really have to drag me around like a criminal? She looks at Ast angrily, while he just happily hums. Ast chatters on as they walk. My house has many rooms that I haven't even set foot in. Even so, it's fortunate that I don't see the evil intentions and darkness of the Ast I know. Kila, come here. This is the place I wanted to show you. Right now, he's just like a happy child inviting a friend over to his house. Hurry up. Why are you walking so slowly? Why is that smile so adorable? But I absolutely don't want him to discover this thought. When they arrive, Ast opens the door to a room. Here it is. This is the room my mother used to stay in. It's the most vibrant place in this mansion. Indeed, the room is so beautiful that it makes her exclaim in admiration. Everything here is preserved by magic. Those flowers were arranged before my mother passed away. It's been 17 years. Suddenly, her eyes are drawn to a certain spot. Could that be the flower on the table next to the bed? Natural objects are where spirits reside the most. Ass says with a slightly sad face, both my grandmother and my mother loved talking to spirits, so they always kept flowers near them. Kila feels a bit tense. Strange, Ass should know. That's the flower that killed Ass's mother, but why is it still here? The two leave the room. There are still many flowers and trees in the garden. Do you want to go see them? Huh? Ast holds out his hand. Let's go. She is a little surprised by Ast's gesture, but she places her hand in his. All right, let's go see. By now, it's dark and both are in the garden. This is Callie's garden. She looks at the scenery before her in awe. This is a garden? It's so big, isn't it? My grandfather loved her so much that he planted 200 different types of plants for her. In the past, she would come here every morning to receive spiritual energy. Kila asks, so you don't need to receive that spiritual energy? Perhaps because my blood has thinned, it doesn't matter whether I receive it or not. Ast gently raises his hand into the air. At this moment, all the leaves, as if blown by the wind, float into the air. They all glow with a sparkling light. It doesn't matter even if I overuse my spiritual power. Kila is astonished by the sight before her. Ast closes his hand. Simultaneously, all the leaves stop and fall to the ground. Kila happily claps, her eyes filled with admiration. Amazing. You like it? But we've gone quite deep in. Can we find our way out? Ast pulls on the ribbon on her wrist. Of course. Gently placing a kiss on the ribbon, he says, we won't get lost. The spirits here will show us the way. Ast looks up at her with a confident expression. So all you have to do is follow me. After a while, a large gate appears before them. She looks up. Is this the end of the forest? This is a prison. Oh, you've misunderstood. Ast quickly explains, because there are frequent thieves, we had to build such a high wall. Since ancient times, there have been thieves targeting this mansion. Is that so? Then what about the prison in your basement? Ast is a bit taken aback by her words. Suddenly, the atmosphere changes slightly. She quickly covers her mouth. I think I'm the only one who knows about that. Kila, Ast's expression changes to a mysterious smile as he looks at her. It seems Kila knows a lot about me. Do you like the underground prison? Want to go take a look? No, I misspoke. How would I know? It would be interesting to see that. Let's go. What? No, I don't. No way. I said that's not it. Why would I want to see it? Oh, I don't know. The two are heading down to the basement. The basement prison has existed since my family was granted this land and received this mansion. It's very old. This is the entrance. Ast snaps his fingers. The door immediately opens. Inside are streaks of light. The scene before her is somewhat astonishing. Come on, Kila. It's slippery, so hold my hand tightly. Kila is still amazed by the sight, but she takes Ast's hand. A long time ago, a lord who ruled this land ordered all criminals to be imprisoned here. Now, there's no one managing it anymore. It's so similar it gives me goosebumps. This room reminds her of a scene she doesn't want to remember. Help me. Please save me. Kila unconsciously clenches her fists. Ast cheerfully turns to Kila and says, "What do you think? Magical, huh?" Seeing her reaction, Ast immediately returns to his normal state. Kila's current reaction makes it seem like she knows this place well. Kila really does recognize it, doesn't she? The name of that statue is the Woman's Embrace. Although it brings a painful death, the woman's expression is very benevolent. I really like this contrast. Ast approaches and places his hand on the statue. I've never had the chance to use it, but it's quite interesting. There's no occasion to use this trick anymore. Ast's words seem to bring back memories she doesn't want to think about. Doesn't it hurt? Since the Liss family moved into this mansion, all the criminals brought here have been under their management. Try asking Rito to save you. If not, I'll let you taste the woman's embrace. Ast leans in to look directly at her. Kila, are you listening to me? Only then does she snap out of it. Yes. It's not interesting at all. Oh, about that. Ast smiles and says, this is far enough. Don't go any further. I'll show you the puppies I'm raising. Kila thinks there's definitely something different from just replacing Frank Root. I have to stay alert. Maybe I can avoid the tragedy from the original story. Kila looks at Ast with a serious expression. It's so refreshing to get out of there after being inside for so long. Ast points forward. Those are my dogs, Kila. She looks at them with some fear. The dogs bark loudly. Ast gently asks, are you kids doing well? From left to right are Lily, Daisy, Rosa, Amanda, Jane, and Benny. These guys may look like this, but they're all gentle. Come here. Kila looks fearfully at the dogs in front of her. What? But Ast gently reassures her. Don't worry. Gentle? Right now, they look very wary of me. Suddenly, they bark loudly, making her jump. Ast looks at them with many questions. Why are these guys reacting so strongly? They're not usually like this. You guys, Kila is my guest. Behave like gentlemen. They continue to bark loudly without letting up. Strange, are they hungry? Ast holds out a piece of meat in front of them. Here, meat. Then he throws the piece of meat onto the ground. They immediately pounce on it, tearing the meat apart. Their actions make her a little suspicious. Don't tell me you're starving them? What? Nonsense. I feed these kids a lot. They even have their own exclusive nutritionist. Oh, is that so? More importantly, this scene feels very familiar. About 7 pieces, no? They were starved for a week, so they're eating well, aren't they? Thanks to you, my precious dogs get to eat their fill. The image and Ast's words flash before her eyes, and the sight of those ferocious dogs terrifies her to the core. It's definitely these dogs. Hence why they look so familiar. In contrast to her fear, Ast sits down and pets his dogs. Look, they're very gentle. So they were just hungry. Want to pet them, Kila? Ast turns his head and sees Kila cowering at the far end of the wall. Seeing her current state makes Ast laugh a little. Kila, when did you run over there? Are you that scared? Her disgruntled face stares at Ast and the dogs. Ast is still smiling. I get it, I get it. Since we're out in the garden, let's have a boxed lunch together. Kila stares blankly at Ast's casual behavior. We only had snacks earlier, so you must be hungry now, right? Ast spreads a cloth on the table and places glasses and some desserts on it. Let's eat. A moment ago, you were only holding a piece of meat like this. So where did that basket come from? I brought it from the kitchen. You were clearly empty-handed. Oh. Ast raises his hand. If you're wondering about that, it's this. A black circle appears on Ast's hand. Suddenly, everything around them flashes with a black light. Kila is surprised by the scene before her. What? What is this? That thing? This is a pocket dimension. I can use it to store supplies. Don't you remember? I also put Kila in this space to bring you here. The circle in Ast's hand glows. Kila quickly looks around. I shrunk you down to the size and put you in there. You can't directly teleport a person of normal size. So you took out that fresh piece of meat from it too? No, there's a much simpler method for that. Ast raises his hand and twirls it in the air, opening a flashing space. I can open the space I want. Ast puts his hand into the space. Then he slowly pulls a stuffed animal out of the space. See, you just take it out like this. Simple, isn't it? Ast throws the stuffed animal to the other side without hesitation. But this method can only retrieve things within a close range. To get items from far away, you have to use the black space I showed you earlier. Kila looks at Ast in surprise. Convenient, huh? That's right. It's a very convenient type of magic. It can be used for many things, and you can go anywhere. You can even return to the past. At these words, Kila is a bit stunned. What do you mean, return to the past? How? Just open it the way I showed you. If you want to go back to the past, just open it. You can even interfere with the past. Even if it's another world, can you go back? Ast turns to look at Kila. His expression changes immediately. It's possible. She is stunned by that statement. However, the time is limited to just 1 minute. After hearing this, her face shows a hint of sadness. I see, is that so? There's no such thing as a magic that miraculous. What's wrong? Do you want to change the past? What about you? With such convenient magic, don't you have any ideas for using it? Ast turns and walks away. No. What, really? Let's see. Even if it's just for a minute, I have no past I want to change. Why not? If it were me, I would prevent the deaths of my family members. I've never done anything I regret, nor do I want anything special. That can't be true. In the original story, although he didn't show all his thoughts, he was a character with great ambition. Something seems wrong. Just then, someone enters the courtyard. Hearing the noise, both of them turn to look at the same time. Sir Ast. Kila wonders to herself, who is that? He looks so familiar. He kneels on one knee and gently kisses the back of Ast's hand. Have you been well, Sir Ast? You've returned earlier than expected. I wanted to return to your side quickly. You didn't need to come back, Stefan. Kila looks at him in surprise. What? This is the magic therapist, Stefan E. If so, then he is the one who betrayed Dukeless. After killing Ast's mother, Lydia, he became a subordinate of the Queen, the one who always put Ast in danger. How can he so shamelessly talk to him so casually? Ast looks away indifferently. Are you finished with your business? Yes, my ailing old father has gradually recovered. I heard he was quite ill this time. Ast has always known that Stefan is a spy for the Queen. Stefan smiles and says, thanks to Sir Ast, he is now very healthy. I have nothing to worry about, but it's good that he's better. Please send him my regards. Kila feels invisible watching the two talk. Thank you, sir. One side is trying to deceive the other, while the other knows, but pretends to ignore it. It's so complicated. Stefan continues, but more importantly, it seems you've become even more beautiful while I was away. And you've become uglier. Sir Ast has always been the most dazzling flower. He gently touches Ast's hair. You've even grown taller. Ast grits his teeth in anger and forcefully slaps Stefan's hand away. I haven't grown taller at all, you hear? You've gotten stronger too. I told you I haven't. Kila thinks, is this really okay? Stefan glances over at her and asks, by the way, who is this young lady? Kila calmly replies, I am Kila Vesta. A cunning glint appears in his eyes. He approaches and takes her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Stefan, Lys's magic therapist. Right, there's another reason to be wary of this guy. I believe this is the first time Sir Ast has brought a friend over. The reason he always puts Ast in dangerous situations and the fact that he doesn't completely obey the queen. In the future, I hope you will take good care of our Sir Ast. A claim of public ownership, isn't it? He reaches into his coat pocket and takes something out. Well, I'll give you a gift to commemorate our first meeting. Take it. This flower is very good for health and spirit. It's called potpourri and is made from quincy. If you place it in your room, you'll sleep very well. Thank you. She wonders, how did Stefan get quincy? I absolutely love the scent, so I always carry it with me. Ast looks at him with annoyance. Wherever the Stefan goes, he leaves this smell behind. Oh my, it's time for me to go tend to the herbs. You two ladies, please enjoy your time. Ast turns to her and asks, shall we go back? We've been out for quite a while. All right. Even so, it's a good thing quincy has no effect on Ast. But why do I feel relieved about that? The rain showers at the academy. At this moment, a student places a cup of tea on the table for Philia. Here, drink some tea and calm down, Philia. An emergency summons was issued early, so they'll find Kila soon. But it's my fault. I should have checked if Kila had returned to the dormitory. I didn't think at all. This morning, I saw her bed was empty, but I just thought she went for training. What should I do? What if something happened to Kila? Don't worry, Philia. Kila is a capable person. For someone as strong as her to suddenly disappear is what makes it even scarier. Something has definitely happened. At the same time as the worry at the academy, sitting in her room looking outside. Her mood isn't much better. It's been 2 days since I was kidnapped by Duclas. I should call him Krati now. The news of my disappearance must have spread throughout the Vesta mansion by now. Everyone must be very worried. Ast suddenly speaks. What are you thinking about? With this weather, we probably can't go out. Let's just play indoors today, okay? Kila remains silent. Ast says with a smile, what should we do for fun? Kila asks, when are you going to let me go home? Let's see. By what percentage has my interest dropped? What interest? I told you, I have a lot of questions for you. When did Kila know about me? We only met for the first time at Gapuak, but you already knew me, didn't you? I didn't expect that. The spirits told me. Kila is full of question marks. The spirits told you? Ast is still smiling. The spirits' words must be true. Look at Kila wavering. I can't read people's minds, but the spirits can. What? Spirits can read people's minds? Wait, this is also a plot point in the original story. That's right, the spirits read people's thoughts and tell me. Come to think of it, besides Frank, I can't think of anyone else. So then, she freezes as if she's realized something. Does that mean he has read all my thoughts this whole time? This whole time, it's been like this. All my attitudes and thoughts from the first time I met Ast until now. At the train station, she looked at Ast curiously. A fairy? And this. In the forest, don't bring that up. In the garden, so cute. I've been thinking like this. At this moment, she blushes and hides her face. This is so embarrassing. Seeing her reaction, Ast bursts out laughing. Kila's face is all red. Don't worry, I don't read your trivial thoughts. I only pay attention to the thoughts that contain strong emotions. Kila finally feels relieved. Phew, thank goodness. Her reaction makes Ast chuckle. So, I wanted to meet Kila to ask a few things. At that time, when you saved me, Kila already knew who I was, right? I want to know what your motive was then. Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. How would I know who you are? Stop it. It's obvious you knew me, right? When I used a wig to go out, even when I didn't speak. From the moment you heard my voice until now. You've never once asked me anything about myself. Kila nervously clenches her fists. Ast stands beside her and continues, and you always wanted to avoid me. That's why you piqued my interest. Kila looks at Ast nervously. Who is this girl? Why does she know me? How do you know me, Kila Vesta? She turns her face away, avoiding Ast's questioning gaze. Oh no, I can't think of any excuse. Ast's voice lowers as he continues, don't even think about making excuses. The spirits will expose you anyway. You asked when I would let you leave, right? When I lose interest, I'll let you go back. Interest? I'm curious about what kind of person you are. The subordinate that Rito cherishes. I'm interested in who you are. But if my interest fades, you'll have to die. Ast has a crazy obsession. If his interest disappears, what should I do? How can I guarantee that I can leave this mansion safely? No, maybe those are just my assumptions based on the original story. Kila turns and says frankly, fine, if you're curious, I'll tell you everything I know. However, you must promise to let me go back. Ast freezes. What? Kila asks seriously, do you promise? Wait, I don't understand no matter how I think about it. If Kila leaves, what am I supposed to do? What? Come to think of it, I hadn't thought about this when I captured you, did I? So now I have to calculate it carefully. Kila suddenly stands up. No, wait. If you let me out, I won't reveal this place to anyone, not even a little bit. Everything. Is it possible I'll be imprisoned here forever? If not, what if he decides to silence me? Absolutely not. Ast seems to realize something and bursts out laughing. Kila is stunned by his reaction. Kila, what are you thinking? I don't have those kinds of weird hobbies. I was just thinking that if Kila leaves, will I be able to see you again? Kila is a little surprised. Kila is always a hard person to meet. Ast's face shows a hint of sadness. However, in Kila's eyes, Ast currently looks pitifully beautiful. We'll meet. We can definitely meet. As long as you want to, I'll come see you. Ast stares at Kila's current attitude. The spirits just told me you're lying. Dang it. Kila quickly defends herself. No, I promise. Because of my private life, there might be times I can't meet right away, but if you want to, I'll always make time for you. Fine. Kila now lets out a sigh of relief. Okay, it's settled. Afterwards, the two return to their seats. You were curious about how I knew about you, right? It might sound absurd, but I still have memories of my past life. And this world is just a book I read in my past life. I can't be specific, but in that book, both you and I exist. It also features Rito and the Knights. That's how I know you. Really? According to you, I'm just a character in that book. So who's the main character? Actually, there is no main character. Everyone is an important character in the original story. Ast doesn't seem to believe her much. Are you making this up? Kila quickly explains, it's true. You can't reveal who the main character is to me? Kila replies, annoyed, if I do that, the plot will change. I can't harm the people in this world. You're really lying. Kila covers her ears in frustration. Damn spirits, can't you just shut up? Ast laughs. I'm not interested in who the main character is. My portrayal in the book must be very beautiful, right? Yes, very beautiful. Is that so? What's wrong? Aren't you happy? But aren't you shocked? What? About the fact that this world is just a book. Let's see. Actually, the fact that I'm beautiful has always been acknowledged by this world. What's there to be surprised about? Yes, that's right. Anyway, in the original story, he's an arrogant person. I was worrying for nothing. But that thing you call the original story, did you meet me there first? I met you there. Really? How was it? Let's see. The time I spent there was quite short, so I don't remember it clearly. And even if I did, it's not important. So you also know the ending of the book, right? Kila is a bit surprised by this question. What's my ending like? Your ending isn't bad. It's a happy ending. That's right, it was a good ending for Ast. But originally, according to the timeline in the original story, Ast should be in the royal palace now, meeting his grandfather. Yet the person who should be in the royal palace is still just a child who hasn't fully matured. What will become of the fate that Ast was supposed to experience at the age of 17? Ast asks again, so what is that ending? Kila clenches her fists and lowers her head, as if she doesn't dare to speak. That? I can't say it out loud. Doing so would change your future. Is it possible that my interference in Frank's life has disrupted Ast's destiny? Ast seems to understand her difficulty and doesn't ask further. I see. But if Ast continues to live in seclusion like this, it's clearly not a bad thing for me and Frank. If things continue like this, will she be okay? Even if he lets me be locked up in this mansion and live in seclusion for the rest of my life. Ast asks, so, What was Kila's life like in her past life? It was normal. I worked to earn money, paid rent, and bought food like everyone else. Is that so? You weren't a noble in your past life? Yes, that's right. What about your family? I had no parents and lived with my younger brother. Does Kila remember her past life clearly? Let's see. Of course, I remember every detail as if it happened yesterday, but there's no need to talk about it. Think carefully. Are there any other differences between this life and the last? What was the emperor like there? Huh? There was no concept of an emperor there. What do you mean? You mean there was only a king who reigned for 5 years and then stepped down? There's no emperor at all? Then who manages the land? Stop. After answering all of Ast's questions, she feels completely drained. Her spirit has flown away, and she has no energy left to answer Ast's silly questions. What a strange world. So, what kind of food did you have in that world? Kila props up her forehead, answering wearily. It's not different from this world. I still ate very well. The stories Kila tells are so interesting. I'm also curious about how Kila lived. Still curious about that? I'm so tired. I just worked to earn money, ate, and lived like that. A bit boring, huh? Remembering my past life is painful for me. In my daily life, there was always my younger brother, who always lived in solitude. So pitiful it made others feel sorry for him. A past memory of her and her brother, she asked, "Don't you want to eat something else? Why do you ask me to make this every day?" Yes, because this is the most delicious dish you make for me. That was my only younger brother. When she remembers, she can't help but shed tears. Ast kindly approaches and wipes her tears. Kila, why are you crying? Kila quickly turns away to wipe her tears. Oh, sorry. I was just suddenly thinking about my younger brother. Frank Vesta? Kila replies while wiping her tears. No, my brother from my past life. I'm having a pretty good time here now, but my brother wasn't. This is a story I've never told anyone. I can't remember the happiest moment of my past life. Memories flood in like a tide, and no matter how hard I try, I can't remember. I can't ask him or even see him anymore. Just thinking about it is painful. She hugs herself and curls up. Seeing her current state, Ast understands to some extent. So you're also hiding this from Frank Vesta? Huh? She is surprised by Ast's question, connecting the stories Kila just told with the things she has done. Acting obediently for Frank Vesta, possessing the S-mark. Breaking the engagement with Rito. Oh, and the fact that you entered Clary Academy in place of Frank Vesta and became the heir of the Vesta family. You want to completely hide Frank, don't you? So that nothing gets out. Also, you always avoid my gaze. No wonder I found it so strange. So, am I the villain who harassed Frank in the novel you mentioned? Come to think of it, I did once think about teasing Frank Vesta, the junior that Rito cherished so much. Remembering that time is truly magical. Rito suddenly breaks off the engagement, and his fiancé's younger brother drops out of school. Kila's story is like a chain of events that connects everything for me. Ast's dangerous gaze makes Kila a little scared. Kila doesn't want Frank Vesta to appear in my sight, right? So, did I guess wrong? Kila tenses up and shuts her eyes tightly. What you said is completely true. So, I really am the villain. I'm satisfied with the result. Don't you think I'm better suited for the role of a villain than a gentle person? Ast covers his mouth and laughs. Besides, I don't care about Frank Vesta, so don't worry. I don't have time to pay attention to things I'm not interested in. At that moment, someone unexpectedly opens the door and runs in, calling out Ast. She exclaims in astonishment. Sir Rito. He is equally surprised. Miss Kila. Ast frowns in anger and asks, Rito, what is this? Don't just barge in without my permission. Rito pauses for a moment, then touches his forehead and says, no way. Do you have any idea what you're doing? I should be asking why you're here without contacting me first. The Duke has arrived. With my grandfather? Yes, they're currently inspecting the surrounding area. They'll definitely come to the mansion soon. Ast grabs Kila's wrist tightly. Kila, get up quickly. Meanwhile, Kila is still confused, not understanding what's happening. What's wrong? Let's hide first. I can't let my grandfather see you. Rito grabs Ast's shoulder. Why do you have to hide? I'll stay here and watch, so you should go quickly. Ast shoves his hand away and turns to leave. Don't do anything stupid. After saying that, Ast leaves, and the two of them look towards the door. Now Kila wonders, why is she trying to hide me? If I ask the Duke for help, can I get out of here? No, it absolutely won't help. Why? Because Ast is the Duke's top priority. The Duke and Ast are like reckless people standing on a cliff. Do you know what that means? It means that to hide Ast, even if it means killing someone, the Duke won't hesitate. In the large room, he sits on a chair and asks sternly, the house is in a mess. Ast replies, it's always a mess here. Even though Rito is here, you still don't look happy. I don't care about that. What's the matter this time? Normally, when you go out, you don't come back for at least a month. I heard from Rito that you stole a Clary uniform. Do you want to study at that academy? Not at all. Did you come back just to nag about that? When are you leaving again? What's this? You don't want me to stay here? You wouldn't stay even if I wanted you to. Why the sudden attitude? He opens his eyes wide and looks at Ast with a surprised and confused expression. He unexpectedly stands up and walks gently with his cane. He gently pulls it out to reveal a black notebook inside. I came because I have something to give you. What is it? This is your new identification and the password for the Cadenberg Bank. Do you know that Cadenberg is an independent bank that doesn't belong to any organization? Your necklace is the key to the bank's vault. I created a new identity for you in case of an emergency. It clearly states your gender is male. She reads the name, L.S. Rayner. Her grandfather warns, if anything happens to me, then. Do you want me to go to Era's territory? No matter what happens, don't trust anyone. He calls out, Ast, because in the end, the only person you can rely on is yourself. Hide these documents carefully in a place only you know. A blinding light flashes. Ast's eyes look coldly towards the light. Purple orbs emanate from around the notebook. He snaps his fingers forcefully. The notebook immediately disperses into the air. Ast looks at his grandfather and asks, is this good enough? He praises him, good, very clever. If I die, this child will be left all alone in this world. Oh, gods above, please give this old man a little more time to be with his child. Meanwhile, Kila stares at Rito with wide eyes. What do you mean? I think you can figure it out for yourself, miss. If you let him find out, don't expect to get out of this unscathed. Both you and your family. To ensure your safety, I will try to persuade Ast. She puts a hand to her forehead with a tired expression. Thank you. I'm counting on you. I still want to attend Frank's wedding. Yes, of course. It will be fine. This is the first time I've seen Ast show goodwill to someone. She thinks in surprise, the first time. Suddenly, the door opens. Ast walks in with a displeased expression. What is it, Rito? Why are you still here? I don't know when you'll be back, so how could I leave Miss Kila alone? I'm here now, so you can get lost. It's because of you that Miss Kila can't go out. What did you say? I treat Kila very well. Watch your mouth. Besides, this is my room. Get out, quickly. How can I leave the young lady here with you? Are you in your right mind? We use separate beds, you know. Do you even have any common sense? The one who needs to brush up on common sense is the one bothering others like you hear? Kila stands there stunned, wondering, how did things turn out like this? Are they really the people I know? Compared to the dull characters from the original work, the scene before her makes them look like a typical bickering sibling pair. After regaining his composure, Rito stands firm in his decision. No, to protect Miss Kila's safety, I must stay here. Ast looks at him with annoyance. What? I can't let Miss Kila stay with you. Why? Are you really asking because you don't know? Ast replies with a mocking tone, I don't know. Compared to that, I find your actions more suspicious. Do you have feelings for Kila? What if I do? It takes Rito a moment to react, blushing and stammering, what? Kila stands frozen in place. Why did the subject change so quickly? Rito quickly explains, our relationship is over. Don't say such disrespectful things about Miss Kila. Then why are you so worried about Kila? Try putting your hand on your chest and thinking about it. I mean, reflect on all the trouble you've caused others recently. I haven't done anything bad to Kila. How can you be so sure? Are you expecting something? I heard Kila isn't getting married in this lifetime, right? Kila once again falls into deep thought. Why is he bringing that up all of a sudden? And he looks so shocked. Ast continues his attack. You regret annulling your engagement with Kila, don't you? So now you're taking this opportunity to comfort her when she's down, right? I bet you didn't even know the reason for the annulment in the first place. So, what are you trying to do? Don't change the subject. Answer me. When are you going to let Miss Kila go? Trying to imitate a normal person? Do you think that by wearing a wig and the academy uniform, you'll become someone else? Oh no, the atmosphere is getting worse. Snap out of it. You're 17 years old already. Whenever you cause trouble, the Duke and I are the ones who have to clean up your mess. Or are you just lonely and want to play friends? Suddenly, a sound erupts. The walls begin to crumble. The ground starts to shake. Rito protects her. In front of them now is an Ast with terrifying power. Don't act all high and mighty, Rito. I have to stop this. If this continues, it'll become a huge problem. Then Kila runs towards Ast. He exclaims, Miss. But Rito can only stand and watch, unable to do anything. She runs up and grabs Ast's hand. Calm down, Ast. She thinks she has to say something before his magic explodes. She intertwines her fingers with his. Let's go for a walk. Ast is surprised by her action. I want to visit Stefan's herb field. Ast's magic quickly dissipates. All right, let's go. A while later, they arrive. This was originally a greenhouse that his grandfather built specifically for his grandmother. Surrounded by beautiful flowers, Kila exclaims, so beautiful. The two hold hands as they tour the garden inside. Quincy isn't here, so this must be the Queen's garden. Suddenly, her attention is drawn to a video clip from a movie. A bright pink flower. Noticing this, Ast asks, do you like that flower? If you want it, just tell me. Huh? It's a medicinal herb. It should be used for its intended purpose. Ast gently picks a flower. It's for you. As long as it's something Kila likes. Her cheeks turn pink. Oh, thank you. Immediately after, she touches her chest. What is this? Why is my heart suddenly beating so fast? What does it mean? This is a little Melflower. It's also given by lovers to each other. Ast says this with a gentle smile. Kila's eyes widen in surprise at Ast's words. It carries the meaning, let's spend tonight together. Suddenly, her cheeks flush red. Huh? Oh. Seeing her embarrassed expression, he chuckles. I'll take you to see some other new flowers. Kila raises her hand and points forward. In front of them is a colorful flower garden. She stares at them with wide eyes, thinking, blue roses. A familiar voice speaks up, along with a bouquet of flowers. Congratulations on your graduation. You've never received flowers from me before. These are blue roses. Kila from her past life was very surprised and said, I heard they just dye them with ink. Huh, so the color is fake. Oh, but this bouquet looks real. They must have succeeded in growing them. Hee hee, thank goodness. I bought the right thing, didn't I? Back in the present, Kila stares at the flower without blinking. Ast observes her expression and asks, you must like it a lot, seeing as you're staring at it so intently. Kila replies, thank you. Yes, I like it very much. If that's the case, I'll have the servants plant all the flowers in the mansion with blue roses. Kila immediately replies, no, don't do that. Kila, come here for a bit. The two hold hands and run along the flower-filled path. Kila asks, where are we going? He replies mysteriously, you'll see when we get there. At the mansion, here, sit down. You must be tired. Let's rest for a bit. The two sit on a swing. She thinks pensively, I wonder if Mom and Dad are well. Is Frank safe? Will he now live a life unrelated to the original story? Everyone must be surprised by my disappearance. Will I make it to Frank's wedding in time? Suddenly, Ast asks, what are you thinking about? Oh, I was thinking about my brother's wedding. There are always a lot of people around Kila, aren't there? Is that so? Well, family and friends are always around Kila. Rito has changed since he entered Quarry Academy. You want to go there too? I'm all alone. How can you be alone? Ast yells, I'd rather be without my grandfather. He's not even by my side when I need him. Kila looks at Ast and asks, you have a lot of sad feelings about your grandfather, don't you? Suddenly, Ast leans on her, surprising her. Your grandfather must also be suffering, having to leave you alone like this. Day after day passed, and I couldn't wait for him to come back. What's the point of coming back now? Why not visit occasionally during normal times? Now, it doesn't matter if he comes back or not. It's making it so I can't even enjoy myself with Kila. You shouldn't say things like that. He's your only relative. Don't wait until it's too late to realize how precious your time together is. Ast lies on her and says, Kila seems to be quite experienced, huh? Yes, although I don't fully understand, I know he's the one who cares about you the most. If you have the chance, talk to your grandfather. You won't be able to regret it later. I've also had a moment of deepest regret in my life. If I hadn't been indifferent, maybe my younger brother wouldn't have died. Even though I felt that he was acting strange, I pretended not to know because I was tired. At that moment, I thought it would just pass like any other day. If I could turn back time, I would do anything. So I hope you won't have to suffer from regret like I did. I hope my brother, my Frank, will be happy. And you too. I hope you will be happier than you are now. I mean it, Ast. Scene change. There are still no clues about Miss Kila's whereabouts. We are sorry we couldn't be of more help, madam. The Guardian Knights are also doing their best to search, and will contact you later. With that, he goes out and closes the door. Lady Vesta bursts into tears. I heard she disappeared while at the academy. How is that possible? How can there not even be a witness? Even after going to Crary, my child has twice now. Frank comforts her. Mom, please calm down and rest a bit. Dad has already fainted. If you fall ill too, what will we do? It can't be. You heard them say Kila went out alone. How could that be? So you need to stay healthy too. Just close your eyes and rest a little, Mom. But Frank, Cicero, and Chouette are a pair, right? I heard that if something happens to one, the other can feel it. Am I right? Yes, you're right, Mother. If something happens to my sister, I'll be able to know. So I can assure you, my sister is safe right now. In the spacious study, Frank is engrossed in studying the documents scattered all over the table, not knowing how to resonate. Just then, Anto comes to report, Sir Frank, this is one of the related documents. March of year 26, Gansung, the eastern fortress was destroyed and went missing. At the same time, Chouette was brought to the Vesta family's basement. April of year 26, Gansung, the owner of the S-mark, Chris Vesta, brought it back. If the master dies, it seems that Chouette and Shishuro will automatically return to the mansion's basement. A thought suddenly flashes through Frank's mind, startling him. Could it be? Without a second's hesitation, he decisively orders Anto, go down to the basement immediately. Yes, sir. As soon as he steps into the basement, Frank freezes. His eyes widen in astonishment, his body as if paralyzed. Anto is also stunned and quickly points. Sir Frank, look. At the end of the dark corridor, a basement door stands imposing. Frank trembles as he steps forward, tears welling in his eyes. His knees buckle onto the cold ground, his breath becoming ragged. Thank goodness. Anto frantically helps him up. Sir Frank. Frank gives a relieved smile, his voice trembling slightly. Thank goodness. In another place, Kila is walking aimlessly. Everything around her is unfamiliar, the space hazy like a dream. She mumbles, that person. Suddenly, a familiar figure appears before her. It's Kila. But not the current her, but Kila from the original story. She looks around in surprise, her voice somewhat panicked. Frank, Frank. A sudden flash of light makes her jump back. She looks around nervously. Frank is nearby. Unable to contain her anxiety, she calls out loudly, Frank. But at that moment, a voice urgently calls out from behind her. Don't go any further. Kila startles and turns around. The person standing there is herself, Kila from her past life. It's dangerous. Before Kila could understand what was happening, another figure suddenly appeared. He flashes a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with amusement. Kila whispers, "So similar you." Tilts his head, his lips curling in mockery. "So similar it's infuriating. I'm talking about that kid, Frank Vesta." Standing behind Kila, the past life Kila is shaken. That's Ast's voice. She clenches her fists tightly and screams in anger, "What have you done to Frank?" Ast laughs and says, "What should I do with this screen?" As soon as she finishes speaking, she swings her arm, releasing a net of light. Kila struggles frantically in the net, her voice trembling, let me go." After a moment, she speaks again. "Come to think of it, you." Kila immediately stops, looking at Ast with wary eyes. "Are Rito's fiancé, right?" Suddenly, Kila wakes up with a start. She sits up, breathing heavily. It was just a dream. That's right, he's still just Dukeless. At that moment, a voice speaks up. Kila turns around in surprise. At the door stands Ast, his face radiant. "Kila, I've seen my grandfather off. Now we can stroll around this mansion to our heart's content." A faint scent emanates from Ast. It makes her unconsciously clench her fists tighter. But she quickly regains her composure and gently asks, "Did he leave safely?" At the same time, a voice echoes in Kila's mind. It's the voice of Kila from her past life. "I said I don't want to see Ast. I want to get out of here. I hate this place. Ast is scary. We have to be careful of Ast. She's evil." Kila closes her eyes, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. Ast stands there, frowning and thinking. Kila has always been nice to me. Why is she so afraid of me deep down? Kila asks, "You don't look too well." Ast is slightly startled, his eyes showing a hint of curiosity. "Why?" Kila is silent for a moment, then lets out a soft sigh. Suddenly, an idea comes to her, and she cheerfully suggests, "Hey, let's go fly a kite." "Huh?" Kila turns to look out the window. "The wind is blowing now, we can do it." "Fly a kite?" "Yes, that's what it's called in my world. But I've never tried." "I'll show you, don't worry. Let's get ready now." Kila takes out a pure white kite. "Can this thing really fly?" "If I'd known, I would have asked a servant to buy one." "It can fly. Besides, making the kite yourself makes for a more memorable experience." A memory. The two step out into the garden. A gentle breeze lifts the kite off the ground. Kila stands beside them, cheering excitedly. "Ast, look, the kite is flying." Ast doesn't answer. He just silently turns to look at Kila. She cheerfully approaches and gently instructs, "Ast, you have to let out the string gradually for the kite to fly high." Then she takes Ast's hand. "Just turn it gently like this, and use your other hand to hold the spool." Ast silently follows her instructions, but a strange feeling wells up inside him. Has Kila ever played with Frank Vesta, this thing called a kite? The unexpected question makes Kila pause. After a moment, she quietly answers no. Then she turns her face away. "I only ever played with my younger brother in my past life." Ast quietly looks at Kila. An uncomfortable feeling rises within him. Not again. Kila is being swallowed by those sad emotions. "I hate this." Afterwards, the two have tea together. Come to think of it, Kila hardly ever participates in high society, right? Well, it's not easy to participate in those activities while living in the school dormitory. On the contrary, you seem to fit in well with high society, don't you? You've been following the Countess. It's interesting. I like vibrant places. I didn't expect that. I thought you hated crowded places. Because I'm alone. Hearing that, Kila is surprised. A hazy image rises in her mind, a lonely figure. You want to imitate others? After a month of hesitation, she slowly turns and talks about the academy. You actually want to go to school too, don't you? Strange? Do you know I was cursed? Yes, I read the original story, so I know. So that's what it was. Now that you're an adult, that curse is no longer effective, right? If that's the case, you don't need to maintain this stiff image anymore. On my birthday last year, I was in so much pain. I had a high fever and was bedridden. I don't remember anything, but I heard I almost suffocated. At that moment, a sinister voice echoed in his mind. It was the male form of Ast. You have poison resistance thanks to the Queen's grace, don't you? I've never seen you get sick until now. Kila's lips tremble, an uneasy thought rising in her mind. Could it be? Ast continues to narrate. At 5 or 6, I got a fever after wearing men's clothes, but as soon as I changed back into women's nightgowns, the fever gradually subsided. Perhaps this is also partly because I intervened. Ast quietly observes her. Then he slowly puts down the teacup. Kila, are you worried? A little. I've never told anyone this before. Actually, the curse has already been lifted. I broke it on my 16th birthday. It was surprisingly easy, wasn't it? What? It was supposed to disappear on its own, wasn't it? You had to break it? Was it really that curse? I don't know why it hurts so much either. First, I did as my grandfather told me. But it's strange. I was very upset, but lately I've been feeling better. I heard that in the original story, I'm the villain who harasses Frank. From Kila's perspective, it would probably be better if I did nothing, right? As long as Kila wants, I will continue to stay put like this. Kila doesn't answer, just looks at him with suspicion. If Ast stays like this, it's clearly a good thing for me. I should think that way. After a moment of thought, she suggests, let's read a book. I'll read to you. All right. Kila nods slightly, but her heart is in turmoil. The more he says things like that, the more my chest feels like it's tightening. Elsewhere, Rito asks, you mean you're investigating the disappearance of Kila Vesta? Yes, because this is an emergency situation. My superiors have ordered me to return immediately. Hearing this, Rito frowns slightly. I'm sorry, but something has come up at home, so I can't leave. Even though this is about Kila Vesta's disappearance? I really can't go back right now. Please report back for me. I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. The knight bows and replies, I understand. I hope your work goes smoothly. After seeing the knight off, Rito lets out a heavy sigh. That Ast kid, why did he have to kidnap Miss Kila of all people? What is he thinking? I really have to stop the Duke's decision. After the coming-of-age ceremony, Ast seems to have become even harder to handle. Before the big door, first, I should speak softly to this kid. He gently pushes the door and steps inside. But as soon as the door opens, Rito freezes. Before him is a scene beyond his imagination. Kila has fallen asleep on the chair, and Ast is lying on her lap. Rito frowns slightly and mumbles, it seems they fell asleep while reading. He turns to leave. I'll come back later. But his eyes inadvertently catch something strange. Ast suddenly inches closer to Kila. He gently lifts her face. His eyes are fixated on her face. The corner of his lips curves up slightly as if enjoying this moment. Rito is momentarily stunned. What is he doing? What if he wakes Miss Kila up? He's about to call out, but just as he's about to speak, the scene before him makes Rito freeze in place. Ast suddenly kisses Kila's nose. Time seems to freeze. Rito is paralyzed, his eyes wide with astonishment. What was that? He quickly steps back, but accidentally bumps into the door, making a small click. The sound startles Ast. He immediately turns his head towards the door. His eyes darken. He stares intently at Rito. Rito unconsciously closes the door. He stands outside, his hand on his chin, deep in thought. What did I just see? Kila finds herself in a dark space. She wonders, where am I? I was just reading to Ast. She looks around. Am I dreaming? At her feet, a large pool of blood suddenly spreads. Accompanied by a squelching sound, she jumps and quickly looks back. What is this pool of blood? Suddenly, footsteps echo through the pool of blood, making her shiver. Kila turns around in shock. Before her stands a towering figure. The person looks exactly like Ast, but his eyes are filled with an extreme hatred. It was you. It's all your fault. Kila's entire body feels frozen. She can't move or even utter a single word. Because of you, our child had to become a sacrifice. He steps closer, grabbing her wrist tightly. You're just an outsider. Don't try to change fate. Kila's eyes tremble. This woman. Her eyes. He leans down and stares at her. Over the past few years, you have caused me great misery. Do you know that? Suddenly, an image flashes through her mind. A corpse covered with a white cloth. No, don't. Stop. Don't show me. Please. A desperate voice echoes. You can't save anyone. Kila sits up, covered in sweat, her breath ragged. Ast, sitting beside her, looks at her in alarm. Kila, what's wrong? Are you all right? Kila gasps for air, her eyes fixed on Ast. Ast whispers Kila, but when she looks at him, the image from her nightmare returns. Kila is silent for a moment. Ast reaches out to take her hand, but she pulls back. I'm sorry. I want to rest. Ast's eyes show a hint of sadness. He gently clenches his fist and stands up. Silently turning away, he says, I understand. You should rest. The door closes, leaving Kila alone in the quiet room. She sits on the bed, her hands unconsciously hugging her trembling shoulders. You're just an outsider. Don't try to change fate. Those words keep echoing in her mind. Stay away from our child. What does that mean? That person looked exactly like Ast. The child she mentioned is Ast, right? Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupts her thoughts. If you're not busy, can we talk for a bit, Miss Kila? It's Sir Rito. She lets out a soft sigh and gets out of bed. Come in. Rito enters and sits across from her. Miss Kila, you don't look well. Sir Rito, Frank's wedding is approaching. When will I be able to get out of here? Frank's wedding is important, but what's happening to you, Miss Kila, is more concerning. I don't understand what you're saying. What could be more urgent than me being locked up here? Miss Kila, please listen carefully. Be careful with Ast. The atmosphere seems to tense up. Kila is silent for a moment. Then she picks up her teacup and replies gently, I'm still being careful. I still am. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that Ast is originally a grown man. If Ast approaches you in that way, it will be very troublesome. Hearing this, Kila asks quietly, you mean that matter, right? Yes, that's right. So you must be more careful. If you make one small mistake, there's no telling what will happen. I know. I know that better than anyone in this world. But Ast's feelings have been warped from the beginning. Maybe if it wasn't me, it would have been someone else. If you're so worried, then help me get out of here. Miss Kila, don't tell me you can't stand up to Ast. Ast's voice suddenly echoes in her mind. If you want, I will continue like this. It's not good for Ast for me to stay by his side like this. Besides, even if Sir Rito doesn't intend to help me, I will find a way out of this mansion. He just exclaimed softly, Mississippi. She continues so on Ast's side. Before she can finish, a voice suddenly cuts in, startling them both. A figure appears at the door. Are you two talking about something secret? Kila is immediately on guard. Stefan. He walks in. Sir Ast. I came here because I heard Miss Kila wasn't feeling well. His hand reaches out and grabs Kila's wrist. Let me check your pulse, miss. She thinks to herself, did he hear what Rito and I were saying? Although you don't have a fever, your pulse is too fast. I heard you had a nightmare. I'll prescribe some medicine to help you sleep. She thinks again, since the other person is Stefan, those medicine bottles look very suspicious. Stefan suddenly stops. Come to think of it. I heard you have a plan to leave the mansion? Do you think Sir Ast will let you go so easily? Will Sir Ast let Miss Kila go that easily? Kila frowns. He heard everything. Rito stands up and pats Stefan's shoulder lightly. Let's just pretend we don't know anything. I just want to help. Kila jumps up. How can you help? Mississippi. It depends on you, Miss Kila. Kila can't help but feel angry inside. You sly man. Old memories suddenly flood her mind. According to the original story, he was the one who played with Frank in the same way. I'll get you out, Frank. You know Sir Ast's personality, right? He will even endanger the Vesta family to find Frank. The Vesta family is also looking for you. Stefan's voice pulls her back to reality. Go back to Vesta. The rumor of your return to Vesta will spread accordingly. Kila frowns and immediately retorts, if that happens, the Vesta family will surely be in danger. What do you mean? Stefan shrugs, his tone sarcastic. You really do catch on quickly. I'll prepare a safe place for you to hide first. Stay there for a while to let Sir Ast calm down. Kila is silent, her mind filled with complicated thoughts. What a scoundrel. In the original story, Stefan tricked Frank that way and sold him to a brothel. She observes him intently, and then a mysterious smile forms on her face. But unlike Frank, I know that scheme. Stefan continues. Just do as I say. If you want to get out of here, there's no other way than to ask for Stefan's help. So Kila is silent for a moment, then suddenly breaks into a meaningful smile. All right. If he dares to treat me the way he treated Frank in the original story, she slowly extends her hand. I accept that offer. A sinister smile appears on his lips. Kila thinks to herself, at that time, I won't let it slide. He smiles and raises her hand for a light kiss. As you command. The next morning at the castle, Kila walks out into the garden. She speaks brightly. Who are you cutting those flowers for? Ast turns around and his eyes light up when he sees Kila. Kila, are you feeling all right? Ast, I have something to tell you. What is it? You've already realized it. Ast turns away slightly. I have nothing to say. Ast, I have to go home now. The space suddenly becomes silent. Ast clenches the bouquet in his hand. Everything you were curious about, I told you without revealing it to anyone else. Now you have to keep your promise too. No, not yet. Then when will you let me go? Ast asks back, do you have to go? Of course, Ast. This isn't my home. Suddenly, Ast throws the bouquet to the ground. Ast glares at her. Then he turns and leaves without another word. Kila stands there motionless, looking at the scattered flowers at her feet. She slowly bends down to pick them up, remembering his words. Outsider, don't try to change fate. You can't save anyone. The words from her dream the night before echo in her mind. I don't know who the woman in the dream was. It could have been just my hallucination. But I shouldn't be in Ast's life. It might be because of me that his growth has stopped. Besides, for my family's sake, I have to leave this mansion. That evening, while Kila was engrossed in reading in her room, a gentle knock on the door sounds. She looks up and says, come in. The door opens slightly, and Ast enters. I knew you would come. Want some tea? I'll go make it right away. Kila. I will let you go home, so for now, can you stay here with me for a while? How long is for now? That? Ast is silent for a moment. If you leave here, you won't see me again. The spirits told him. But, Ast, if you don't know the reason why you can't grow up, you will understand. The cause might be me, so I can't stay with you forever. Listen carefully, Ast. I have to go back. This is for me, and it's also for you. Ast, you have your own path to follow. The path I have to follow? Don't say such ridiculous things. How is that for my own good, as you say? You should be growing up right now. Do you have to be as tall as Rito? Is that path so important to me? Yes, that goal has always existed within Ast. A memory of Estelle's childhood appears. She always blamed her fate. I want to live as Estelle's, not as Estelle. Before you met me, you always had your own worries and concerns about what you wanted. An image of Ast in despair, thinking this is not his true self. Kila says, because I interfered, you lost your original goal. In the original story, Ast was always dissatisfied with his circumstances, which became a complex spiral that tormented Frank. In the end, that very thing became the motivation for Ast to grow up. Kila reassures him, it's because I interfered that you lost your own goal. She thinks again, but now my disappearing from Ast's sight is the best choice for him. After thinking, she says hesitantly, I'm sorry. Why does Kila have to apologize? Is that so important? It is important. It's very important to you. I didn't know my existence would have such an impact. I thought that even if I interfered in Ast's life, it wouldn't be able to shake your own path. After the explanation, they just look at each other. Ast holds Kila's hand and says, then continue to stay here. If I can't grow up because of Kila, then Kila has to take responsibility. No, Ast. If we're stuck here, neither of us will have a future. Suddenly, Ast says, make a bet with me. What kind of bet? If Kila wins, I'll let Kila go home. But if I win, Kila has to stay here. How about it? Hear me out before you decide. Don't worry, it's something Kila has always wanted. Something I've always wanted? I'll let Kila meet her younger brother. Kila thinks, my younger brother Frank, or... I mean Kila's real younger brother, not Frank. The younger brother from your past life. I also said it back then. I have no intention of meeting my brother, not even for a minute. Don't you want to see if you can change his future? For about a minute, right? I don't want to bet on a meeting with my dead brother. That doesn't depend on Kila. And I'm not the one who wants to change the future. Ass takes Kila's hand and moves closer. Kila clearly said then that she regretted pretending to ignore her brother's odd behavior. Now you have a chance to change it. So you weren't sleeping then. Pretending to be asleep while listening to me talk. I love it. My pretending to be asleep was the right choice. Kila pulls her hand away from Ast. Seeing her annoyed expression, Ast says, as long as Kila can talk to her brother, you win. Just talk? What do you mean? In the past that Kila is about to return to, there will be a wall separating that world. You have to break through the wall to meet your brother. So, as long as the two of you can talk, Kila wins. Is it really that simple? Of course. Actually, Kila wants to see her brother too, right? You know why? Just a single word from Kila can change your brother's future. Kila didn't even get to say goodbye to him, did she? She thinks to herself, is it really possible? I have so much I want to say to him. In the past, an image of her and her brother hugging. I was wrong. I love you so much. I'm always on your side. You can live and do whatever you want. In the present, she is still hazy about Ast's offer and words. Can I say all those things to him? She decides to answer, I understand. Let's do it. That's an excellent choice, Kila. This way. Ast casts a spell on the hourglass. A spatial gate opens. Now, you will meet the brother you want to see. I can't see anything. Isn't this the space you showed me last time? It's similar, but still a little different. You have to go inside to face that high wall. Kila takes a deep breath and steps into the portal. Ast warns her, remember, you only have 1 minute. Ast says to himself, I hope for a good result. It's not easy for Kila to break a high-level wall. It seems impossible for Kila to do it. I will wait for you, Kila. Wait for you to fall into my hands. Kila seems to step into a void, looking around anxiously. Did I arrive at the right place? And when she looks to the side, a boy is sitting quietly in the room. Seeing him, her heart skips a beat, and she unconsciously calls out, Jihan. Jihan. He turns around when he hears her call. But the person he sees is her from her past life. Kila on the outside looks anxiously at her past self and shouts, wait, don't go. Kila runs towards that direction, constantly calling out, wait, but is blocked by an invisible barrier. What is this? Is this the wall Ast was talking about? Kila continuously bangs on it while looking at him. Jihan. Jihan, Jihan, please look here, please. I'm here, Jihan. What is this kid thinking? On the outside, Kila raises her hand and summons, S-mark. She hits the wall with force, her mouth constantly pleading, break, please break. I have to get to him. Please, please. After a while, she stops and gasps for breath. Time is still passing quickly. I don't have much time left. Kila calls out again, S-mark. If the S-mark were a steel bar, it would probably break this wall easily. Thinking this, she clenches her fist, focusing her spirit to lift it. The sword in her hand then emits a faint light. An insignia appears on Kila's hand. Seeing it, she asks in confusion, this is. Her face shows clear confusion and doubt, but she quickly recovers her determination. Kila decisively slashes at the wall. It immediately shatters. This makes Jihan look over with difficulty. Without hesitation, Kila immediately runs towards him. Despite Jihan's skeptical look, Kila excitedly reaches out to him. Then she immediately hugs her pitiful younger brother. Kila says anxiously, don't go to school tomorrow. Please don't go. Talk to me. Can you be honest with me? I'm an idiot. If you don't tell me, I won't know. At this, Jihan whispers, sister, I have to tell you. Please tell me. At this point, Kila lifts his face. She clearly understood that she couldn't change the future with just these few words. But she still tried to warn him, the only one who can save you is yourself. Even so, a moment like this is enough. Seize this opportunity. This time, I will really try to make you happy. As she heard from others in her past life, we were really close to him. Your brother was abused for a very long time. Didn't you know? But it was only when she received the notice that she woke up. Their words kept ringing in her ears. I told you I never touched him. See? I told you we were innocent. Kila tells herself, even though they tortured my brother, those kids were never punished. I hate those cruel kids so much I can't stand it. So on that day, I remembered the swordsmanship I had given up after my parents died. This is a real sword that has been preserved for a long time. Breaking from her thoughts, Kila returns to reality. She kneels powerlessly before Ast, still unable to escape her negative emotions. When she looks up, she softly calls out Ast. Ast replies, now it's time for you to keep your promise. Cut to another place. A voice is heard from outside the door. The wedding will proceed as planned. Frank stands up in agitation. Father. He continues without concern. Right now, the first people you should care for and protect are Marian and your child. If a situation arises, the schedule will be postponed, but there's no more time to do that. I know, but... His father impatiently cuts him off. All right. For the past while, I'm very sorry for entrusting everything to your mother. Now I will be a father directly. Dad, you should go rest. You just woke up not too long ago. Isn't your mother the one who needs to rest now? I have to try to hold on too. As long as Kila is alive, we can breathe a sigh of relief. Hearing this, Frank smiles faintly at his father. Then he pats his father's back reassuringly. She'll be fine. My sister is very strong. At this, Frank opens the door and leaves the room. Marian is waiting outside. She asks worriedly, how is father? Although I can't say he's well yet, he's much better. Also, although I've advised him many times, he still wants to proceed with the wedding as planned. But Kila isn't back yet. I think so too, but luckily, she's still safe. If something were to happen to the owner of the S-Mark, he would know because he is the owner of Shishiro. Actually, about this, I wanted to ask for Sir Rito's opinion, but I couldn't contact him. At this, Marian just exclaims, I see. Even so, Kila is safe. What a relief. Marian, you just need to take care of your health. Although my sister's situation is very important, Marian is also extremely important to me. Hearing that, she is filled with happiness. I'm sorry for worrying you in this situation. I was very worried and didn't want to add more pressure on you. Why would you say that? Marian is always my top priority. That's a matter of course. He says, stroking her hair gently. I know. If something that wants to protect Shishiro appears, the S-Mark's power will multiply. You are my family. I will definitely protect my important loved ones. Hearing this, Marian happily nods and replies, yes, thank you, Frank. Marian, does my face look like Petula's yet? In the midst of their happiness, Frank suddenly freezes. Seeing this, Marian asks in confusion, Frank, what's wrong? He immediately turns and leaves. Marian, wait for me a moment. She still doesn't understand the problem and follows his gaze, calling out, Frank. Then she can't help but follow him. I'm coming with you. Frank's pace quickens, his mind filled with questions. I definitely felt something. Upon arriving, he quickly opens the door. This feeling. Frank doesn't hesitate to raise his hand and shout, Shishiro. Looking at the scene before him, he can't help but be astonished. Shishiro has resonated. Frank's expression is pensively indescribable. As expected, she's here. Who's here? Seeing Kila collapsed on the floor, he is surprised. Sister. You've become the master of the S-Mark. Thank goodness, you're safe. Suddenly, Frank is surprised to see Rito appear in front of Kila. That person, Senior Rito. The scene shifts to another place. Kila is in her room, lost in thought. I won the bet, but he didn't keep his promise. How is Ast? Rito replies, I don't know what shocked him, but he doesn't seem to be doing well. I see. Miss Kila, actually. But before he could finish his sentence, she interrupted him. I'm sorry, Rito. I'm a bit tired now. Let's talk next time. Yes. In that case, I'll just say one thing. I have some business, so I'll be leaving the mansion. Although I won't be gone for long, I thought I should tell you in advance. Then he walks to the door. Then Miss Kila, please get some rest. After Rito leaves, she sits on the chair, head bowed in thought. The mark on her hand is still there, indelible. Master of the S mark. The door to the room is now sealed. I can't get out, but... Yet another person easily enters and exits the room. Stefan laughs teasingly. Well, you don't look too good. Kila is too annoyed to reply and silently resents. Why can others come and go so easily? Suddenly, she shot up. It's not like there's a security antenna, so why am I the only one who can't get through that door? Stefan tilted his head in confusion and asked, What security antenna? Do you mean the anti-theft iron bars? Kila replied darkly, It's nothing, don't worry about it. Anyway, I have some news for you. What is it? I've found a place where you can escape. Is that so? Where is it? It's a place a little far from the coast. Very few people in the Empire know about it. Because it's far from the mansion, Ass Magic won't be able to track you. Although I can't give you the details yet, one thing is for sure. That place is very safe. She cursed inwardly, this cunning devil. So he chose a place just as I predicted. It's a slum concentrated in the seaport. People there trade hallucinogenic drugs and suspicious magical tools. It's also an area with an illegal slave market and rampant prostitution. The more she thought about it, the more certain she became. That's right. In the original story, that's where he sold Frank. After Kila suppressed her emotions, she spoke up, near Beach A. I'm looking forward to it. So when do we leave? It will take a few more days to prepare. I'll let you know once everything is ready. I understand. Now, this is the most important thing. The potpourri I gave you last time, do you still have it? No, I think I left it in my room when I moved here. Then this will have to do instead. From now on, keep this Quincy with you. Kila asked suspiciously, why? Do you know what the Quincy does, milady? She took it and replied, no. Lord Ast used it to create souls. You know it can read other people's thoughts, right? Spirits cannot approach someone holding a Quincy. So if you carry this item, Lord Ast won't be able to read your thoughts. Therefore, always keep it with you. Holding the pouch in her hand, Kila thought, I had no idea Quincy had such a function. This function never appeared in the original story. Stefan then added cheerfully, if you have frequent nightmares, don't forget to take your medicine. And in the original story, Stefan was an unpredictable character. It seems all the flowers from the Empress's garden have been brought here. The entire Imperial palace is flooded with red, just as it had happened before. With the meaning of welcoming the new crown prince, this scale is unbelievable. At that time, Cairo responded vaguely, what a hassle. After the two passed each other, he sneered, you'd better keep trying this hard in the future. Those were the Empress's angry eyes, a hatred so hard to suppress her body trembled. Unable to control her emotions, she smashed the vase. Why are you only telling me this now? The Empress looked at Stefan and continued to scold him. Because his blood is connected to the royal soul, that brat isn't affected by the Quincy? You knew that from the beginning, didn't you? Stefan shook his head and replied, not from the beginning. I only recently discovered it when he wasn't affected despite being near the Quincy. I'm sorry. It wasn't very important information. At this point, Kila guessed that even though he was the Empress's man, he hadn't obtained any crucial information. This also meant that As knew nothing about the Empress either. As a result, both sides were left in the dark. Just then, Stefan looked at her and said, well, I'll be going now. Be careful not to arouse Lord As's suspicion. Kila stood still, deep in thought. Can I really use this? In the original story, As discovered Stefan's betrayal because of the Quincy. Even if he could understand everyone, he couldn't see into a person's true heart. And what if I use this? She closed her eyes, trying to find a compatible point. The space suddenly changed, and a blinding light burst forth. Kila summoned Chouette. She gripped the sword tightly in her hand. Now she could summon it without their lips touching. Suddenly, Kila sighed helplessly. Should I just go out alone? According to the original story, Kila had to become a 2S master to be able to open it. If I can open this now. And the magic on the door. If I use Chouette now, I might be able to break it and get out. Even if I get out of here, it'll be hard to find a way out of this ducal estate's forest. As expected, I need someone's help, but not Stefan's. That's right. For example, Rito. Elsewhere, Rito looked up at the sky with a serious expression. Inside the mansion, upon seeing him enter, Frank stood up and greeted him warmly. Senior Rito, you came right away. He replied, long time no see, Frank. Have a seat, Senior. I'm sure you know why I called you here. Rito remembered the message. Senior Rito, you know the truth. Please come to Vesta immediately. Seeing that information, it was just as he expected. Frank spoke up, I'll ask you directly. Where is my sister, Senior Rito? But the only reply he got was an apology. It seems you don't want to answer. Why did you take my sister, Senior? It wasn't me. Then who did it? It was just the circumstances. Frank asked irritably, what circumstances? I'm sorry, I can't tell you right now. My sister has disappeared, and you still can't tell me the circumstances? Even if I don't know what's going on, I need to understand something. May I ask how you found out? Cicero and Chouette can resonate. He looked at Frank in disbelief. I thought that was just a legend. I didn't expect it either until I experienced it. I have to apologize to you again. If you give me a little more time, everything will be fine. I will definitely bring your sister home. How can I trust someone who's hiding everything? If my sister returns safely, I won't hold you responsible for anything. But if the opposite happens, our Vesta family will officially prosecute the Isa family. I have solid proof. This is the resonance scene of Cicero. I've placed it in a magical device. And I saw the person who was with my sister. Hearing this, Rito was startled. That person had pink hair, Frank. I'm sorry. Please, I will definitely bring Lady Kila back home. Please. But Frank just remained silent with a cold expression. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Senior, you can only choose one of the two, and you can't stall for time. Make a decision, Senior Rito. He thought to himself, they really are siblings. Even that determined face is exactly the same. But I can't talk about Ast. I don't understand your feelings, Senior. This is an unavoidable situation, but it's not good for you to keep beating around the bush without making a decision. You should think carefully about what's best for that person. Hearing that, it was as if he had an epiphany. Rito thought tensely, if I tell the truth, at least the Isa family will be safe. But what about Ast? Ast was once someone who didn't exist in this world. And I always thought I had to protect him. But Ast has grown up too. With that thought, he spoke up. How can two people of the same age be so different? Hearing this, Frank exclaimed in confusion, huh? A sad look appeared in Rito's eyes, unsure of how things had unfolded. But at that moment, with Ast, why? He angrily slammed his hand against the wall. Why am I always the one who's wrong? Clearly, after careful observation, I knew Kila wasn't a master. Why didn't I realize it when we first met? Can't souls see through everything? My instincts have never been wrong, so why? Have I missed something? Is it because this continent is just a world in a book? A world written by someone, just as Kila said. Ast clearly remembered when Kila called his name, Ast. I just want to be with Kila forever. If Kila could be by my side, I'd be fine never going outside for my entire life. Even if I never grow taller or have to live wearing women's clothes forever. I just need Kila. The space was now filled only with Ast's lonely figure. Later, Stefan checked Ast's health. His pulse and body temperature were normal. His height hasn't changed. Nothing's changed, not even a little. It hasn't changed at all compared to last month. Anyway, the curse's influence still seems to be very strong. My 16th birthday has passed, and I'm still alive. And yet the curse is still in effect? Although your body has stopped growing, Lord asked, I guess you've managed to avoid the curse. Nonsense. Even if it was a witch's curse about a tiny child, what does that have to do with me anymore? My magical power has already surpassed the Empress's, yet you say the curse remains? Although it's not certain, the only way to make the curse disappear completely is to break the seal. While standing before Kila, he heard her say that she had to grow as tall as Rito. And this was the side effect. The fact that I've stopped growing could be due to the curse, or it could be for another reason. Even so, I like your current form. But there's not a hint of romance or cheerfulness. Ast quickly pushed his hand away and stood up. I'm not curious about your preferences. Then he pointed at his chest. I don't know why you always pretend not to know anything. But I don't care what you think. Such a cruel young lady. You have no idea how thrilled I get whenever you look at me like that. As soon as he finished speaking, his face was already close to Ast's, with a suggestive smile. Instead, Aster looked at him coldly and instinctively blurted out, "Pervert." Elsewhere, a door suddenly opened. Rito entered the room and called out loudly, "Lady Kila." "Lord Rito, when did you get back? I heard you were out. Please forgive my rudeness. It's an urgent matter." "What is it?" He replied, "Frank is waiting outside." She asked in surprise, "What do you mean? Why is Frank?" Before she could finish, Rito cut her off. "He came to find you and is now hiding outside the barrier, beyond Duke Liz's territory. If Frank is there, that's not good. No, Frank can't go there. Get him out of there right now, immediately. Calm down, milady. Please." Kila gripped his arm tightly. "Please tell Frank to go back. I'll do my best. Calm down, Lady Kila. I know what you're worried about, but Frank will be fine. He's also the master of Cicero." She thought, I know, but... Rito spoke again, "I will help you get out of here safely. I promised him." Kila hesitantly continued, "If I leave here, then Ast. It's for Ast's sake that we have to make this decision. If this gets exposed by others, Ast will never have a chance at glory in his entire life." Hearing that, Kila silently agreed. "That's right, and he'll be known as the Queen. I don't want Ast to become like that either, milady. Actually, I've been struggling a lot." Rito added, "But as expected, I know I can't let that child continue down the wrong path. This is the way for Ast." With that, she looked at him in surprise and agreed with his words. Yes, Lord Rito is right. And in the original story, Rito ultimately couldn't leave Ast. I even feel ashamed of him. I don't know what will change, but he must have thought a lot to say something like this. Rito handed her a letter. "Milady, Frank asked me to give you this." She exclaimed in surprise. "Frank? Wait, where's the letter opener?" "It's okay, take your time." She quickly grabbed the small knife on the table. Found it. What does it say?" But Kila just stared intently at the letter without answering. It wasn't until he called out, "Milady," that she snapped out of it and replied, "The boy said not to worry, that he'll definitely keep his promise." The most prominent line on it was, "Wait for me. This time, it's my turn to protect you." This time, although I didn't know it beforehand. But this reminds me of the original Kila and Frank. It was an unhappy ending. The mirage of magic, in the end, they couldn't protect each other. But this time is completely different from the original. "Lord Rito, I want to reply to Frank's letter." "I understand. Let's prepare right away." Kila thought, "I believe in you, Frank." Not long after, Rito came to her with a report. "I found the weakest point in the barrier around this mansion. We'll make our move in the early morning, after midnight tonight. When you arrive at the meeting place, use Chouette's resonance to call Cicero." Kila was silent, her thoughts unclear. "Even though I tried my best to convince Ast, it didn't work, so I have to leave quietly like this." Suddenly, there was the sound of a key in the lock outside. She instinctively looked in that direction and called out, "Lord Rito." But suddenly her eyes froze. It was Ast. He softly called out, "Kila." He saw Kila quickly hiding the small pouch Stefan had given her. Is something wrong, Ast?" He replied with concern, "The maids told me that you haven't been eating lately, Kila." "Oh, don't worry about it. It's not like I'm not eating at all. I just eat a little. Are you mad, Kila?" Hearing that, she remained silent for a moment before questioning him. "You didn't keep your promise. Let me out. Can you stay here with me, Kila? No, he'll find out I'm hiding the potpourri. With that thought, she quickly avoided him. My family and friends are looking for me. I have to go back. You don't necessarily need those people, Kila, neither family nor friends. What? I don't have anyone either. Stay with me. My closest person is only you, Kila. Stay with me, Kila. I have no one by my side. Kila hesitated for a long time. How can you say you have no one? You have Duke Liz and Lord Rito by your side. That was only in the past. We're not close anymore. Asked. As for Rito, he just sees me as a rebellious child who gives him a headache. Do you remember, Kila? 2 years ago, the moment we first met in Gabuak, you recognized me right away. I already told you, it's because of the original story. I told you I knew you through that. Oh, right? Suddenly, Ast kissed her. So, Kila, you're the person who understands me best in this world. The only one who understands me is you, Kila. For a moment, Kila couldn't react, her eyes wide with shock. What the hell? What am I doing with Ast right now? After a moment, she came to her senses and pushed him away. Then she stared at him, stunned. Ast smiled with amusement and touched his lips. You've become the master of Chouette. Kila, I didn't expect you to become a master. Because I inherited the blood of the Spirit King, I can see who can become a master, but I couldn't see through you, Kila. Why is that? At this point, her feet touched the edge of the chair, but Ast still wouldn't let go. It's a magic orb that contains the power of a soul. Kila fell back onto the chair by instinct. Ast continued to press her. So why can't I feel anything from you, Kila? I don't know either, Kila. I really can't stand it. No matter what it is. I can't accept it. Next, he bent down and reached for Kila's hand. Did that Stefan fellow give you this? It smells like Quincy. Kila was flustered and replied, that's... Did he do that so I couldn't read your thoughts, Kila? It's useless, Kila. Please let me go. I won the bet. He agitatedly used his magic to bind Kila again. No, you can't leave this place. She looked at it in terror. The ribbon. What will it take for you to stay with me? Asked, take this off. Kila, I'll do whatever you want. No, I have to go. That's the only thing I want. With that, she summoned Chouette. Ast yelled, don't go, Kila. At that moment, a swarm of vines shot out frantically. Kila looked at them in disbelief. These vines. Kila didn't pay them much mind and cut them down. Suddenly, Ast grabbed her hand from behind, causing the vines to wrap around her. I told you before, Chouette can't attack me. Impossible. Could it be that I have to get outside? Give it up, Kila. Even if you become the master of Chouette, you can't do anything to me. What should I do? There has to be a way. Suddenly, a glint appeared in her eyes. The paper knife. Without hesitation, she immediately lunged for it, to his astonishment. The scene was utterly chaotic, with only the sound of someone falling to the floor. Ast pinned Kila down and asked, what were you planning to do to me with that thing? She replied loudly, that's not it. As she thought, if she could use it to cut the main stem. With that, Kila quickly tried to retrieve the knife. Give it here. Ast immediately stopped her. Stop it, Ast. Kila shouted agitatedly, I have to get out. Nothing will change even if you get out. What are you talking about? I told you I want to get out. I told you that you need to stand proudly before others. That's not going to happen. Kila suppressed her emotions and explained, Ast, growing up isn't just about physical development. It's like a chick that will die if it doesn't break out of its own shell. So you must break the shell. You too. But if I leave here, we'll never see each other again. That's why I said it's impossible. Let go of my hand, Ast. No. If I let go, what if you run away? I don't want that. Don't go, Kila. Yes, wait a minute. Kila unintentionally swung the knife at him. Stop it, Ast. The scene seemed to fall silent as drops of blood fell to the floor. Ast raised his hand to his face, covering the bloodstains. Kila was terrified, her entire body frozen. Now, Ast clutched one of his eyes in pain and screamed. Kila shot up and ran to him, calling out, Ast. She anxiously gripped his shoulder. Asked, it's okay, but before she could finish, he interrupted. Kila, my vision is going dark. At this moment, Kila's guilt welled up. Asked. She quickly stood up and turned around, saying, we need to treat this quickly. There's too much blood. Asked grabbed the hem of Kila's clothes. Don't go. Don't leave. Please stay by my side. Don't leave me alone. No, we have to treat this quickly. It doesn't matter what happens to my eye. So please, I'm begging you. Kila awkwardly shook her head, refusing his request. Then she quickly ran out. I'll go get someone. Down the hallway, only the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Kila used all her strength to search for help. She looked around and shouted, is anyone there? Please, someone help. What should I do? He's bleeding so much. With that thought, Kila hurriedly called out, Lord Rito, Stefan. Just then, Rito spoke from behind her. Milady, what's wrong? She rushed towards him. Lord Rito. Blood. Are you injured? No, it's not me. It's not my blood. Please, go inside and see. It's urgent. Rito quickly walked to the room's door. He looked inside without showing any emotion. Then he said to Kila in a low voice, you should go now. What? I'll do everything I can to help Ast. Kila interrupted anxiously, but if he's not treated with magic soon, he could go blind. Don't worry and go to the meeting place I told you about. I've already instructed Frank. At this, he placed a hand on her shoulder. You should go. Go now. Will he really be okay? It'll be fine if I go, right? Rito pushed her gently. Go. Kila still hesitated. But then she turned and left. She ran quickly in the direction he indicated. Rito closed his eyes, composing himself. A moment later, only her ragged breathing could be heard. On her way, Kila couldn't stop thinking about Ast. Tears of guilt streamed down her face. It will be okay because Lord Rito is there. He'll surely call Stefan. The moment Ast called her name in pain flashed through her mind again. I didn't mean to stab him. What if he goes blind? Ast, what if he dies? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. You're a bit hasty, milady. It hasn't even been a day since we discussed when you'd leave. Seeing his sly smile, Kila was inwardly shocked. Stefan. The thing in his hand was something I had seen in a dream. At this, Kila tried to compose herself and replied, because I've changed my mind. I'm leaving today. Oh my, how unusual. Sometimes you can be quite persistent. Kila replied with a serious face, we'll see. With that, she drew her sword and continued, those times when I must be persistent. He said, I don't think now is one of them. With that, he smiled triumphantly. Soon, the net in his hand flew over her head. What was bound to happen happened. She was covered by it. Stefan spoke triumphantly, since you were trying to escape, milady, I guess we'll have to move the plan forward. The bird perched on his hand asked, what's wrong? The plan has changed. Hurry up and go. It quickly asked again, the original item? Of course. Just get here quickly. It then flew off. Good, just like that. I'll send the spirit bird when you arrive. Kila spoke up, don't tell me that item is me. You don't need to worry about it, it's not important. Right. In that case. Saying that, she raised her sword and slashed down. To his surprise, the net was quickly destroyed. Kila pointed her sword at him and said sternly, since it's not something I need to worry about, can I go first? Stefan looked down at the net in disbelief. This is a special magic net that Lord Ast reinforced. Kila continued in a cold voice, even though Chouette can't harm Ast, it can shatter the magic he creates. Surprising, isn't it? As expected, I can't let you stay by Lord Ast's side. That's not important right now. Ast is seriously injured. If he's not treated immediately, I know. Then he took out a magic orb. Don't worry. After I deal with you, it won't be too late to get to him. Seeing that object, Kila was startled. That's... Before she could react, it flew towards her. Kila tried to hold on to her sword tightly. Faced with his fierce expression, the orb was shattered. Ast isn't important? There's no time now. Stefan replied resentfully, if I let you go like this, how can I face Lord Ast? Even if I say I won't see you, things won't go your way. Kila exclaimed in confusion, what? The magic orb appeared once more. Kila clearly couldn't react in time. He said coldly, only I can be by Lord Ast's side. The attack was so powerful that Kila couldn't block it. Her feet staggered backward as her body struggled to resist. Her situation unclear, she looked up at him and bit her lip in frustration. The magic orb unexpectedly turned back to attack him, causing him to shout in surprise. How is this possible? The orb slammed him against a tree trunk. The force was so strong that a loud impact was heard. His vision went dark, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Kila felt a little guilty. Did I go a bit too far? Are you okay? He bowed his head and said with difficulty, without me, Lord Ast will be in danger. Then you should hurry back to Ast's side. With that, she looked at his wound. I wonder if Stefan can even treat Lord Ast in his condition. He then added, I'm the only one who can protect Lord Ast from that person. She thought, if it's that person, does he mean the Empress? I am Lord Ast's most devoted follower. Why did a woman like you suddenly appear? Ast already knew. Who are you really? Let's see. Instead of my identity, isn't the fact that Ast already knew more important? Don't lie. If Lord Ast knew, why would he let you be? A golden light emanated from the wound, and he gritted his teeth in pain. Damn it. She thought in surprise, is he healing himself? Seeing the surrounding space distort, she looked around. What is this tremor? Chouette. A source of light appeared before her, causing Kila to shield her eyes. A blurry figure of a man appeared outside the barrier. Kila was surprised. What is that? Her eyes widened in shock as she called out loudly, Frank. Seeing her from outside, he called back, Sister. Wait for me, I'm coming to save you now. A source of light appeared in the air. Kila understood. So he has resonated with Cicero. When she looked over to where Stefan was, he was already gone. But the trail of blood wasn't leading towards the mansion. Kila hesitated, looking in that direction and softly calling Ast's name. She suppressed her emotions and bit her lip tightly, but still decided to turn and leave this place. She ran with all her might, no matter how tired she was. Kila stood before a large wall. She looked up and thought, it'll be okay. The wound probably isn't as serious as I think. With that thought, she decisively slashed through the barrier. At that moment, Frank appeared before her and called out, Sister. She replied, Frank. I'm so glad you're okay, sister. Let's go. Let's go home. She looked at her brother and replied, okay. Are you hurt? No, it's not my blood. She tightly gripped the hem of Frank's clothes. Hurry, we have to get out of here quickly. He nodded in response. Then he spurred the horse and immediately left. On the way back, Kila's expression was complicated, her emotions unreadable. On the way, Frank spoke up, I heard everything from Senior Rito. I will take responsibility and also officially report the Iris family. Frank, did you tell Mom and Dad? No, I left in such a hurry that I haven't yet. But I'll tell them when I get back. Kila tightened her arms around Frank. Don't tell them, sister. Kila hugged Frank even tighter. Please don't tell Mom and Dad. Or anyone else. Why are you acting like this? Kila said nothing, just hugged Frank tightly and cried. She thought, because I'm scared. Seeing Ast, who was immature both physically and mentally for his age. It's such a pity. His lovely eyes were taken away, and she was so scared her whole body went cold. In the end, he said to her, Don't leave, please. Those words terrified her even more. And this was the best way she could keep her promise to Ast. I'm counting on you, Frank. Please don't say a word. She silently wished it was as if nothing had ever happened, because she didn't want to be punished. I understand. Although I don't know what happened. But I'll do as you say. So please don't cry. Kila was surprised by her younger brother's calm reaction. She looked up at her brother's back, nodded, and thought to herself, when did he get so big? Just 2 years ago, I still had to take care of him. Thank you, Frank. The next morning, she arrived home. Her parents, upon seeing her, emotionally exclaimed, Oh my goodness. and ran to embrace Kila. Are you hurt? Where have you been all this time? It's okay, so just tell us the truth. We'll protect you. Kila just gently shook her head. Her mother worriedly called her name Kila. It's a good thing I went in my room to change first, otherwise Mom and Dad would be even more worried. Frank, say something. Where did you go? Frank just sighed and replied, I wanted to respect my sister's wishes. I'm sorry. Marian, seeing the tense situation, spoke up. Mom, Dad, anyway, it's great that Kila is home safe. She must be very tired now, so how about we go inside first and talk later? That seems like a good idea. Let's go inside first. Kila let out a sigh of relief. Everyone gathered in the living room. So, Kila, can you return to your normal life? Her father picked up his teacup and continued, Don't tell me you've joined the Guardian Knights. I'm not sure if it's possible for you to graduate from Gratis. Return to a normal life. However, before. Dad, do the Guardian Knights really interact with the mages of the Magic Tower? That's right. Because the mages of the Imperial Magic Tower are performing national defense duties with the Guardian Knights to grasp the situation both inside and outside the country, they have to share information. They have to interact frequently. Why are you suddenly asking about that? If so, I will return to my old life. I'll get my diploma and join the Guardian Knights as planned. Kila, are you really okay? If it's for the sake of succeeding the family, you don't have to force yourself. Dad, I've become the master of Chouette. The whole family was extremely surprised and exclaimed, Oh my, Kila. Frank spoke up to confirm for his sister. It's true. I only found out after resonating with Cicero. Wonderful. Congratulations, Kila. Kila happily replied, Thank you, Marian. Her mother also said joyfully, It's a good omen, a good omen. My children have all become masters. That's right, can we throw a party? Yes, Kila. That's enough. It's lucky enough that she's back. Marian enthusiastically joined in. I'll help prepare the party. Her mother replied, speechless, Oh dear, Marian, you too. Seeing this, Kila could only cover her mouth and chuckle. She thought, that's right. I'm really back home. My second life, my second family. Kila told her family, so, as planned, I will succeed the family. Frank, from now on, protect our house by opening Cicero. You'll have to do this continuously from now on. The number one place to protect is always our home. I know. I'll do it. As he finished speaking, his body immediately emitted a blinding light. A barrier was created around the house. Frank announced, the boundary of Cicero is now outside our main gate. From now on, unauthorized people will not be able to enter the house. Even so, you must tell us eventually. We are a family, so we will always support you. The whole family smiled at each other. Kila hummed softly. The next morning, sister. Elsewhere, a pair of trembling hands pointed at Ast. Who did this to Ast? Ast looked dejected, with one eye bandaged. Ast's grandfather roared. I asked, who is it? Rito spoke up to calm him down. Your Grace, Ast has just woken up. He needs to rest. Before Rito could finish, his grandfather slapped him hard across the face and scolded him. What were you doing to let this happen to Ast? If the wound had been a little deeper, he would have died. Where is Stefan? Suddenly, a bell fell to the ground with a clang. They all turned their heads. Ast, sitting on the bed, spoke with annoyance. It's too noisy. My head hurts. Ast, just wait a moment. I'll find another healing mage. I'll find one very quickly. He was about to touch Ast, but Ast irritably pushed his hand away. I don't need it. Just leave me alone. Ast, why would you say that to the Duke? But before he could finish, Ast glared at him. Then, tree roots appeared from nowhere and wrapped around his legs, pulling Rito down with a thud. Traitor. With that, he got out of bed. He gently pulled open a drawer. Then he took a pair of scissors and went to the mirror. Do I look hateful like this? Put it down, Ast. No, put it down now. As he spoke, he rushed forward and grabbed Ast's hand. He immediately pushed him away forcefully and snapped, Get away. He could only helplessly call his name, Ast. He began to cut his hair, lock by lock. He ignored the screams of his grandfather. Stop it, snap out of it, asked. No, you can't. But the sound of the scissors continued steadily until his hair was short. I'm so hateful now. The Duke could only stand there, watching his grandson with a stunned expression. Kila's reminder echoed in Rito's mind. He needs to be treated quickly. Ast let go of the scissors in his hand. He picked up the last lock of hair he had just cut and smiled at his reflection. This look, I can stop now. I don't need things like treatment. What are you talking about? I gave my eye, so I should receive payment. I will absolutely not give up. Right, now I know. The Empress. What did the Empress do? Rito, who had been standing behind him and observing all this time, thought, if I say who it was now, Lady Kila will be in danger. The Duke, however, continued to assert, that's right, it could be no one but her. I'll kill her with my own hands. The traitor hiding in our family has finally made a move. I absolutely cannot forgive this. Rito watched with a heart full of worry. Inside the palace, the Empress was talking to Stefan. The daughter of the Vesta family, you say? To attack like that, she must have become a master. Stefan knelt and replied, yes, she shattered that net with her magic. What about the fact that the boy was injured? It's all true. I heard they had to quickly find a healing mage, so it seems he's in critical condition. The Empress reached out and lifted Stefan's chin. It's a bit of a shame, since you always wanted to protect Ast. Isn't that right? That's not right. Isn't my loyalty always directed towards your Majesty the Empress? Let's see. I'm not so sure. Lord Ast did nothing wrong. Being born was his mistake. Do it properly. I clearly told you to hide it. I will not forget the favor to the Hewlett family. The Empress immediately slapped him. You're worthless pity. Do you know how much I've had to endure? Stefan didn't reply, just lowered his head. The Empress thought, it's not that the boy was harmed, but that I allowed what Stefan was doing. So, when necessary, I can indeed deal with that girl from the Liz family. Actually, if that didn't work, I'd have to use Quincy. With that thought, she said to Stefan, what danger? It would have been better if he had died this morning. A servant from outside called, Your Majesty the Empress. What is it? I said no one was allowed in. But the only reply she heard was a cry for help. A pair of trembling, bloody hands and a loud gunshot. The Empress didn't understand what was happening. Then Duke Liz entered with a gun. He said, Long time no see, Empress. I wonder if you remember this old man. At Kila's house, after returning home, Kila met many people, from the headmaster of Quarry Academy to Philia and Iris. Iris asked with concern, How's your health? Are you eating well? Yes, my health is fine, and I'm eating very well. Thinking back, it was me. I heard the headmaster will let me take the graduation exam at home. Really? That's great, Kila. I was so worried. I heard that as long as I don't cause any trouble, I can join the Night Guards. First, for what's happened recently, I plan to explain that Kila took on a special, top-secret mission. I'm so glad nothing happened to you, Kila. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Just then, Frank opened the door and said, Sister, something big has happened. Frank, what's wrong? Why is your face so pale? Sister, look at this. Kila took the newspaper and was stunned. Frank added, Duke Liz has been executed. They say he tried to assassinate Her Majesty the Empress. Elsewhere, someone asked, What's Ast's condition? Rito replied, I hear he's very calm, nothing unusual. That kid. I was originally thinking of returning the title to him. I know I'm very confused. Although I am the next heir of the Liz family, I once thought I had to become Ast. Now, even if the title and all the territories are confiscated. Rito was thinking about this when the other person interrupted him. You were never that kind of person. You were more compassionate than anyone. It's so pitiful because the important people have left one by one. At the very least, I want to put a wedding ring on you. You can avoid their gazes. Rito reached out his hand to accept it. Then put it back on the Duke's hand. If you stack your hands, they won't see it. Is that so? I will watch over the Duke's funeral. You should go visit Ast for a bit. Rito replied, yes. Then he immediately went to Ast's room. Ast, it's time to come down. It's all over. Rito entered with a smile. It suits you, Ast. What's wrong? Are boys' clothes more comfortable than girls' clothes? They're so comfortable it's strange. Here, let me do it for you. You'll get used to doing it yourself soon enough. I'm more confident with girls' clothes. Rito thought, looking at him like this, Ast has really grown up. Since you've been wearing dresses continuously, of course that's the case. I'm surprised you were able to pretend to be a girl for this long. Hearing Rito say that, Ast chuckled. No, I mean I'm confident in putting them on and taking them off. Are you joking right now? Short hair is really comfortable. He went to the window and looked down. Seeing the crowd standing outside for his grandfather's funeral, Ast sneered, like a pack of hyenas gathering to feast, even on a rotten corpse. I'm going for a walk in the garden. Rito offered to go with him, but Ast waved his hand. Just for a bit. I just want to pick some flowers to put in grandfather's coffin. Despite hearing that, Rito was still filled with worry. He went downstairs. A nobleman asked, "Is Ast bringing flowers for his grandfather?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Stop. You cannot enter without identifying yourself." Stefan quickly explained, "I used to work here." Suddenly, Ast's voice called out, "Stefan." Inside, people were murmuring. Why would that guy dare to show up here? It's because he wasn't here that Ast's treatment was delayed. That's why this happened. When Stefan saw Ast, he blurted out a greeting. "Lord Ast. Ast, you're I should have been by your side. How could this beautiful face?" His hands trembled as he reached out into the air. But Ast pushed him away. "Get your filthy hands off me. Lord Ast." The noise from outside still echoed. Did the orchestra not come today? Oh, about that. Outside, Stefan was still trying to explain. I'll tell you everything. I will absolutely not leave you now. Ast cut him off. It's fine now. You go your own way. I told you, don't be curious. He's the one who needs people the most, not me. There's no place for you here now. With that, Ast walked past Stefan, leaving him standing there, unable to say another word. The eulogy for the funeral began, "Goddess of the earth. The soul of this poor sinner has returned to your embrace. Water beneath the earth, and the earth will follow the wind. And the wind will return to water, so they too will return, with sins that could not be corrected in life. Please guide this poor soul on the right path. Please say your final goodbyes to the deceased." As the eulogy ended, Rito said, "Ast, you go first." Ast walked step by step towards his grandfather's coffin and placed a white flower inside. Why did it have to be like this? You endured so well, but why did it end like this? He touched his grandfather's cheek and thought, "You always wanted to tell me, whenever you had the chance to do well. Because I forgot, everything is too late." I think I understand Kila's words now. Life, it turns out, is meant to be lived alone. Grandfather, I'm truly alone now. An announcement rang out, "The ceremony is over. Please clear the mansion in an orderly fashion." And of course, no makeup or jewelry is allowed for the deceased. Rito quickly said, "Your Excellency, the Duke, no, Duke Liz's dying wish." In life, he said he wanted to be buried next to his late wife in the garden they loved so much. Furthermore, those are their wedding rings. Please consider this. As Rito spoke, he thought anxiously. Under his ring finger is a diamond ring from the Duchess and a family ring. They absolutely cannot be removed. The other person agreed, saying, "I will allow the rings. However, this land and mansion are property of the Imperial Palace, so the body of a traitor cannot be buried here." The nobles who came to bid farewell were also surprised and exclaimed, "This." Ast coldly approached his grandfather's coffin and said, "Why not? This was originally my grandfather's house. He always wanted to be buried in the Kali garden. Why isn't that allowed?" "I already said it. This place is now the property of the Imperial Palace. Besides, it's not a matter that concerns a brat like you. Burying him is no different from a garden in a corner. No one will see it anyway. Take the coffin away." Ast flew into a rage, his eyes glaring. Tree branches shot up from the ground, attacking anyone who dared to approach the Duke's coffin. The soldiers and guests alike retreated in fear. "What is this? These things, they're growing. Rito, seeing this, shouted, asked no. Asked, everyone get back. Run outside. Everyone screamed and ran in chaos. Rito said to Stefan, you should go too. But Stefan stubbornly replied, I can't abandon Lord Ast. The sound of shattering mixed with Ast's gloomy voice. This is my grandfather's house. What in the world is this? How dare you do this to the Imperial Palace's property? Ast replied, this place, now and forever, belongs to my grandfather, Duke Liz. Rito's voice still rang out, Ast, come here. Come with me to Izadi. It's your home now too. You've worked hard all this time, Rito. He kept calling out, Ast, Ast. The people outside could only watch helplessly. The mansion was covered in roses. After Ast concealed his appearance, Kila's life seemed to have returned to normal. Her brother, Frank, had also married Marion. Everything that had happened recently felt like a lie. One morning, while she was sitting in her room, Remy knocked on the door. Milady, the flowers have arrived. Flowers? Yes, and there's a card too. Seeing that it was a bouquet of blue roses, she seemed to guess who the sender was. Remy quickly continued, their graduation congratulation flowers, right? Perhaps someone who knows you're about to join the Guardian Knights sent them to congratulate you. Do you know who sent them? I think I do. Looking at the card that read, to the dear Kila Vesta. She immediately thought of Ast. But even as time passed and the seasons changed, there was still no news of Ast. A group of servants stood respectfully and bowed to Kila. My Lord Marquis, please be careful on your way today. Yes. Thank you, everyone. It was a title that she never got used to, no matter how many times she heard it. Our house is counting on you today too, Cicero. Kila entered the palace to have an audience with the Empress. She bowed respectfully. It is a great honor for Urbak to meet your Majesty the Empress. Rise, General Kila. The reason I summoned you is for no other matter. I wonder if you acknowledge this truth? Cicero cannot be called a treasure of the Vesta family alone. It is a treasure of the entire Urbak Empire, is it not? Kila wasn't very surprised. She thought, I knew she would bring this up. Kila immediately replied in a serious tone, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Cicero is a magical tool that best reflects the psychological state of its owner. If Frank doesn't want to do something, it won't activate. I'm worried it might harm the Imperial Palace. Do you not intend to protect the Imperial Palace? She replied, as I said before, Frank has a very resolute personality, and since the responsibility of protecting the Imperial Palace is too great, I think activating it would be very difficult. Let's see. As a mage, I can't understand those words. How can I compare to Her Majesty the Empress, a talented mage? Both Cicero and Chouette are special magics, but they cannot meet the expectations of Her Majesty the Empress, so I can only apologize. However, Your Majesty, your humble servant Kila Vesta swears to use Chouette as much as necessary for the sake of Your Majesty and the Empire. I believe I've heard that oath 33 times already. Kila bowed her head respectfully and replied, I am ashamed. She thought to herself, she doesn't look pleased. But the Empress cannot use Cicero's barrier. Cicero's barrier is, of course, a space with barriers. If a person enters that place once, they will be protected even if they move. That is the point of Cicero. Cicero cannot prevent friction between people within it, and they will always be protected by Cicero. For example, if the Imperial Palace is set as a protected area for Cicero. Even if assassins from the Imperial Palace sneak into the Vesta mansion, they won't be able to make a move. Kila was lost in thought when the Empress suddenly spoke. The conflicts with neighboring countries have not ceased. With Cicero's help, perhaps it would ease the worries of His Majesty the Emperor, who is lying ill in bed. The Empress deliberately mentioned the Emperor to sway Kila's will, but she understood and simply inquired gently, how is His Majesty the Emperor's condition? I heard he just woke up from his sickbed not long ago. Only temporarily. When he heard news of the border disputes, he fell ill again. Kila replied, is that so? 3 years ago, the Emperor's health suddenly deteriorated. After Duke Liz was executed. It was rumored that he opposed Duke Liz's execution, but there was no way the Hewlett family's power would let that stand. It's been 2 years since the Empress began her regency, acting on behalf of the bedridden emperor. The Empress suddenly said, "Anyway, Lady Kila, about what I said back then, have you thought about it?" Kila didn't understand the Empress's meaning and could only reply yes. The Empress clarified, "It's about marriage. My youngest brother is still unmarried, and he seems to be a good match for you, Lady Kila." Hearing this stunned her. She told herself to control her expression. Then she suddenly burst out laughing and replied, "I haven't thought about marriage yet. I'm too busy with my duties managing the territory." Excellent. My brother often helps his father, so he's very good with various account books. Moreover, he's tall and very popular with the ladies. Hearing this, Kila gave a forced smile and recalled, that was 20 years ago. Besides, that guy manipulated the books and took bribes." The Empress added, "Although he's a bit old, he's a mature and gentle man. If you become a relative of the royal family soon, it wouldn't be a loss for the Vesta family at all." Kila thought, "I'm the one at a loss here." She replied, slightly annoyed, "I apologize." "Oh my, then what about General Reno, the second son of Count Serta?" She thought, "Isn't that Reno rumored to have 3 wives? Who else are you trying to set me up with?" The Empress continued to suggest, "What about General Crystal, the third son of Marquis Rivet?" She thought irritably, "Isn't that the gambling addict?" Kila interrupted the Empress. I'm sorry, Your Majesty." The Empress rested her chin on her hand and sighed, "Lady Kila, your standards are too high." She thought to herself, "Isn't it all just trash? This won't do. If I keep getting caught up in the Empress's words, I'll end up married." She said, "Your Majesty." "Actually, I." She hesitated. "Is this okay? I'd rather die from this than get married." She finally said decisively, "I prefer younger men." Kila's answer left the Empress stunned. "Oh my." Leaving the Empress's palace, Kila sighed in relief. She thought, "I barely escaped." Although Her Majesty's reaction at the end was concerning. Lost in thought, 2 knights approached, smiling, and greeted her. "3rd Division Commander, so you were here." One of the 2 knights was Serena. She began to tease her as expected of the most popular knight. "I'm so jealous, so jealous." Kila growled in response, "Are you here to tease me, Serena? Are you looking for me?" The male knight replied, "Yes, because a special gift was sent for the commander." "But why bring this here? Aren't all things except letters supposed to be donated?" "Yes, that's right. Please take a look at this." "Wow, it's beautiful, Kila. It's the first time I've seen a rose of this color." She broke out in a cold sweat and said, "A blue rose. Here you are. There's a card inside too." She opened the box. The letter inside read, "I have returned." Kila knew it was a gift from Ast. She hurried to the meeting room, opened the door, and ordered, "Contact Lut at the Magic Tower immediately. Hurry." 3rd Division Commander, it's currently the sleeping time for the Magic Tower mages, so they can't be contacted. Kila shouted impatiently, "It's an emergency. Keep trying until they answer." Everyone hurriedly complied. Yes, I understand." Kila activated the magic circle. She looked at it and said, "It's not even 11 o'clock. To them, it's practically early morning. It'll take some time, as expected." She continued to order, "People wake up in the morning, work during the day, and then go to sleep. Keep trying to contact them." Just as Kila finished speaking, the faint image of a female mage appeared in the mirror. A mage in the room said, "Contact established." The female mage on the other side of the mirror pointed her finger and said angrily, "Why do you have to contact us in the morning? It's so rude." Kila called out sternly, "Lut. What is it? Is it you again, Lady Kila?" "Yes. If I send a command, you wouldn't receive it, would you?" "Although I said this last time, since I'm feeling friendly, I'll say it again. Listen carefully. A mage's morning starts at 3 p.m. All right. Tell me about the situation with the other mages in the Empire." "That question again?" "Peaceful," she answered curtly. "Nothing's happened." "Even so, once again." "Oh, now that you mention it, something strange did happen. Not long ago, in the Auric region, an unidentified mage was discovered." "An unidentified mage in the Auric region?" Lut replied, "That's right. the land that was once the Spirit King's palace. All mages of the Empire have an obligation to register at the Magic Tower when they become mages. But that mage's name doesn't exist at all. I heard there's no one like that in the foreign magic towers either. If it were a mage that powerful, there would surely be some rumors. Kila asked again, what is that mage's name? Lut recounted, is reigner of the High Den Kingdom, according to the documents, a foreigner. What's even stranger is that I sense the power of a mage and a spirit creator at the same time. Kila asked, confused, what does that mean? Normally, mages only possess one ability. It's something that should be impossible. What about their face? Do you know what they look like? I tried using a scrying spell, but it was too far away, so I couldn't see the face clearly. What color was their hair? Didn't you see what color their hair was? Was it black or brown? Kila thought, could it be asked? Just then, Lut exclaimed and said, that's right, they were wearing an eye patch. An eye patch. Though I don't remember which side it covered. I don't know if it was because we were trying too hard to observe, but the mirror shattered right after. I see. Thanks for letting me know, Lut. If you're so thankful, then please don't contact me before 3 p.m. Before Lut could finish, Kila turned off the mirror. The mage asked Kila, 3rd Division Commander, is there anything unusual? No, nothing. If you hang up like that, won't Lut be angry again? Kila turned her back and replied, it's fine, Lut was like that last time too. Kila walked quickly back to the meeting room. 3rd Division Commander, you're back? You've arrived just in time. A messenger bird just arrived. Kila looked at the bird and asked, a messenger bird? Judging by the seal on the front, it seems to be from the master of the Magic Tower in the city of Byuk. It's a bird from Lut. She waved her hand and said, shoo it away. Yes. Is it from Lut? Because I already contacted her earlier. So she sent it to curse at you? You two are always arguing. When will it stop? We don't always argue. Anyway, Kila suddenly saw the vase of blue roses. She asked curiously, did you do this? Yes, because there was an old vase in the storage room. Are you pleased with it? No, it smells lovely. Is that so? I've only heard rumors about blue roses, but this is the first time I've seen one. Rumors? Oh yes. It's the land of Liz, what people used to call the ghost mansion. The thorny vines that cover that mansion, there's a rumor that they are blue roses. That's right, that's it. In the 3 years Ast was missing, the Duke of Liz's land was left abandoned and sealed off. Now that you mention it, do you know when General Lithos will be back? The 1st Division Commander? That's right. She thought, if it's Lithos, he might know. An unidentified mage appeared in the Auric region. It's Ast. The male knight informed Kila, if it's the 1st Division Commander, it will take some time because he has been dispatched to Asen. That's right. She thought again, since that's the opposite direction of Eric, he probably hasn't heard any news. When General Lithos returns, please inform me immediately. I understand. As the door closed, Kila was lost in her thoughts. Lithos must have worked hard to become the 1st Division Commander. After the fall of the Liz family, the reputation of the Isa family also gradually declined. Even under such difficult conditions, he was finally able to become the 1st Division Commander and get closer to the position of Commander-in-Chief. He is truly outstanding in many ways. After becoming the Master of Chouette, I only reached the position of 2nd Division Commander because I was too young. And because of that, when he was appointed 1st Division Commander, everyone went crazy, except for me. Returning to the Vesta mansion, Kila saw her niece run towards her. Auntie! Kila hugged the little girl tightly and called out, Laliel. Every time she came home and saw Laliel, all her worries seemed to melt away. She picked up the little girl and asked gently, did our Laliel have fun playing? The little girl replied, I was playing with hacks and eating cake. Oh, is that so? The two were chatting happily. Then Marian came out from the drawing room. Oh my, are you off work now, Kila? When Laliel saw her mother, she called out loudly, Mommy. Marian smiled brightly back at the little girl. Our Laliel. Are you this happy because Auntie Kila is here? Kila carried Laliel to her mother's side. The little girl immediately reached out her arms to be held. Mommy, mommy. Welcome home, Marion. I want a daughter. Speaking of which, Marion, were you in the study? Yes. The public administration exam isn't far off. Since it's coming up soon, I'm getting nervous. Don't worry. You've prepared diligently all this time. If it's Marion, you'll definitely pass. Thank you, Sister Kila. Frank's hurried footsteps echoed. Marion, I'm home. Laliel, Daddy's home. Let Daddy. Marion reminded Frank, you have to wash your hands. Frank paused and replied with a sheepish smile, oh right. Sorry, Daddy will wash his hands and be right back. With that, he dashed off. Kila turned away and thought, I haven't washed my hands either. Kila, let's go to the dining room first. You haven't had dinner yet, right? What? I'll just go to the washroom and be right back. Kila, really? She chased after her brother, calling Frank. He turned his head and replied, Sister. Perfect timing. I have something to talk to you about. What is it? Right now, immediately expand Cicero's barrier to cover the Vesta territory. Did something happen? Not yet, but it probably will happen very soon. Hearing this, Frank didn't ask any more questions and immediately cast the magic to expand the barrier. I've expanded the barrier to the Vesta territory. Does the Demirov family need it too? Kila replied, it would probably be good in case of an emergency. Frank asked worriedly, what on earth is going on? Don't tell me he's back. Kila answered thoughtfully, it seems so. Frank placed a hand on Kila's shoulder reassuringly. Sister, you're under Cicero's protection now, so don't worry too much. I will protect you and our family. Rest assured, that man will absolutely not be able to harm us. Kila stood frozen for a moment, then chuckled and replied. Okay, thank you, Frank. With that, Frank turned and walked away. Kila watched his retreating back and thought to herself, he's grown up so much. In a flash, he's become so strong. But Frank, the one I'm really worried about, isn't asked. What I'm really worried about is that this situation now has nothing to do with my intentions or our family's intentions. We might have already fallen into this dangerous situation without realizing it. Even if I struggle, in the end, I was still involved with Ast. This time is the same. Am I still unable to escape the bindings of the original story? If Ast returns, he will surely aim for the throne as in the original. Then we, who are close to the royal family, will have to confront Ast to protect the Empress. With Ast, Kila went to her brother's side and said seriously, Frank, soon I'll have to tell you something important. Something important? That's right. I'm only telling you in advance because you'll be protecting the family with me. What is it? I will no longer be working for the Gordian Knights. And by order of the head of the family, all members of our family who have ever participated in the Gordian Knights will have to be disbanded. Kila's words left Frank completely stunned. Sister, the position of Commander-in-Chief. She looked at him and said, does it have to be someone from our family who does that? Anyone with the ability can do it. That's true, but will the elders in the family sit still? I know, but Frank, Nicholas, and Triad too. If they take that position, they'll only receive hatred, right? I want to discuss this with you first. As soon as possible, we must distance ourselves from the power of the Imperial Palace. A few days later, Kila pushed open the door and said, it's been a while, Commander Isa. Rito replied with a surprised expression, Commander Vesta. He was holding a pair of pants in his hands. What's the matter, coming to see me like this? She immediately slammed the door shut. Pardon my rudeness. Because there's news that a suspicious mage has appeared in the Auric region. I don't know if you've heard. No, this is the first I'm hearing of it. Let me explain it to you. She poured tea for Rito. It's a story I heard from the master of the magic tower in the city of Byuk. She said an unidentified mage with an eye patch appeared in Eric. An eye patch? When did you hear this news? Just a few days ago, but it seems the mage's appearance wasn't clear. Is that so? I'll also try to find more information through other means. Thank you for letting me know, Commander Vesta. Commander Isa, after that day, the news about Ast. Have you heard any news? Despite trying everything, I still haven't heard any news. Could that suspicious mage be asked? I think I'll have to go to Auric and see. You just got back. Rest for a bit. I'll find out more information from Lut. Thank you. I'll leave it to you. She thought, he seems exhausted. But he's had a tough time these past 3 years. I'll be taking my leave now. Please get some rest. The door was closed. Her footsteps were hurried. A voice suddenly called out, "3rd Division Commander." What is it? Is something wrong? Are you planning to contact Lut? Yes. About that, is it okay to say this? We haven't received orders from above yet. It's about Lut. He nodded and continued. Actually, after the commander made contact with Lut, the connection to the magic tower in the city of Byuk was lost. It's been like that for days. Have you sent someone to investigate? About that, actually, I don't know if there's a barrier near the magic tower, but we can't get in. There's no one around the outside of the magic tower either. So the magic tower mages can't check if they're safe? Yes. She held her head in frustration. That day, the connection was normal, and I disconnected it myself. After that, Lut sent a messenger bird. Messenger bird. Thinking of this, she asked. After I disconnected from Lut, the connection to the magic tower also stopped? Yes, after that, there was information that needed to be relayed to the magic tower, and we tried to reconnect but failed. But that day, Lut sent me a messenger bird about an hour after I left the magic communication room. This was the last signal Lut sent. I overlooked it. Actually, it's not just the connection to the city of Byuk, where Lut is, that's been disconnected. Starting from the National Magic Tower, out of the 40 magic towers nationwide, connections to 20 of them have been lost so far. She asked how. The magic tower in the city of Byuk is practically in a state of lockdown. All magic-related work in the capital is completely paralyzed. No way. They said the magic trains at the stations have also been suspended. At this rate, it won't be long before the public notices something is wrong. With things like this happening, why haven't the knights stepped in? And the Imperial Palace must have heard the news by now. Yesterday, a report was sent to the Imperial Palace about the disruption of the magic trains, with the excuse being an inspection of the equipment. She thought to herself, I know the situation. Lost connection with the magic tower. Disruption of magic trains. She came to the conclusion, it seems Ast has returned. This is also following the script. Morning at the Vesta mansion. Lady Vesta said with a smile, "Honey, the seafood you brought back is very fresh." He replied, "It's in season, so I caught a little. If you like it, I'll bring some more next time." Frank smiled and exclaimed, "Oh my, Dad's going to become a fisherman. Being a fisherman is good too." Kila spoke thoughtfully, really. "Father, Mother, I have something to tell you." She thought, Father will probably be strongly against this. But this is the best way for our family. She boldly stated her decision, "I will quit my job at the Night Corps. Father, Mother, I will give up my position as captain of the Night Guard." Suddenly, a spoon fell to the ground with a clatter. Laeliel bent down and called out, "Spoon." The spoon fell. Marian signaled for the little girl to be quiet. Laeliel, Mommy will get it for you later." Her father's words startled her. "Kila, what are you saying?" "Father, I really don't understand. If you continue on this smooth path, the position of Commander-in-Chief will be yours sooner or later. Father, the position of Captain isn't important. This is a matter of our family's survival." "No, it's the survival of our family." Her mother asked in shock, "Survival? What's that about?" Kila thought, should I tell everyone about Ast's existence? Frank spoke up encouragingly, "Sister, just tell the truth." Then he said to his father, "I respect my sister's opinion. She has never made a mistake before." "That's true." Kila added, "Father, a storm is about to sweep through the Imperial Palace. I don't know if you all remember, but the 5th prince, who carries the blood of the Liz family, is about to appear at the Imperial Palace." He exclaimed, "The Lai family? Don't tell me it's the child that Lady Lai Diana gave birth to before she died." "Impossible." "Kila, how could you know that?" Kila replied, "This is top secret information, Father. You know these things can't have their source revealed." "That's right, I forgot." According to information from the Magic Tower, The fifth prince has formidable magical power. Hasn't he perfectly inherited the blood of the spirit royal family? Clearly, he holds a deep grudge because Duke Liz was executed and his family became an enemy of the Empire. Kila, it's true that the Imperial Palace is in danger, but isn't it all the more reason for our family to protect it? Kila asked back, but what if His Majesty wants to pass the throne to that illegitimate child? He widened his eyes in surprise. The current legitimate heir is Prince Cairo. Kila silently guessed everything. I knew it. Father always values pure bloodlines. Kila said bluntly, but this time, I can't follow your wishes. He shouted, Kila. She clearly stated, as the head of the Vesta family, my priority is the well-being of our family, the safety of our territory, and the peace of our residents. I can't put everyone in danger, Father. I declare here and now, Kila Vesta resigns as captain of the Night Guard. At the same time, with the authority of the family head, I will proceed to withdraw all members of the Vesta family from the Night Guard. Kila, what are you thinking? Why didn't you consult the family elders? You're too dictatorial. I will summon all members of the Vesta family from across the Empire back to the family territory, including my uncles and cousins. He was stunned when she added, I have expanded Cicero's barrier to the Vesta territory, so everyone will be protected. Her younger brother jumped when he heard her say this. He asked Frank, do you agree with your sister? Yes, father. I support my sister's decision. He shouted angrily, you children. She continued, from now on, the Vesta family will not participate in anything related to the Imperial Palace. What we need to care about is our family, not the Imperial Palace. I will only protect my family. I will not protect the royal family. Suddenly, he stood up and approached her. She closed her eyes tightly, thinking, does father want to hit me? I'm ready to take a slap. But instead, he took her hand and said gently, Kila, I've always believed in you. I also know that you are not someone who acts rashly. But this time, it's not acceptable. Protecting the Imperial Palace is also protecting the Empire. The fact that our family possesses Chouette and Cicero also means we have a great responsibility. I understand that, father, but I cannot back down. She thought, I'm not that noble. To me, family is everything. Outside the mansion, this is the order of the family head. The man slammed his cane on the ground and exclaimed, so now we can only live in this small house? At this rate, it won't be long before the nobles use money to force others again. Kila approached and spoke. Thank you all for coming. I will now explain why I have summoned you here so urgently. All right, let me hear it. What reason do you have to go so far as to threaten our living expenses to call us here? She let out a sigh and raised her hand. Currently, the Byuk Magic Tower is occupied by a powerful mage. All magic-related activities in the capital have been completely paralyzed. In just a few days, the person who caused this unprecedented emergency is an illegitimate child of His Majesty the Emperor and Lady Lydiana, who was thought to have died in childbirth about 20 years ago. That person is also the fifth prince of the Urbak Empire. Everyone's faces darkened in shock upon hearing this. They whispered to each other, if it's His Majesty Emperor Lydiana, does that mean the child didn't die? She said that Lady Lydiana was a descendant of the Spirit King. Therefore, the fifth prince possesses not only magical power but also spirit arts. If the fifth prince joins the war for the throne, the Imperial Palace will immediately fall into chaos. But the throne will belong to Crown Prince Cairo. She answered softly, what if His Majesty the Emperor changes his mind and puts that illegitimate child on the throne? Can you all be loyal to the fifth prince? He replied resentfully, but how can we abandon the legitimate prince and choose an illegitimate child? The people whispered among themselves. Kila thought helplessly, these rigid people. This is exactly why the entire clan was wiped out in the original story. Of course, loyalty isn't a bad thing. But with such a clear outcome, I can't let things continue like this. Suddenly, a hand went up. But Kila, no, Marquis. This is just my personal opinion, but if it is His Majesty's will, our family can also support the fifth prince. As soon as he finished speaking, his father pointed at him and yelled, Kristen, Are you in your right mind? You dare betray the country for your own benefit? He replied with a pale face. Did I say something wrong? A loud bang echoed from the pushing of the door. Marquis Vesta said loudly, absolutely not. I cannot accept rebelling against the Imperial Palace. Frank called out helplessly, Father. He continued, we have not only sworn allegiance to His Majesty the Emperor, but also to Her Majesty the Empress and the legitimate prince, whom we must protect. She spoke reassuringly, everyone, don't worry. I have no intention of becoming an enemy of Her Majesty the Empress. But the fifth prince is a mage who possesses the power of the Spirit King. Even Chouette cannot defeat him. I'm not taking any side. But not taking a side could turn both sides into enemies. So you're trying to create a reason? You're right, Father, even if it's just for appearance's sake. The reason the Vesta family is leaving the Night Guard is due to internal family matters. So it's possible to make people believe that, but things won't go as you think. That's right. But siding with the Empress will surely lead to destruction. She thought to herself, and siding with Ast isn't a viable option either. For now, this is the best choice I have. She clenched her fists. It's not just that reason, Father. There's another reason not to side with the Empress. What is it? Suddenly a voice rang out. Let me explain it to everyone. Because I work in the royal administration, I hear a lot of rumors. There's a rumor that His Majesty the Emperor's serious decline in health is due to Her Majesty the Empress. He said in surprise, what? Even if their relationship is bad, Her Majesty the Empress is not that kind of person. She continued, over the past 3 years, His Majesty the Emperor's health has gradually weakened because he was being poisoned. A royal physician discovered this, but was assassinated shortly after. As a medical official, I directly supervised the entire process of handling the body. The physician's body had clear stab wounds, but my superiors ordered the cause of death to be handled as overwork. You may not want to believe it, but we administrative officials live in fear every day. It was clearly a murder, but it was declared as death from overwork. I fear, could I be next? Kila glanced at the people whispering behind her. Then she spoke up. It's no exaggeration to say that the Imperial Palace is now almost completely under the control of the Hewlett family, Her Majesty the Empress's maternal family. In such a situation, if the fifth prince appears, who will His Majesty the Emperor choose to side with? You don't have to follow my opinion. The crowd's discussion made the atmosphere noisy. If you wish, you can leave right now. However, when danger comes, you must understand that Chouette and Cicero will not be able to protect you. Which left everyone stunned. Later, in the office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Gordian Knights, Count Serta said sarcastically, poor health and unavoidable family circumstances. A perfect excuse, Commander Vesta. She stood sternly before him and replied, I only regret having to withdraw so suddenly. But, Chouette, besides you, is there anyone else who can possess it? Why do you suddenly ask that? Unfortunately, because I am the owner of Chouette, transferring ownership is impossible. Unless there is no longer a master, once ownership is established, even if I wanted to, Chouette still belongs to me. So, if the current master dies, can someone else possess it? Which greatly surprised her. Kila replied, it's possible. He asked again, is Cicero the same way? Yes. She silently speculated, Count Serta, what are you planning? He smiled and replied, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Yes, then I'll take my leave. After that, she went to the Imperial Palace. The Emperor said, it's been a long time, Commander Vesta. It is an honor for me to have an audience with your majesties, the Emperor and Empress. The Empress ordered, raise your head. So you've decided to leave the Gordian Knights? Kila replied, yes. The Empire is still in chaos due to territorial disputes. Why leave at a time like this? The Emperor quickly intervened, Empress, don't be like that. I heard the Vesta family is facing an unavoidable problem. The Empress suppressed her anger and said nothing. The Emperor reminded her, Kila, you haven't forgotten what you said to me, have you? You once said you would dedicate the sword Chouette for Urbach. She replied, I have no face to show. Before she could finish, the Empress snapped, If Kila withdraws, shouldn't you at least send your brother into battle? So send Cicero. The emperor once again stopped her. Empress, did you not hear me say to stop? The empress fell silent, saying nothing more. Kila thought. The atmosphere immediately became tense. At least now I don't have to listen to any more nagging. Kila, I don't know what problem your family is facing, but after everything is settled, can you return? Yes, I will do so. She froze upon hearing the emperor's next question. When will everything be resolved? She stammered, ah. While the emperor was watching her intently, waiting for an answer, she finally replied after a moment, I will return as soon as possible. Then she stepped outside, closed the door, and took a breath. The empress's last words made me uncomfortable. Before, she threatened, Kila, don't underestimate my abilities. She acted as if she knew nothing, but it seemed she had guessed my entire plan. With Steph in there, she must have known about what happened 3 years ago. It definitely left a bad impression. But she quickly glanced around. Something's not right. Why is it so quiet? Not a single royal knight is in sight. Where did they all go? The protection of the Imperial Palace will surely become chaotic. A commotion made her stop. A group of people was approaching from the front. She wondered, who are they? Not just one, but many people. Seeing that they were all cloaked, she guessed, are they mages? At that moment, Ast removed his hood. Her eyes widened in surprise. The person smirked, startling her. Now she realized that person was Ast. So I understand. The absence of soldiers or knights near the audience chamber. It's because they arranged for the mages to come here beforehand. That's how the prince acted in the original story. She hesitated, telling herself, I have to run. I have to get out of here. Why did I ever leave the Gordian Knights? She started to run. They seemed confused. Hey, isn't that Kila? Lut called out, Kila, it's me, Lut. Can't she hear me? Another person spoke up, if that's Kila Vesta, isn't she the master of Chouette? She must have sensed something suspicious about us. If we were that suspicious, she would have drawn her sword long ago. She's not the type to run away like this. Ast, you don't look well. Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Suddenly, he threw the bouquet of blue roses to the ground. Lut quickly bent down to pick it up. No, the flowers are innocent. If you're angry, just say so. Behind them, people whispered, that bastard, no, why is that person like that? So scary. It really is. Lut quickly dusted off the bouquet and replied, what? Kila Vesta just passed by and upset Lord Ast. Lut retorted, she just ran past. People started to gossip, he's easily annoyed. Anyone who gets close irritates him. His personality is unbearably difficult. Suddenly, one of them knelt down and called out, Lord Ast, if you permit it, I will immediately cut off that woman's breath. He looked down at him. Then he smirked, huh? In the next second, everyone was crushed to the ground by a powerful aura. They gasped and stammered, Lord Ast. He asked in a dark, cold voice, what did you just say? You said you wanted to cut off whose breath? Tell me again. What are you going to do? Whose breath do you want to cut off? I misspoke. Please forgive me. I will always be loyal to you. Ast frowned and let it go this time. He held out his hand, and streaks of light brushed past it. They gasped for air. Alive, we're alive. He looked down at the bouquet in front of Lut. Then he bent down and picked it up. He stared at it intently, making Lut feel fierce. Suddenly, he smiled and said, thanks, Lut. His bright smile made Lut's heart skip a beat. Ast turned around. Let's go in. Yes, sir. Lut was still swooning. Lord Ast is so cool. I will be loyal to him for the rest of my life. Then the mage blocking the door said, you cannot enter. Cairo asked loudly, what did you say? Do you know who I am? Get out of the way. You dare block the crown prince's path? How dare you be so disrespectful? Your Highness the Crown Prince. He thought to himself, what on earth is going on? Why are the mages blocking the way to the audience chamber? I must go in. Make way for me. They also moved aside to let Cairo pass. He quickly pushed open the door and entered. Inside, Ast had already turned his gaze towards the door. Cairo wondered to himself, that person is. The Empress spoke with joy. "Oh, Crown Prince, have you come to save me?" Ast said sharply, "Ma'am, if an outsider heard you, they might think I'm threatening Her Majesty the Empress. I only came today to see my father." "What nonsense are you talking about?" The Emperor demanded. "Tell me your name." "My name is Estelle." Hearing those words made the Emperor tremble. "My mother is Lydiana Liss, who passed away amidst everyone's gossip 20 years ago." He touched Ast's face. "That's right, you're the spitting image of Lydiana, a perfect copy of your mother. But why have your eyes turned out this way? Your beautiful eyes that were just like Lydiana's." The Queen cut in. "How dare you mention the Liss family in this palace? Have you forgotten what that clan did to me?" Ast's words startled her. "If the name Liss does not please the Queen, then please grant me the title of Bach." She could only exclaim, "You." The Emperor quickly replied, "Very well. I will do so. It is the natural course of action. I will officially recognize you as my son. Your Majesty, please conduct a paternity test first. It must be done immediately." Ast immediately retorted, "My mother died under mysterious circumstances, and our entire clan fell to ruin. And now, the Queen dares to doubt my mother's virtue." The Emperor agreed that such meaningless procedures were unnecessary. "Of course, you are my son. Excellent. I must hold a banquet in your honor. The world must know about my secret son. I will declare it to the entire empire. The fifth prince, Ast of Bach. It's been 20 years since I've seen you. I want to give you everything." "Did you say everything?" "That's right, just tell me." Ast smirked. "In that case," he said, pointing toward the seat of power, "I want that." The Queen trembled and exclaimed, "You Ulyskian. How dare you?" Cairo frowned and thought, "Mother. Don't you see it? Those people. The karma from 100 years ago is now returning to us." Elsewhere, Genya burst through the door. "Kila, have you heard the news?" "Is that you, Genya?" "You were right. The fifth prince has appeared." Kila seemed completely unfazed. "So the war for the throne will officially begin now." "You're amazing, Kila. How did you predict this?" "I'm not the only one who knew. Only a select few in the royal guard were aware. Only a few of us are regulars, so we don't get that information." Hearing this, she thought she should have found another excuse. "Commanders need to know these secrets, but I never got that info when I was a regular either." "True, but you were a regular soldier for less than a month." Genya was left speechless. Genya said, "The Kriti are usually promoted very quickly. Plus, Kila is Ezra's master, so it's only natural. I'm so jealous of that little frog." Genya waved her hand and changed the subject. "Anyway, the capital is buzzing about the fifth prince right now. I hear he's incredibly skilled with magic and very handsome. All the newspaper headlines are about him, right?" Kila said pensively, "We must prepare." Meanwhile, some noble women were laughing and chatting. "Is that why the guildmaster is in such a tizzy? Did that really happen?" Kila walked in and asked, "What's making everyone so cheerful?" "Kila, you've arrived." "Yes, hello, Aunt." "Kila, there's a strange rumor about you lately." "A rumor? You don't mean about Sir Rita, do you?" "Not Rita. This is the hottest gossip right now." "What is it about?" They exchanged sly smiles and then spoke. "The rumor is you like younger men." Kila shouted, "Who said that?" "The Queen herself." "I knew it." "Kila, whatever your taste, he shouldn't be that young." "I wonder if this helps you." "It's not like that," her brother chimed in. "So that's why you canceled the engagement with Senior Rita?" She yelled, "Frink." Trembling with anger, she cursed internally, such ungrateful people. Venia approached and patted her shoulder comfortingly. "What's there to be embarrassed about? I respect your preferences. There's nothing wrong with liking younger men." Kila thought helplessly, "That's not comforting at all. Don't look so glum. Everyone knows it's just a misunderstanding." "No, I'm just tired." Suddenly, someone entered and announced, "My Lord Marquis, an invitation has arrived from the Imperial Palace." It wasn't just for the Marquis, other family members received invitations too. The room erupted in chatter. A ball and a week-long festival? This is massive. It's as grand as an emperor's coronation. You all didn't know? Everyone read the papers this morning. I thought you knew. It's to celebrate finding the fifth prince, so even commoners who weren't invited can attend. Even commoners? They didn't do anything like this for the crown prince's ascension. Kila wondered, what is the intention behind all this? Since the crown prince and the third prince are still alive, Ast's actions will differ from the original novel. Bringing in the commoners is likely a move against the aristocracy. Will he demand the throne this time? Ast, what are you really thinking? I can't predict what's going to happen. The original novel also had a chaotic ending. Please don't let anything happen. The next day at the Imperial Palace, the sound of a shattering teacup echoed along with a scream, declaring an heir first thing in the morning. Lotai tried to calm her down. Mother, please be calm. Why waste your energy on some nameless brat? Cairo also spoke up. Mother, we should just go along with what the kid wants. Lotai shouted, get a hold of yourself. You are the next emperor, not some bastard of unknown origin like him. You need to be aware of your position. Cairo clenched his fists. No. As long as Hewlett blood runs in his veins, we can never win. That's enough. I can't listen to this anymore, Crown Prince. I don't want to see your face for a while. Go and reflect on your behavior. Lotai, could you go to the garden and call for Marchioness Ribbit? I suppose I'll have to punish the maids and Quincy. Is this all? It's far too little to decorate the entire Imperial Palace. She gave a mysterious smile. Then, she plucked a flower from a branch. We're going to need a lot of flowers to welcome the new prince. The day of the ceremony arrived quickly. A large crowd gathered, creating a bustling, magnificent scene. They must have prepared meticulously. Frank asked, has this hall ever hosted a ball before? This is the first time since Lydiana's death. Children, be quiet now. Please, watch your mouths. What kind of flowers are those? Even the chandeliers are decorated. It's so beautiful. Just then, Kila walked over and asked, what is everyone looking at up there? They cheered. Kila, you look particularly stunning today. Do you have a date? No, I don't. I couldn't wear something too plain for a party. Besides, my mother dislikes simple outfits. That's true, your aunt is very particular about such matters. Venia praised, Adele is also very beautiful today. Kila thought to herself, then mumbled, I'm not really sure why I chose this dress either. An announcement rang out, His Majesty, Emperor Lichik Wesson of Bach, has arrived. The crowd whispered, is that the fifth prince? Why is he blindfolded? But he's still very handsome. Doesn't that just make him more mysterious? Kila also turned to look intently. Suddenly, Ast turned and smiled at her. Kila was slightly startled. The young ladies buzzed. Did he just look over here and smile? It seems Princess Leodora looked at her and smiled. Hearing this, Kila was surprised. Leodora is here too? She hasn't appeared in high society for 5 years. They said the two of them look great together. Thank you. Leodora looks like a princess from a fairy tale. She probably wasn't looking at me. She's probably a good match for Ast, the heir to the spirit kingdom. When I first arrived, I was worried Ast might recognize me. It seems I was worrying for nothing. At this moment, the Emperor spoke after a cough. Thank you all for accepting my sudden invitation. Now, I would like to formally introduce the third heir to the throne, and also my fifth son. Please welcome Aster Lichik. I want to share the joy of finding my son again. Everyone applauded in response. To everyone, I hope you all have a very joyful festival week. After the speech, gentle music began to play. Adela asked Kila, aren't you going to dance? I don't plan to, you all go ahead. All right, we'll be going then. She sighed in resignation. What a great opportunity. Suddenly, she froze when she saw Ast approaching. She wondered, what's going on? To her astonishment, he greeted her, long time no see, Kila. She looked at him, silently calling out, Ast, then quickly bowed respectfully. I humbly greet your highness, the prince. Suddenly, he extended his hand in invitation. Would you care to dance with me? Kila thought in surprise. I probably can't refuse here. People whispered, isn't that Marquis Kila Vesta? Could she be acquainted with the fifth prince? I don't know either, there's probably no connection. Leodora and Ada's group saw this and trembled with anger. Kila also saw that hateful glare and silently called out, Leodora. Ast urged her, let's go. She agreed and placed her hand on his. Then the two went onto the stage. He whispered in her ear, I missed you, Kila. You have to pay the price for my eye. She was startled and asked back, the price? She thought he must be here for revenge. She flinched again as he slipped his arm around her waist. Her heart pounded with fear. She stealthily glanced up at him. He no longer looked like a little girl. I never imagined I would be dancing with Ast like this, and in a place like this. I just have to focus. Suddenly, Ast looked over, interrupting her thoughts. He asked her softly about her time in Han. How have you been living? She replied frankly, I've been just as busy as you. I've been in Eric. There's an inheritance left by my grandfather there. Thanks to that, I've lived without want. You must miss Duke Lee's a lot. She hesitated and asked, so now, what do you plan to do? He squeezed her hand tightly. Hey, don't hold so tight. He smiled and said, strange, isn't it? I will become emperor. I will become emperor, Kila. She asked in astonishment, what? When I become emperor, Kila. You. He stopped there. She asked curiously, what were you about to say? And what do you plan to do? Ast gave a mysterious smile again. Try to guess what I plan to do to you. The music is over. At least you should finish your sentence. Kila, what's wrong? Why did Kila dance the first dance with His Highness the Prince? Do you know the fifth prince? She was too flustered to speak. That is. Suddenly asked, are they from the Vesta family? The two of them thought awkwardly, weren't we about to leave? We greet His Highness the Prince. Frank stepped forward to shield his sister. I am Frank Vesta, the younger brother of Marquis Vesta. She thought helplessly, why is this person getting involved? My sister. No, Marquis Vesta is not feeling well, so we'll be taking our leave now. Frank. Aren't you the one who's not feeling well? Ast said with a smile. That's right. It seems Marquis Vesta's younger brother is the one who's unwell. Wait a minute, what is this? Why are they so close? Could this be the original plot setting? But this situation is different from the original story. In this life, this is the first time Frank and Aster have met. Why is he so scared? Ast looked over at her. The Marquis's younger brother isn't feeling well. Then I'll take my leave. Marquis Vesta. With that, he stepped closer, gently taking her hand and kissing it. It made her face turn bright red. Then, until we meet again, Marquis Vesta. Genya and Adela exclaimed. Suddenly, Ast snapped his fingers, and a red ribbon appeared, wrapping around her hand. This is. He whispered, this time it's made from my hair, so not even Chu-S can cut it. You damaged my eye. It was very expensive. If you want to protect your precious family, what will you do? She replied frankly, I've already set up a barrier around the entire Vesta territory. The Shichiro barrier is not something you can break. He brushed past her hand and said, even the absolute shield Shishiro has a fatal weakness. With that, he turned to leave. Kila quickly grabbed him. A weakness? You figure it out for yourself. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. People screamed in chaos. What's happening? The chandelier fell. Everyone get back now. The other chandeliers will be dangerous too. Kila stared blankly at the flowers falling to the ground. Quincy, could this be the Empress's doing? Another chandelier began to shake. She looked up at the clinking sound. Suddenly, it fell. Screams erupted once again. Flames flared up right after. The candles have caught fire. It's on fire, it's on fire. Everyone evacuate. Leave the ballroom immediately. Frank grabbed Kila's hand. Sister, it's dangerous. Get away. She turned back, worried. Wait a minute. Where's Ast? Wait, Frank, sister. Suddenly, she saw him. Phew, so he's okay. Ast mumbled, what a chaotic welcome party. Who is he looking at? She followed Ast's gaze. It was Marchioness Rebeth. Suddenly, a flash of light startled her and everyone else. It was the flash from someone's camera. She wondered, what are they doing in the middle of this chaos? As for Ast, he seemed uninterested. She closed her eyes slightly, full of worry. The war for the Emperor's throne has officially begun. Later, in the Empress's room. Show Marchioness Rebeth in. She immediately entered. Her expression instantly darkened. You've worked hard, you look tired. Bring out the quince tea. Serve the tea to the Marchioness. The maid replied yes. Even though I wasn't at the party, thanks to you, I was able to witness that magnificent scene clearly. It is my honor to assist you, Your Majesty. Today's events will make tomorrow's headlines report that the fifth prince's appearance is a bad omen. Yes, since there was such a commotion, people will surely think it's a bad omen. The Empress paused her teacup. By the way, that bastard child chose Kila Vesta as his first dance partner. Yes, Your Majesty. Her face hardened. There's definitely something about that Vesta. After Duke Li's funeral, that Stefan fellow also disappeared. I wanted to plant a spy but didn't know how. Thinking this, the Empress spoke again. In any case, I hope to have the Marchioness's help in the future. Oh, of course, Your Majesty. She thought to herself, from now on, I'll have to keep an eye on the Vesta family. If she chooses that bastard child, then I will personally crush her. Scene change. Philia and Iris exclaimed excitedly. Kila, have you read the paper? She replied dazedly, huh? Iris slammed the newspaper onto the table. This one. The disgrace of the retired knight commander. What is her relationship with the fifth prince? Her face turned pale and she shouted. Why are you reading this stuff? It's all lies, lies. Then what about you liking younger men? What? It's written right here. A middle-aged man, a close associate of Lady Kila Vesta, though his identity cannot be revealed, said this. In the paper was a picture of her father tearfully saying, Kila said she would find a decent husband when the engagement was broken. I should have realized her taste in men back then. I'm so sorry, as the adult in the house, for pushing her marriage with Rita. She slammed her hand on the table. An older man. I have to return to the Vesta territory. Her anger turned to laughter. A relative. Then she screamed, Father. She threw open the door and ran to the carriage. The butler asked, Marquis, you're leaving so early? She didn't answer but demanded, Anto, let's get on the road quickly. I need to see my father immediately. Yes. I don't know what happened, but it's not possible right now. Why is the will like this? The coachman explained, Sir, after the butler and I went to buy tools, it was already broken like this. Who did this? Did no one see the culprit? Suddenly, Ast appeared behind her and answered. That's right. She turned around, startled. Do you have to be that surprised? Where did you come from? Passers-by started to notice. Oh my, isn't that His Highness the Prince? What? Really? I heard he's very handsome, and it's true. Kila thought blankly, it's starting to get noisy. Greetings, Your Highness. No need for formalities. It seems you're in trouble. I'll give you a ride in my carriage. The reinforcement magic on my carriage can withstand any magical attack. She silently guessed, so this is the person who broke the wheel? Suddenly, the butler's eyes sparkled as he asked, Will you really help us? She quickly said, No, it's all right. I want to go with Anto. She turned and signaled to him. No, don't abandon me. The coachman said, Anyway, it's almost dark. It'll be hard to hire a carriage. We'll fix the wheel and follow later. Please go ahead, you two. She yelled, No. Why is he looking at Anto and the coachman like that? Look, they're both terrified. With no other choice, she reluctantly agreed. Then, thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. He smiled and offered his hand. Let's go, Marquis Vesta. The crowd buzzed again. Oh my, so the scandal was true? Is that Marquis Kila Vesta? Does she have that kind of relationship with His Highness? She thought to herself, this is why I hate these kinds of things. So why did you break the carriage wheel? Well, if I didn't, how could I be alone with Kila? What's so funny that he's laughing? By the way, I didn't realize it before because he was wearing a dress, but his legs are really long, and his features are very... Suddenly, Ast called out. Pervert. She snapped back in embarrassment. What? You've been staring at my lower half this whole time. I didn't mean to. You were looking at my thigh and thinking strange things, weren't you? Are ridiculous. Come to think of it, I don't have to worry about this when I wear a dress. With pants, I have to arrange it separately. If it's small or medium, it's fine. She was stunned and thought, what on earth is he talking about? Ass continued, I usually keep it near my thigh. Her face turned red with embarrassment. She threw her handbag hard and asked, Pervert? What pervert? I didn't say anything. I was talking about my watch. What? Kila, you're a real pervert. Her face grew even redder. She turned her face away in embarrassment, and Ast laughed with delight. She snuck another glance. Did he just put it in his jacket pocket? She aggressively pulled his jacket open. Just as I thought, he was tricking me. He intentionally put it in his pants pocket to tease me. Ast took the opportunity to tease her. Kila, it's a bit much to do it here. What are you talking about? By the way, Kila, there's a rumor that you like younger men. Is that true? What? I'm younger than you too, Kila. So what about it? Ast's radiant appearance was dazzling. It's not fair to attack with a face like that. I have to put a stop to this. Thinking this, she explained, it's just a rumor. Is that so? What a pity. I wanted Kila to be my companion for the upcoming hunt. A hunt? That's right, I need a companion. It's not a request, it's a demand. Be my companion, Kila. She wondered, why is he ordering me around? Why should I do that? Suddenly, he reached out and took her hand. What? What is it? Don't you understand, Kila? He pressed her hand to his eye. You're the one who did this to my eye. No way, if I do that, the Empress will hate me. Are you afraid of that woman? I just want to live peacefully. I don't want to get involved in political disputes. I'm sorry for what I did to your eye, but I can't be your companion. Let me out. The Vesta territory is just over that hill. She stepped out of the carriage. Thanks for the ride home. With that, she left. Ass mumbled, is that so? I'll slowly show you that the Shishiro barrier isn't safe at all. The next day, Kila thought with frustration. Father looked sad yesterday. Maybe I was too harsh when I reduced his debt. No, it's all his own fault for secretly giving interviews to those newspapers. I wonder when the rumors will die down. Suddenly, Remy and the butler burst through the door and announced, Marquis, something big has happened. What is it? What's happened? All the water sources flowing into the Vesta territory have dried up. What? Anto, is that true? Yes, drinking water, household water, even the river water has dried up. How could that happen? Could it be? Anto, I need to go out and inspect the territory. Come with me. Yes, Marquis. She quickly mounted her horse and set off. When they arrived, Anto pointed and said, It's strange. Look, Marquis, only the water flowing from the Barracks River into the Vesta territory has dried up. How could this have happened? Kila gave a bitter laugh. How? There's only one person who could do this. It's asked. Later, at another location, Kila asked, What did you say? The Vesta family is not on the list of families permitted to enter here. Please submit a formal petition and then come back. She thought to herself, is it because I came in a hurry and don't look presentable? Normally, I wouldn't need a petition. She said, This is very urgent. Please relay a message to Sir Maxim, the Emperor's Chamberlain. You can't enter without proving your identity. So please tell Sir Maxim. Suddenly, Ast appeared behind her. This person is Marquis Vesta. PR Prince, good morning, Marquis Vesta. Greetings, Your Highness, the Light of Urbeck. Skip the formalities. Stand up, Marquis Vesta. He approached and asked, You came to see me, right? You must have something to say. Where should we talk? In the hall where there are many outsiders, or in my room where no one will disturb us? She thought if she drew any more attention, there would be more rumors. To Your Highness's chambers. Good, let's go then. Make yourself comfortable. What kind of tea would you like? Seeing she didn't answer, he turned back and called, Kila. Suddenly, she asked, What are these flowers? Those flowers. The Empress sends them here every morning. I keep them out of respect for her sincerity. So, what about the tea? Which kind would you like? I don't have time to leisurely drink tea. You know why I'm here. It's not just about drinking water. This is also the most crucial time for the farmers in the territory. Quickly restore the water supply to the territory. Well, what should I do? Whether the Vesta territory suffers a drought or turns into a ruin, it has nothing to do with me. Suddenly, Kila summoned the sword, Shues. Then she held it to Ast's neck. If you don't return the water source, I will cut you down immediately. You're really trying, even though you know it's useless. She bit her lip in frustration. Right, even if I swing Shues, I can't harm Ast. She lowered her sword. Yes, I was wrong. I'm the one who did that to your eye. If you hate me, then take them. I'll give them to you willingly. Is that so? You've got guts, Kila. Seeing him raise his hand, she shut her eyes tightly in fear. Is he going to use magic to gouge out my eyes? Or use a knife to slash them? If it's Ast. But unexpectedly, Ast kissed her on the lips. It made her face flush bright red. What? Huh. He gently licked her lips. This action left her frozen for a moment. Then she pushed him away forcefully. She fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Huh? Why was I pushed back instead of him? Wait, what are you doing? He sat down and replied, You told me to take it, the price for my right eye. No, I meant to offer my eyes as compensation. Seeing him reach for his collar, she said in a panic, Wait, why are you taking that off? It's just getting in the way. What? Why are you taking off your shirt too? He leaned in and asked, Don't you feel hot? Not at all. Why are you so stiff? I am not stiff at all. Hee, I'm taller than you now. Of course you're taller. He gently stroked her black hair. Kila hasn't changed at all. Silky black hair, eyes as blue as a lake, radiant skin, everything is still the same. She thought in confusion, why is this happening? It feels a little hot. Ast spoke again, 3 years ago when I saw you again at the ball. I recognized you immediately. This time, don't push me away. With that, he kissed her on the lips again. Kila quickly said, Wait, but Ast had no intention of stopping. I can't breathe. When is he going to stop? She struggled, her words muffled. Don't stop, let me breathe. Suddenly, she kicked Ast in the groin. Let me breathe for a second. Ast gritted his teeth in pain. Ast. Her eyes widened in shock. Kila, where did you kick? Her face turned bright red. No, Did I really kick him there? She quickly changed the subject. I'll go to the hunting competition you mentioned yesterday. So please return the water to the Vesta territory as it was. Suddenly, Ast looked sullen and didn't answer. She asked worriedly, What's wrong? I said I'll go with you as your companion in the hunting competition. All right, I'll send the location, date, and time of the hunting competition by mail. So then, can I go home now? Ast replied indifferently, As you wish. What's with him? Is he unhappy about something? I am leaving now. She went out and closed the door. Her face was still slightly flushed. Huh, what the hell did I just do? Why couldn't I bring myself to really resist him? Is it because of guilt? Because I'm the one who did that to Ast's eye? If that's not it, she immediately dismissed the thought. No, it's definitely because of guilt. It must be. A few days later at the hunting competition, Marchioness Kila Vesta, head of the Vesta house, is entering. People whispered, Oh my, it's Marchioness Vesta. It's been a while since the ball, hasn't it? She thought to herself, I'm finally here. Luckily, the water source has returned to normal. Suddenly, a voice called out, Marquis Vesta. Baron Gladwin. Are you planning to sweep all the prizes like at the last hunting competition? Since I'm wearing a dress, I don't plan to, but I'll consider it. Haha, please hold back a little. People like us don't have a chance to show off. Last year, Marquis Vesta suddenly. What is it? That look? Asked. She quickly knelt respectfully. Greetings to your highness, the prince, the light of Urbeck. He approached and gently helped her up. Stand up, Marquis Vesta. People whispered, Oh my, it seems the rumors are true. But isn't Marquis Vesta older? Now that you mention it, there was a rumor that Marquis Vesta likes pretty boys. She blushed and thought, is that rumor still spreading? Hearing this, Ast could only cover his mouth and laugh with delight. She asked irritably, is that funny? Yes, it's funny. Very interesting, Kila. Don't laugh, I'm not interesting. Why? He said with a pitiful expression. Just looking at Kila's face is interesting to me. Don't you find me interesting, Kila? Well, your face, it does seem a little interesting. Kila is beautiful too. What? The dress you're wearing today suits you very well. Thanks you too. Your hunting outfit today suits you well. Is that so? I carefully chose it to look good, especially in front of Kila. Why is my heart pounding again? Speaking of which, you know how to use a rifle? That's surprising. When did you learn? I've never even held one before. She asked in surprise, what? The rule of the hunting competition is that you have to use a rifle and you didn't know? Then, why did you participate in the hunting competition? The most noble lady in this country said she wanted me to participate no matter what. She immediately thought, the Empress? So Kila, you have to protect me. Aside from my magic abilities, I'm just a weak, handsome man with a pretty face. You'd say something like that yourself? Just then, a bell rang to make an announcement. The hunting competition will begin shortly. All participants, please prepare and gather in front of the stage. The crowd buzzed. It's finally starting. Ahem, this competition has an additional special rule, which I would like to announce. As you all know, the hunting competition only recognizes animals caught with rifles and pure swordsmanship, meaning no magic is allowed. Therefore, we have prepared this, a magic suppression bomb. When the magic suppression bomb is activated, a barrier will be created, and no one can enter or leave until the competition ends. During that time, animals also cannot escape, so don't worry about the prey getting away. Kila thought, no matter how you look at it, they're clearly targeting Aster. That means I can't use 2S either. The announcement continued. Then, we will now begin the hunting competition. An explosion rang out, and a barrier quickly appeared, enclosing the hunting grounds. Kila clenched her fists, silently speculating. The probability of something happening today is very high. As the two were walking, Ast suggested, Kila, should I carry you? What? I think your shoes and dress will be inconvenient. You participated in the hunting competition last year, so I thought you'd wear something similar this year. Didn't you invite me as your cavalier? If you had told me sooner, I would have. Before she could finish, a rustling sound in the bushes stopped her. She asked, what was that sound in the bushes? It sounds like a deer. Its body looks a bit. Ast exclaimed in surprise, it's not a deer. It's a rabbit? Its large, intimidating body continuously growled. Kila screamed in fear, run. Why is there such a big rabbit? It continued to growl with fiery red eyes, as if wanting to tear its prey apart. Suddenly, Kila said, Ast, give me the rifle. She took the gun, immediately loaded it, and raised it to aim cautiously. A bang echoed, and the bullet flew, embedding itself in the rabbit. It fell to the ground with a thud. Suddenly, Ast hugged her tightly. Kila, you're amazing. St, stay away from me, it's dangerous. Can't you see I'm holding a gun? What? Are you going to shoot me? Yes, I almost shot you. But wait a minute, this is definitely a magical beast. She thought that even for a low-level magical beast, this area was not their natural habitat. Why would a magical beast attacking have the form of a hunting rabbit? No matter how I think about it. Ast's voice broke her train of thought. This is clearly a trap aimed at me, isn't it? With that, he hugged her again. I'm so scared, Kila. Let me go. I told you it's dangerous while I'm holding a gun. I'm scared, so please be understanding. I'm just an ordinary, weak, and handsome man. She punched Ast in the side. What nonsense are you talking about? Ow, that hurts, Kila. Next time, it won't just be your side. Where are you going? I have to go to the organizers immediately. Whether this is a trap by Her Majesty the Empress or not, the appearance of a magical beast is an emergency. Other people could be in danger too. Why do we have to go there? He stroked her smooth black hair. Can't you just stay here with me? She immediately replied, no. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is right now? Because of the magic-suppressing bullets, you can't use magic. I can't use Chu's either, so even if I wanted to protect you, I'm powerless. Well, then it'll be fine as long as we get rid of those so-called magic-suppressing bullets, right? She asked in surprise. What? We can only wait for the effect of those magic-suppressing bullets to wear off. He said, getting rid of it is very simple. Suddenly, Ast noticed a yellow flower on the ground. He went over, knelt down, and gently touched it. He began to mumble in a strange language. Kila wondered, what is he doing? Is that the language of the spirit kingdom? At that moment, he used his hand to press down on the flower. Flashes of light shot up, surprising her. What? What is that? Ast brushed the dust from his hands. It's been a while since you've seen it, right? Are these clockwork flowers the things they used to kidnap me? You can summon spirits even with your magic restricted? He explained that magic and spirit arts are fundamentally different. Even if magic is restricted, it can't stop the power of spirits. The clockwork flower vines flew up, shattering the barrier. Kila's eyes widened. The barrier is broken. All right, now I can use Chus. Kila put the gun down. She held out her hand and called, Chus. The sword quickly appeared in her hand. Gee, good. With Chus, I'm safe now. Suddenly, she paused and asked, what is it? Why are you smiling? Because Kila is so cute. She was taken aback. Huh? You didn't realize? Chus is a magical tool created from the power of spirits. Could it be? He continued with a smile, that's right. Both Chus and Shishuro are unaffected by the magic-suppressing barrier. I hadn't thought of that. Even if Chus didn't have the power of spirits, it could easily destroy this type of barrier. How could a magic tool created by the Spirit King be controlled by the magic-suppressing bullets of an ordinary mage? My power is the same. Suddenly, a scream was heard from a distance. Kila quickly turned and ran. It's from the direction of the hall, we have to hurry. Over here, a lady was screaming in fear. Help me! Someone save me. Please save me. The magical beast growled and lunged forward. Kila arrived just in time. With a swish, she defeated the magical beast. Madam Baroness, are you all right? Thank you, Kila. Thanks to you. Before she could finish, another magical beast appeared and charged towards them. From the noble's side, they also appeared, shouting, help, there's a magical beast here. Kila, as fast as lightning, slashed all of them. Everyone, gather behind me. Hurry! She glanced over at the people inside the protective barrier. The Empress has already evacuated her people. So she was the one behind this. She told herself to focus on the task at hand for now. She observed carefully 1, 2, 3. Besides the ones I can see, there are 4 more hiding. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem, but now I have to protect these unarmed people. She took a deep breath. Then she told herself, I need to end this quickly. A magical beast charged, and she moved forward. She decisively slashed at it. Then she quickly cut down the second one. The people behind her could only scream in fear. She glanced in another direction. The 2 in front can be dealt with at once. Thinking this, she approached them. She gathered momentum, jumped onto the tent roof, swung her sword to slash a magical beast, and landed on its head. She raised her sword with a cold gaze. The remaining magical beasts charged at her together, and she plunged her sword into one of them. Blood splattered, making her cover her eyes. Her body lost balance as she thought, I'm going to fall like this. But she didn't feel herself fall because she had landed securely in Ast's arms. She cried out in surprise, my knight. That was almost a disaster. She glanced over at the crowd cheering in excitement. Kila, you. She quickly jumped off him. What? Why did so many people see that? A voice rang out, Lady Vesta. Thank goodness you're all right. We survived thanks to Marquis Vesta. I just did what needed to be done. Why is she so humble? No one else dared to step up like she did. Kila looked towards the Empress. She saw her turn her face away in disgust. Asked, standing behind her, suddenly spoke up. My knight. Then he unexpectedly knelt down. She thought in surprise. What? What is this? The sight of you saving me in the forest was so beautiful I can't forget it. She panicked. Wait, don't tell me. Stop it, this is so awkward for me. Before the curious and expectant eyes of everyone, Ass presented a sparkling ring. Be my partner. He repeated, be my partner, my knight. Her face turned bright red as she silently pleaded, don't do this, it's so awkward for me. Suddenly, someone shouted, look, the prince just proposed. They quickly took pictures. Smile, Marquis Vesta. You have to smile for a good picture. She wondered, what is this? Suddenly, she noticed someone. It was the Empress standing behind the group. She thought, in this situation, what should I say? She answered awkwardly, I'm sorry, Your Highness, I cannot accept your proposal. So then I'll be taking my leave. With that, she turned and ran away. Ast watched her leave with a mysterious smile. Later, when the Empress returned, someone asked, how was the hunt today, Your Majesty? Terrible. I never expected she could neutralize the magic-suppressing bullets. Kila Vesta, I thought she would stay quietly in a corner, so I left her alone. Who knew that from the ball to the hunt, she would be with that boy? If you dare to do this, then fine. I don't mind confronting her. She turned to call a servant. You there? Yes, Your Majesty. Summon the fifth prince here immediately. I want to invite him for tea. Ast arrived quickly. Come in, Prince. I've been waiting for you. But you still haven't changed your clothes. He replied, I ran into an old friend unexpectedly, so I got a bit delayed. An old friend? Seeing Stefan surprised her. That person is. Your Majesty, do you know this person too? She stammered, no. What do you mean know him? This is the first time we've met. She clenched her fists, thinking to herself, I've been wondering where he went for the past 3 years. It turns out he's been clinging to this brat. Phew, but what should I do? I invited the prince for tea, not him. Don't worry, Empress. This person won't be sitting at the table with us. Right, Stefan? Yes, I will wait while Your Majesty speaks with the prince. She said sarcastically, an old friend, yet you seem a bit distant. Ast's words made her frown in annoyance. It's all right, he's my personal physician. All right, since I invited the prince for tea, I've had some thoughts. The servant poured out tea the color of blood. Knowing that you were orphaned at a young age, I still didn't pay you any attention. I'm sorry, Prince. Though it's late, I still want to take care of you. Here, drink up. The iced tea is very refreshing. Ast lifted the teacup and said with a smile, I'll have some then. She watched him intently, thinking, good, he drank it all. I wonder how long he can withstand the quincy-infused tea. 30 minutes, or an hour. Ast set the cup down with a clink. It's delicious. May I have another cup? Of course, you can have as much as you like. After a while, she wondered in surprise, what's going on? Why is nothing happening to him? Then she probed, hey, could it be, you don't feel anything strange? For example, a tightness in your chest or... He finished her sentence with a smile or a bad mood. His words made her jump. He's just like her. That child's mother was the same. She always looked at me with that mysterious smile. Whenever she made that face, a trap would always follow, and then people would just see me as a crazy woman consumed by jealousy. Ast's call snapped her out of her thoughts. Your Majesty. Are you all right? It's nothing. I'm sorry, I was just lost in thought for a moment. He smirked. Huh. Thank you for your concern, Empress. Perhaps thanks to it, my health is perfectly fine. The flowers you send to my place every morning also seem to help a lot. What is the name of that flower? She stammered, that, what? It's clear he's of the Spirit Kingdom's lineage. Why does Quincy have no effect? Stefan suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty. Quincy has no effect on Sir Ast. What the hell are you talking about? I mean exactly what I just said. She unleashed her magic power, cursing internally. Damn traitor. I'll wring his neck. What? What is this? Why is my magic power? It's a barrier. It's suppressing my magic power. She clenched her trembling fists in anger. Then she screamed, so that position is finally yours, isn't it, Stefan? I just want to ask the Empress to stop. How dare you? What have I done that you're telling me to stop? How rude. Aster said, Quincy is not a plant that grows wild in the Empire and Urbex. Even in Auric, which has a similar climate to Urbex, it cannot grow. The one who brought it to Eric was a member of the Hewlett family. What the hell are you talking about? The Hewlett family's farm has a history of over 100 years. It's strange, isn't it? What is this worthless weed that the Imperial Palace invested a huge sum of money in 100 years ago? To the people in the Imperial Palace, the Hewlett family is nothing short of a meritorious subject. Because they found a way to secretly eliminate those of the Spirit Kingdom's lineage. She slammed the table in fury and shouted, I can't listen to any more of this. So you want revenge for your dead ancestors? He smirked. Slowly approaching her, he said, I don't care about those things. Personal grudges like that are not my business. Then what do you want? I've said it before. There's only one thing I want. He let the tattered flowers fall. It is the highest throne in this country. To be blunt, to me, insignificant ants like you, I can crush you at any time. How ridiculous. So you haven't crushed those insignificant ants? If I did that, my lover wouldn't like it. She was startled. Lover. Speaking of which, it's strange. Kila Vesta doesn't seem comfortable with you. He said, my lover is very shy. In any case, she can only come to me. She understood the hidden meaning in Ast's words. He meant, don't touch what's mine. Then I will take my leave. She clenched her fists without saying anything. After the door closed, Stefan hurriedly chased after him. Sir asked. What is it? What do you mean, what is it? What's this about a lover? Since when did you two have that kind of relationship? You didn't tell me anything. Why do you need to know every single private detail about me? Well, because I'm... Ast put a finger to his lips. Silence. You're too noisy, Stefan. Becoming lovers happens when two hearts become one, right? I understand. Then, may I ask one more question? What is it? When did you become interested in the throne? I've never seen Sir Ast as someone ambitious for power before. Ast paused. Perhaps it's the minimum duty I can perform. For the blood flowing within me? He was stunned. Then he looked in the direction Ast was looking. What is he looking at? He smiled and said, let's go. Wait a moment, Sir Ast. He thought to himself, what does minimum duty mean? What on earth did he mean? Scene change. Hey Kila, about you and the fifth prince. Why the fifth prince? That, our family clearly stated we would maintain neutrality. That's right. But if you end up marrying the fifth prince, what will happen to our family? She exclaimed in surprise, huh? That's what it is. You received a proposal at the hunting competition. Sister Genya, it's not like that. If I hadn't bought that newspaper, no one would have known. It would have been discovered sooner or later anyway. Once the sensationalist newspapers have reported it, how can you hide it? In any case, the prince and I have absolutely no relationship. I only attended the event because of a personal debt. What kind of debt? I'm sorry, sister, I can't talk about that. How boring. So our Vesta family will continue to maintain neutrality. But Sister Kila, I heard the fifth prince has the support of the mages at the Imperial Magic Tower. If our family, with Chu S and Sis Suro, sides with the fifth prince, wouldn't that be beneficial for us? Our family might become the most prestigious in the Empire, just like the Hewlett family, the Empress's maternal family. Adela, what are you saying? Listen to me. This is an opportunity, Sister Kila. Just having Chus and Shishiro is like having an entire army at our command. I just find it strange that our family has this treasure, but has no power. Hearing this, the parents agreed. That's true, isn't it? What Adela says makes sense. Kila asked, dumbfounded, so what you mean is, you want us to side with the fifth prince in the power struggle between the Empress and the fifth prince? Yes, the prince has feelings for you, and reading the papers, it seems he's interested in the throne. In the current situation, wouldn't it be better to take a side? If it's difficult to choose the fifth prince because we have to be mindful of the Imperial Palace, then what about siding with Her Majesty the Empress? Kila thought to herself, this is unexpected. I thought these two kids weren't the type to resort to these kinds of schemes. Are they this ambitious? Adela stood up and continued, for a long time we haven't had much influence in the central government, the capital of the upper class. Later, if the conflict intensifies, our family's neutrality will be advantageous. Everyone will try to win our family over to their side. In this situation, military strength is the key. If the struggle for the throne begins and spreads into a civil war, having Chus and Shishuro will be to our advantage, Kila. Kila silently admitted, cruelly speaking, that's not a bad idea. But she stood up and said, no, the first priority of Chus and Shishuro is to protect the Vesta family. Second is the people of the empire. Moreover, that method only works if we are an interest group. We cannot gamble with our lives. Adela tried to persuade her, but at that moment Marquis Vesta spoke up. What Kila said is right. Let the Imperial Palace handle the affairs of the Imperial Palace. The moment we get involved, a civil war will break out in the Urbex Empire. Hearing this, Kila noticed their expressions and thought to herself. Adela and Royce seemed dissatisfied. Immediately after, Royce stood up, resting his hands on the table. I'll be taking my leave. With that, Royce and Adela left. Kila said, I'll be taking my leave as well. She thought to herself, what should I do with those two? I can't just kick them out because their opinions don't align with mine, but even our recent conversation couldn't persuade them. Where are you two going? Are you going for a walk? Suddenly, the butler called out Marquis. She jumped, you scared me, Anto. She asked, what is it? This is an urgent letter sent by special telegraph. A letter, it was sent from the Imperial Palace. I don't know what it's about either. Kila took it. I don't know either. She wants to talk about the safety of the Vesta territory. The safety of the Vesta territory? After reading it, she said, I have to go to the Imperial Palace immediately tomorrow. Her Majesty the Empress seems to be issuing a final warning. The next day she arrived at the Imperial Palace. The Empress said, You've arrived, Marquis Vesta. Greetings, Your Majesty, the great glory of Urbex. That's enough of the empty greetings. Let's get straight to the point, Marquis Vesta. Sighed with Julia Hewlett. She thought to herself, perhaps from today on, the Vesta family will be despised by the Empress. She replied, Your Majesty, the Vesta family has always been loyal to the Empire. Our family has always been on Your Majesty's side. Do you expect me to believe that, Marquis Vesta? As you know, the next heir to the throne is Crown Prince Cairo. And yet that fifth one, who has just been recognized as a prince, is already eyeing the throne. I'll say it again. Let the Vesta family side with us so that the fifth prince won't dare to dream of the throne. As I've said, the Vesta family. She cut her off. Marquis Vesta, hold your wedding next month with my youngest brother, Ruth Hewlett. This is your last chance. Marquis Vesta, marry my youngest brother. Kila answered bluntly, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I cannot accept that proposal. She smirked. So negotiations have failed. You will regret this, Marquis Vesta. Don't think that only the Vesta family has information about Chus and Cicero. The Imperial Palace has been monitoring Chus and Shishuro for a long time. After she stepped outside, she let out a sigh. What does she mean by that? Just as much as the Vesta family. I have no idea what the Empress is trying to say. In any case, the Empress currently has no justifiable reason to immediately attack the Vesta house. What I need to do now is to deal with the factions that have emerged within the family first. I need to get back to the mansion quickly. Suddenly, Ast walked up and called Kila. What's going on at the Imperial Palace? She replied, Ast. Then she swallowed, feeling utterly frustrated. Now is not the time to step aside. I can't just let my fiancé walk away like this. Let me take you in my carriage. Who's your fiancé? What did the Empress say? Did she tell you to abandon me and side with her? In the end, you can only come to me, Kila. She pushed his hand away. Then she yelled, I want to live peacefully, but I can't if it involves you. I didn't want things to come to this. I didn't want to see you. I wanted us to be strangers for our entire lives. Please, please don't appear before me anymore. Leave me alone. Hearing those words, Ast fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere was strangely quiet, with only the sound of dripping on the floor. Kila looked up in surprise. She saw Ast's face was wet with tears. You don't want to see me? She could only reply, Ast, I understand. From now on, I won't appear before Kila again. With that, he turned away. She thought about calling him back, but didn't. She clenched her fists. She mumbled, No, this is for the best. From now on, I won't be swayed anymore. Later, in the carriage, the butler said, We're almost at the mansion. If the Marquis doesn't want to be seen, I'll go get a cloak. It's fine, Anto. The important thing now is, why has the Night Order entered our territory and set up camp there? The butler reminded her, it's dangerous to get out of the carriage in a hurry. Wait, Anto. Adela and Royce are there. He exclaimed in surprise, What? She held out her hand to summon Chues. A small sword appeared. She immediately hid it up her sleeve and said, Let's go. At the same time in the Imperial Palace, let's have a little chat, Your Majesty. You suddenly sought me out just to talk? Why? Over there, we want to talk in private. You all may leave. How dare the Empress order my attendants to leave? Then let's talk in front of your attendants. Let's talk about your son, that bastard child. What about Ast? Do you really not know? Just recognizing him as a prince was a great favor. And yet he dares to aim for the throne itself. I already told him no. That child has already accepted it. Huh? Accepted? Is that really true? His actions say otherwise. Cairo clenched his fist and spoke. I have something to report. Go on, speak. I think we should not be hostile to the fifth prince. I want to give the throne to that child. The emperor asked in surprise, You really want to do that? The empress immediately shouted, Crown Prince. Impossible. Your Majesty's successor must be your legitimate son. Suddenly Lotai said, I can't listen to this anymore. Then he strode forward. The emperor asked in shock, Lotai, what are you doing? Don't come here, Lotai. He said calmly, May you rest in peace, father. Then he raised the dagger. The emperor's face turned pale with fear. After that, only his screams were heard. The empress and Cairo stood frozen in shock at Lotai's actions. The emperor now lay in a pool of blood. Cairo stammered, Father, father, then quickly ran to his side. The empress asked Lotai, What did you do? Wasn't this all because of him from the beginning? Were you going to let that bastard child take everything? No, that can't happen. I'm just eliminating the root of the problem. I can't just stand by and watch him steal what's ours, can I? Lotai, stop it. Mother, you stop too. Just give the throne to the fifth prince. That way, the Hewlett family can survive. She immediately snapped, You fool. You're the crown prince, yet you can't even protect what's yours? Do you think that bastard child will leave us alone once he becomes emperor? In any case, doing this could avoid annihilation. Mother, this is fate. Cairo was stunned when he heard Lotai say, If that position is too much for you, then let me take it. With that, he kicked his brother. Is this acceptable, Your Majesty? She agreed, yes. Because Crown Prince Cairo is not capable of succeeding the throne. Therefore I, Dowager Empress Julia Hewlett of Urbex. I order that the throne will be inherited by the third prince, Lotai Watson of Urbex. This is a perfect and unparalleled decision. Then it's time to carry out the prepared plan. A plan? The seeds sown long ago have sprouted and grown quickly, so it's time to harvest. She opened the door and called for the emperor's attendants. All of you come in. They entered and saw the scene, screaming. Your Majesty, she commanded. Call the Gordian Knights and spread the news of His Majesty's assassination. Contact all the newspaper offices throughout the empire. Say that the culprit is the fifth prince, Aster Liesbeck. The accomplices in the assassination are the traitorous Zumanik family and the Dmirov family. And specifically name the Vesta family. Back with Kila, she walked up to the two of them and called, Adela, Royce. So you finally betrayed us. Betrayal? It's just making a different choice for the sake of the family. A choice? That's right. A few hours before you arrived at the mansion, someone from the Imperial Palace contacted us. Was it the Empress? Perhaps the Simoniks and Dimitrov mansions are in a similar situation. Kila paused, thinking, what is that? The material is so strange. What kind of metal is that pure white? In any case, I can't back down. As the sword gradually appeared in her hand, Adela said, you know what, Kila? Since I was little, I've always dreamed of having a Chuess. I thought that if I became a knight, one day I could own a Chuess too. Since I'm also from the Vesta family, I thought the opportunity would come to me. But the opportunity never came. Don't I also wish I had been born into the main line? She thought pensively. I understand. Because if she were from the main line, Adela would have had the chance first. What she says is very true. But that can't be a reason to put the entire family in danger. Royce reminded her. Stop whining, Adela. Let's finish this. If we win here, we'll get it. She gritted her teeth and replied, that's right. I won't just stand by and watch anymore. As she spoke, she charged forward. I'll show you how I'm going to take it. Adela, don't do anything foolish. She wondered, what is her plan? Even her innate skills are no match for mine. Suddenly, she laughed and said, Chuess is no match for me. Kila was startled as she realized. Chuess isn't obeying. Suddenly, a thud was heard. Adela's sword tip had pierced her. Blood trickled from Kila's mouth. She taunted, you can be flustered too, can't you? Her face was triumphant as she called out Kila. The red ribbon that Ast had tied around her hand before. It appeared and circled her body. After an unknown amount of time, she woke with a start. Her mother's voice immediately rang out. Kila, Kila, are you awake? She held her throbbing head. This place. Remy, in the opposite cell, said tearfully, please don't push yourself, miss. It almost cost you your life. She thought, confused, I think I was stabbed by Adela with a sword. The bloodstain is gone too. She asked, what happened? And where is this? Genya explained that this is the basement of the Vesta mansion. It seems Adela and Royce built it without anyone knowing. There are also traitors among the servants here. How is that possible? In any case, it's good that Kila is safe. You don't know how long you were unconscious, do you? A week. A whole week. I thought you were dead. Who treated me? It's strange. Adela and Royce definitely wanted to kill me to steal Chuess. Genya said it was the ribbon tied on your left arm. A light from it enveloped you the whole time. It must be an enchanted treasure. It seemed to heal you while it was glowing. Moreover, when the healing was done, it disappeared on its own. She looked down at her hand. It's true, Ast's ribbon is gone. It protected me from Adela and Royce. Her mother, Lady Vesta, sighed. While you were fast asleep, you have no idea how terrible the earthquake was. The thunder, lightning, and loud explosions from somewhere made me think the building was going to collapse. Is that so? That's strange. The Magic Tower's prophecy didn't predict any natural disasters like that this year. What about the others? The men are imprisoned in a different place. But I'm worried about Frank. Frank isn't imprisoned in the mansion. But we can't confirm if he's alive or dead. In such a dangerous situation, I wonder if Frank is okay? Frank not being imprisoned means he's still outside? Yes, about that. I heard Frank disappeared after fighting to the end. Is that so? Don't worry, Marianne. We can find out by resonating with Chuess. So, how is it, Kila? There's no response, but Frank is safe. And, for some reason, it seems he's very close. Just then, Frank ran up, calling Marianne, Leliel. Thank goodness, everyone is safe. Kila called to her younger brother, Frank. He stopped in his tracks, astonished. Sister, you're still safe, right? I thought you were dead. Let's save the crying for later. First, let's get everyone out. Yes, but the keys. Before he could finish, a jingle of keys was heard. Kristen walked in with a set of keys. Keys, I've brought them. Tristan is with Frank too? It's just that I was being sneaky and got caught. Sneaky? Frank explained. He was on Adela and Royce's side before, but since Nora sided with us, he went to spy and then came back to our side. Anyway, thanks to that, we got out. That's right, he's a really kind person. Lady Vesta smiled happily. Ho ho, he's just a little soft-hearted. He said shyly, that's enough, let's get out of here. Is everyone out now? Yes, all the prisoners have been rescued. Frank, is the barrier still intact? Yes, no problem. Then let's dispel all the barriers immediately. What did you say? If we dispel the barrier, we won't be protected anymore. Currently, both your father-in-law's family and his family are imprisoned. Suddenly, she kicked her brother in the leg. He immediately clutched his leg in pain. She asked, see? You and I are both inside the Shishiro barrier. But Shishiro still couldn't protect you. Sob, sister, just saying it would have been enough. The Shishiro barrier is useless now. Whether we dispel it or leave it, the situation is the same. She recalled what Ast and the Empress had said. Shishiro has a weakness. Don't think that only the Vesta family knows about Choose and Shishiro. Perhaps that's what she meant. She continued, after dispelling it, we will create a new barrier for the people here. I understand what you mean. Frank stood up and held out his hand. A magic circle appeared, shining brightly, and immediately after, the barrier shattered. Everyone exclaimed, wow, this is the first time I've seen it in person. That's right, even though we're from the same family, others rarely have a chance to interact with Choose and Shishiro. The same goes for Adela and Royce. Sister, I'm done. Good then. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, causing everyone to exclaim. Wind? What's with the wind? Next, a foot stepped forward. Kila's eyes showed astonishment. The person who approached was asked. He was panting and looked very tired. He looked at Kila and said, you're still okay. His arm immediately reached out. Then he pulled her into a tight hug. You're okay, Kila. I was about to go crazy. I thought you were dead. That damned barrier wouldn't break, so I couldn't get in. She shyly called his name. Asked. In a flash, her face turned red. The people behind her were also gaping in astonishment at his display. Kila saw their shocked faces and quickly said, let me go. Just then, Ast's group arrived, waving and calling out. Sir Ast. They were panting and spoke incoherently. Alone, if you go alone, it's dangerous. Kila saw a familiar face and called out, Lut. Huh, Kila, you're alive? Sir Ast said something was wrong with you, so he made a huge scene and even leveled the entire Vesta territory. Ast immediately gave her a death glare. It made Lut freeze in fear. I'm sorry. Kila glanced at Ast and thought. Perhaps the earthquake everyone was talking about was. She was silent for a long moment. Then she suddenly said, thank you. Ast smiled without replying and turned his face towards her. It made her shy. Ahem, for now, it's best we stay away from the area near the mansion. They'll be hunting us soon. Ast asked, why would they do that? I just re-established the Shishiro barrier. They can't touch anyone. Besides, the magic tower mages were just fully reinforced. Kila thought, that's right. This is no longer just my family's problem. In the end, the family has no choice but to confront the Empress alongside Aster. She sighed and said, but the only ones with combat experience are me, Frank, and my father. Moreover, without weapons, how can we? Before she could finish, a magical space appeared in midair. Just say what you need. That's right. He has that. All right, then the young men will come with us. Among the girls, if anyone wishes to volunteer, please step forward. Genya raised her hand. Then I'll take a rifle. I have some hunting experience. Kristen said fearfully, I am not confident. Why are you so scared? Don't worry, just don't shoot our own side. I am afraid I will. Frank asked curiously, what's in that black hole anyway? Ast replied with a smile, it's taken directly from my in-law's armory, brother-in-law. Who? Who's your brother-in-law? What's this about in-laws? He's Kila's brother, so he's my brother-in-law, right? What are you talking about? I don't accept this brother-in-law thing. Kila thought helplessly, it seems this person has forgotten all about the argument we had before he came here. Marian said, Frank, why would you talk to the prince like that? Marian, it's because none of you know. You don't know what kind of person he is. You're all being deceived. I want to be close with my brother-in-law, but... He feigned an innocent and fawning expression. Don't you like it, brother-in-law? Seeing this, everyone exclaimed. Oh, how pitiful. Marian added, it seems he grew up in solitude. Frank is being too mean. Laeliel also said, bad daddy. Kila spoke up, stop teasing. Is this the time for jokes? Get me a usable sword from the armory. For some reason, Shu's isn't working. I'll have to use a regular sword. He asked worriedly, will you be okay without Shu's? Are you being sarcastic? Of course not. Shu's definitely amplifies the user's abilities. She clenched her fists. But even without Shu's, I'm still much stronger. That's the person I fell for. Oh, by the way, I know why Shu's isn't working. You know too, don't you, Kila? That, all I know is, it doesn't work on descendants of the Spirit King. But the only descendant of the Spirit King is asked. He said, we're getting close, Kila. She asked, what is it? Then Frank called out loudly, sister. We've been spotted. They're coming. She gritted her teeth with determination. Good, let's get ready. A new barrier was erected. Kila warned, those who can't fight must absolutely not step outside the barrier. Let's go, Frank. He nodded in reply. Yeah. Everyone, get into position. The battle is about to begin. We have mages on our side, so don't be too tense. The torches burned brightly. Adela and Royce's group approached and said, it's useless, Kila. What can someone who can't even use Shu's do? She laughed contemptuously. Then she pointed her sword at her. Without Shu's, could you have become the commander? You should answer that question yourself. No. Without Shu's, you're nothing. The two closed in, and the sound of weapons clashing rang out. That's not true, Adela. It's true that thanks to Shu's, I was able to advance quickly. But I'm confident I could have become commander on my own merits. With that, Kila knocked away Adela's sword. It stuck into the ground with a thud, to Adela's astonishment. Kila continued, but I'm sorry, because I only just realized how dissatisfied you all were. I understand how you feel. Stop being so hypocritical. It's disgusting. Just because you got the family's treasure, you gotta become the family head? Since becoming the head, you've always looked down on us as if you were a king. Kila refuted, Adela, I never. Before she could finish her sentence, Adela commanded, everyone, support me. Charge forward. Frank also said, let's go too. All right. Then the two sides clashed in a chaotic battle. On this side, Adela was slashed by Ast. She stopped in surprise. What? It wasn't a stone, but a marble. She quickly covered herself. Damn it. Fall back, Adela. She shouted, shoot, Royce. Just as she said that, a loud bang was heard. But Kila was protected by a shield. They gaped in astonishment. A barrier? Is that Shichiro? Yes, I destroyed the mansion's barrier and erected a new one. The only ones protected are on my side, not you all. Hearing this, Royce could only grit his teeth. Kila silently speculated, white marbles. And that sword, it's clear that because of it, Shu's doesn't work. Thinking this, she shouted, get rid of all the white pieces she's hiding in her clothes. The sword too, all of it. The group of mages replied yes. They created threads that moved towards them. The magical threads quickly wrapped around them. What is this? I can't cut these threads. The thread slipped inside his shirt. Then it was yanked out, revealing white marbles like a suit of armor. Frank asked, what on earth is that inside his shirt? They pointed their guns at Kila's group. Damn it, we can't retreat like this. One of them tried to stop him. It's useless. The barrier will block it. But he stubbornly gritted his teeth and said, it's too late. With that, he immediately opened fire. As expected, the barrier appeared again to block it. The bullets, they're all blocked. He stammered in fear, mage. With just a wave of his hand. Those bullets immediately flew back towards them. Terrified screams echoed loudly. Suddenly, Kila shouted, calling out to Estelle. A bullet flew through her body. Her expression turned to shock, not understanding what had happened. Looking down at the hole in her stomach, she asked, "Why?" With that, she fell to the ground with a thud. Royce stared blankly at Estelle. Then he screamed Adelle's name. "Estelle, it's so unfair. This is so unfair." With that, Royce pointed his gun at Kila. She quickly advised, "Royce, stop." Seeing this, Ast's face darkened. A magical flame flared up in his hand. Without hesitation, he immediately attacked Royce. She panicked, thinking no. Then she quickly ran forward, to Ast's astonishment. She stood in front of Royce to block him. A loud collision echoed. A shield appeared in front of her, protecting them both. Ast asked angrily, "What are you doing, Kila?" "This is our family's business. The punishment will be decided by our family as well. They tried to kill you. For that alone, I cannot forgive them. Please, Aster. For now, just listen to me." He frowned in silence. She quickly said, Please, she's going to die. Heal Estelle. You out all right?" Lut placed both hands on the wound, and the area began to glow. Royce called out worriedly, "Estelle, Estelle." Kila thought to herself, that should be enough for first aid. Luckily, Lut has healing abilities. Adelle's group panicked, asking each other, "What about us, without Estelle and Royce?" Kila turned and said, "Anyway, you all were just instigated. From now on, give up. You can see the situation, can't you? You've already lost this battle." They fell silent and bowed their heads in acknowledgement. She ordered, "Round them all up. Lock them in the underground dungeon." "Yes." She turned to look at Ast. "No, first I have to reclaim the mansion, and I need to assess the situation of the Suminiks and Dimarov families. Later, when everything is settled, I'll talk to him then." Later, she asked, "Lut, do you know where Ast is?" "His Highness? He's outside right now. He's probably in the forest in the garden from earlier." Her colleague next to her immediately smacked Lut on the head. "Why did you say that?" "His Highness said he wanted to be alone." "Do you really believe that? Go eat your potato bread." Kila helplessly intervened. Don't fight." "Phew, go on, Kila. Even if you're not the one he's waiting for, he'll be happy in his heart." She replied, "Yeah, thanks, Lut." She quickly went to the garden. She saw Ast sitting, leaning against a tree trunk. She leaned down and thought, "Ast, are you sleeping?" Suddenly, he grabbed her hand. Then he pulled her into his arms. She stammered, "Let me go." He pleaded, "Just for a moment. Let's just stay like this for a little while. When I thought you were about to die, I thought my heart had stopped beating. I'm sorry, I had no other choice back then." Suddenly, she noticed something glowing on the grass. "Hey, I wanted to ask you earlier, what are those things?" Ast replied calmly, "They're corpses." "What?" "When I was in Auric, the graves were dug up, so I wondered if they would do it again. But they really did use those bones. So those things, yes, are the bones of the people from the Spirit Kingdom. Chu's can't touch the descendants of the Spirit King, so they must have targeted that weakness." She probably prepared for a long time to counter Chus and Shishiro. Kila clenched her fists. She looked at the smoldering purple magic fire. She asked, "What do you want?" "What I want is you. Besides you, I don't need anything else. I just need you, Kila. Aiming for the throne is just my final duty to those people." With that, he kissed her on the lips. But she quickly pushed him away. "Don't." He looked at her flushed face and said, "I really thought you were dead then, so don't avoid me." She thought to herself, making that face while saying those words is against the rules. And so she agreed. Just for today. Hearing that, he smiled with delight. "Yeah." Then the two shared a sweet kiss in the romantic atmosphere. Later, everyone sat down at the table to discuss the plan. Kila said, "First, we'll split into 2 teams. I will go to the Suminiks County and the Dimarov Duchy." Her father asked, "What will we do with those imprisoned in the underground dungeon?" "As for the people of the territory, after everything is over, I will release them with a light punishment. As for those in the family, I will determine the severity of their punishment based on their crimes. Isn't that too lenient? The people of the territory betrayed us. If we release them so easily, they will just betray us again. She explained, before they were people of the Vesta territory, they were subjects of Urbex. They followed Adela and Royce because they believed the rumor that we had assassinated the emperor and committed treason. Plus, with the empress's seal, they had no choice but to believe it. He replied pensively. That's true. How would the common people know the inner workings of things? She thought, Father must have been shocked too when he heard the news of His Majesty's assassination. Of course, he was the monarch I served for decades. She continued, in any case, currently, the fifth Prince Aster has been identified as the assassin, and our family, along with Sumanix and Dimarov, have been implicated as accomplices. So rescuing them is the top priority. So how will the teams be arranged? Frank and I will each lead a team. Frank's side will have combat mages to replace the defense system. Frank asked, Sister, can I take on the mission to the Demiroth family? I'm worried about my mother-in-law and sisters-in-law. She smiled and replied, Of course, I was planning on that anyway. We should also put Marion at ease. So while you children are away, I will go out and assess the situation. There will surely be people willing to help us. Are you going, Father? Just looking at the fact that third Prince Lotai has been announced as the successor to the throne is enough to know how chaotic the situation outside is. To adapt to that change, the nobility will surely side with the Imperial palace. He reassured his daughter. Kila, don't worry too much. Isn't the Shishiro barrier still protecting us? Yes. Even when we leave the Vesta mansion, the protection of Shishiro will follow us. I understand. Let's do as you say, Father. However, to ensure your safety, please take a few servants and Anto with you. And please take a mage as well. Can Helmuth go with me? Yes, of course. So it's decided then? At this point, Aster spoke up. Shall we depart immediately? She let out a sigh and replied, Yeah. Good luck, everyone. After that, Kila's group arrived at a certain location. She and everyone else felt nauseous. Ast teased her. So weak. She asked in surprise, How are you so unaffected? Because my magic resistance is strong. Kila is weaker than I thought. You were fine on the magic train. This can't be compared to a magic train. Is that so? I think they're both the same. She covered her mouth and cursed silently. Damn it, who knew a spatial transport tunnel would be this exhausting? But thanks to it, we reached the Zumanix estate quickly. He sat down and said, I'm really worried. If you want to live with me in the future, Kila, you'll have to get used to spatial transport tunnels. Her face turned bright red. She jumped up and yelled, Are you crazy? Why would I have to live with you? He teased her again. Don't be in a hurry to have children in the first 5 years. We need to have time for just the two of us. Stop joking. We need to check the security situation at my uncle's house too. Surprisingly, the security around the mansion doesn't seem very strict. As said, that's to be expected. Because they believe the barrier is still there and they don't know that the ones who stabbed Kila have been captured. She thought with worry, How will we get in? The security is looser than I thought, but we don't know the current situation inside the Simonix mansion. Besides my aunt and uncle, if my other cousins have also been captured. Suddenly, Ast moved closer, startling her. He whispered, How about I go in and scout for you? She immediately leaned away. Please talk normally. Well, it's because Kila won't rely on me. How do you plan to scout? Like this. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. White butterflies suddenly appeared, and she looked at them in amazement. Butterflies? That's right. They can scout every nook and cranny of the mansion. He whispered something to them. She wondered if it was the language of spirits. Just wait a moment. I've sent the scouting team. We'll have a response soon. We can also find out where your relatives are being held. Speaking of which, my maternal cousin is also named Kristen. But he's not a coward like the Crystal from the Vesta family. You must have seen him. Do you remember the ball at the Simonix mansion 5 years ago? It was Kila's debut. That's the one. At that time, Kristen and Alan were my friends' dance partners. I don't remember the other brothers. In my memory, there's only Kila. She couldn't help but laugh. You coming up to talk to me back then made me so awkward. You were the one who started the conversation, weren't you, Kila? That. Before she could finish her sentence, a butterfly returned. It gently landed on Ast's hand. Seeing Ast's slightly serious expression, Kila asked worriedly, "What is it? Is something wrong?" He replied, "Kila, it seems we've arrived too late. They've found about 3 bodies buried in the ground at the Suminix estate." She was stunned and asked, "Bodies? Could it be?" She immediately thought of the Count's family. Ast shook his head and said, "I don't know exactly who they are. Kila will have to see for herself to know. What's certain is that no one is currently under surveillance. Because in the story the spirits told me, they said no one was imprisoned there. My uncle's family has 4 people, but there are 3 bodies. What happened? Are you going inside now?" She answered with a slight startle, "Yes." "Wait a minute, Kila. How do you plan to use Chua S? What do you mean how?" "I'll just use it like I always have." "You're just going to use Chua S that simply? What are you trying to say? Do you mean there's another way? It seems the Vesta family no longer has any records of it." "What?" He took her hand and said, "Let me teach you." "Wait, we're in a hurry right now. If you know how to use Chua S, things will be much easier. Now, try to release Chua S." She immediately did as he said, and the sword appeared in her hand. She asked, "Like this?" "That's right, just like that. Focus your mind and look at Chua S." She took a deep breath and focused on the sword. Suddenly, the sword flashed with light. The space turned dark, stunning her. "Where is this?" Ast's voice rang out. "Calm down, Kila. Now, try to imagine an enemy army approaching." "An army?" She did as Ast said. Sure enough, before her eyes was an entire army approaching. He asked, "How do you plan to stop them?" "How? Are you planning to attack them one by one? You won't be able to win against them that way." "That's right. It's difficult to fight against a large number with just one sword. Think about it, Kila. Imagine yourself swinging your sword once and defeating hundreds, thousands of enemy soldiers." She clenched the sword, wondering, an entire army with just one blow? She closed her eyes, and from the Chu S in her hand, many more swords suddenly appeared around Kila. At that moment, she opened her eyes. She slashed powerfully towards the army. From her single slash, dozens of sword blades unexpectedly shot out towards the army. A series of thuds echoed in surprise. She stared in disbelief. "This is..." "Now you understand, right? Just as Shichiro has comprehensive defense capabilities, Shuet also has wide-area attack capabilities." Asked, "I never knew about this. There isn't a single line about it in the family records. Because although many people have possessed it, very few have become masters of it." She tightened her grip on the sword. Then she looked towards the mansion. "Let's go. I'll give it a try." A while later, the guard said, "So you must be Lady Adela Vesta." "That's right. We received a request for assistance and came here in a hurry." "Oh, is that so? It's great that a mage has come. We need them to deal with the 5th prince." Kila thought with frustration, security is really lax. They're so easily fooled. She asked, "So where's the command post? Do you think someone would try to escape?" "So you're talking about Gia-ve. Gia-ve is in his office on the 3rd floor." She pondered. The name sounds familiar, but who is he? Suddenly, he called over his comrades. "Hey, come over here. We have new allies." She wondered, why is he calling them over? New allies? They're from the Vesta family. They say the traitors will attack the mansion today. They exclaimed in shock, "Hey, that woman is Kila Vesta. Shoot, someone recognized me after all." Suddenly they shouted, "Shoot, shoot. Hurry." But the gun in his hand was immediately sliced in 2 by her. How's that possible? She asked coldly, "Where is Count Suminix's family?" "We were just following orders." "Who gave you the orders?" "That, it was an order from Her Majesty the Empress, so the butler." "The butler?" She told herself, that's right. No wonder the name Gia-ve sounds familiar. The name of the new servant hired to replace the old butler who retired 3 or 4 years ago was Gia-ve. How could a new hire who hasn't been here long deceive his master and take over the entire mansion? The butler now arrived with a squad of knights behind him. We are merely arresting the traitors under the orders of Her Majesty, the Empress. I never thought the masterminds behind the Emperor's assassination would come here themselves. Today is truly a lucky day. Kila thought, so that guy is Jayev? She spoke up and asked, where is my uncle's family now? Haha, 3 of them are buried in the backyard over there. As for the other one, he's on my side now, your side. He continued, only Alan Simonix is on our side. Alan? A man so gentle could. She thought of Adela and Royce and became even more certain. That's right. People are hard to read. You just have to hide your true feelings inside. So that means my aunt, uncle, and Christian. He continued, they're dead. A fitting end for a traitor. She took a deep breath. Asked, take care of them. All right, should I kill them for you? No, leave the killing to me. Just burn all the bone fragments they're holding. All right, I'll save a portion for Kila. Dark, gloomy energy filled the room. They cried out in pain. What? What's happening? Giave reassured them. Don't panic. As long as we have the weapon Her Majesty the Empress bestowed upon us, we can win. She thought that they didn't even know what that thing was. Ass sneered, sorry, but that thing has no effect on me. They cried out in pain. All of them collapsed, clutching their faces and begging. St, stop. Please stop. I can't see anything. Asked grimly, where is the Simonix family? Who are you referring to? Just ask me anything. I'll tell you everything, so please spare my life. He turned to look at Kila. Then he turned back and asked, the living or the dead? Suddenly, Kila remembered something. She folded her arms. She then said, I have to go see Alan Simonix. I'll go in alone. Quickly tried to stop her. It's a man's room. You can't. I want to go in too. This is my family's business. You stay here. I'll call if anything happens, so don't worry. With that, she opened the door to the room. She slowly stepped inside. Seeing him lying on the bed, she called out, Brother Alan. Brother, wake up, Brother Alan. Could he be unconscious? She called out repeatedly, Brother, wake up. At that moment, he woke up, calling for Kila. Brother, are you all right? Did you drink all this wine by yourself? I guess so. Yeah, that must be it. My head is throbbing. That must be it? How on earth did things end up like this, brother? Your uncle and aunt. He cut her off. Did they scold me for still being drunk and lying here? This is big trouble. I'm sure I'll get an earful. Hearing this, she was surprised and thought, what is he talking about? It's as if he doesn't know everyone is dead. Kila, I'll be down in a bit. Can you go down and stop my mom for me? She adores you, Kila. I'll get changed and be right out. Later, let's go to the shopping district with Kristen. I know a pretty decent shop. Brother, I heard the news from Giave. Uncle and aunt, and Christian too. Everyone is gone. I heard you were the only one who survived because you sided with them. What is that all about? He said, it was a dream. What? Alan held his head and continued, it was just a strange dream, Kila. Please tell me this is a dream, Kila. Someone, please get me out of this dream. She asked sorrowfully, what happened, brother? Did you really side with them? He collapsed his knees. No, it wasn't me. His Majesty the Emperor has passed away, and they say your family and our clan are involved. They say we are rebels. A letter with Her Majesty the Empress's seal arrived. Giave saw it and incited the servants. What about Count Simonix's knights? What did the knights do? Could it be that the knights also sided with them? So everyone died at that moment? Save me, Kila. I was so scared. Scared that I would die just like them. I don't want to die. First, we need to get out of here, brother. I can't go outside. What are you talking about? You just asked me to save you from here. She said she would kill me. If I leave this place, she'll kill me. Her Majesty the Empress said she would kill me. Calm down, brother. Who told you those things? It was Giave. She reassured him. Then it's okay, because I've already dealt with Giave. No, Her Majesty the Empress doesn't know I'm alive. What? Didn't you side with them? That's how I've managed to stay alive until now. The one who saved me was Jia V. He secretly saved me behind the Empress's back. She silently wondered. Royce and Adela said they would spare anyone who sided with them. The Empress didn't object to that. Why would Jia lie like that? She asked. Did he say why he saved you? Alan hesitated. It was because to use our family's promissory notes, you need a magic seal. Only someone with Sumanic's blood can apply that seal. So they planned to use it to withdraw money from the bank. Her Majesty the Empress promised him our family name and title if he killed our entire family. Why would the Empress go to such lengths? Perhaps it's because of Lady Lydiana that the Empress wanted to take something from our family. Lady Lydiana? Why suddenly mention her name? The place where His Majesty the Emperor and Lady Lydiana first met was our house in the city of Byuk, the Sumanic's territory. She held a grudge over just that? The Empress misunderstood for a long time that our parents were the ones who introduced them to each other. At that time, our parents were talking to the Emperor, who was still the Crown Prince, when Lady Lydiana approached. She came to say thank you for being invited to the ball. Our parents were hosting the party, so of course she could come and greet them. Usually, people greet the host at the beginning of the ball, but Lady Lydiana waited until 4 hours after it started, even though she had been standing quite close to our parents from the beginning. That is indeed strange. Because of that, our family suffered from that rumor for a long time. They said our parents intentionally introduced His Majesty the Emperor and Lady Lydiana to each other. Kila thought to herself, could it be that Lydiana intentionally approached the Emperor just to take the position of Empress? That doesn't fit the image people have of her. Innocent Lydiana, gentle Lydiana, wise Lydiana. Kind and gentle Lydiana. That was the Lydiana Annalise everyone always praised. Even in the original story, there were no detailed accounts of her. Thinking this, she reassured him. Anyway, everything's fine now. Let's go. I'll protect you. Wait a minute, Kila. She pulled his hand and started walking. Suddenly, Alan staggered. Then he collapsed, to her alarm. Brother, what's wrong? Alan? Ask came in and said he just fainted. What a weakling. He worked himself up and then fainted on his own. She explained, it's just because he was terrified after being cornered. Don't talk about him like that. Well, in that case, he's also a coward. That's enough. I have to take him with me. Please help me carry him. Me? If you don't want to, just call the mage outside. Don't hug another man like that. What? Aster's spatial bag appeared, glowing. He said, it's better to put him in here. She hesitated. That's a bit. It may not look like it, but this thing is bigger than it used to be. It was once used to store the entire royal guard. You're just going to keep him in there? Then I'll have to ask for your help. Don't worry, I'll take good care of him. As he finished speaking, Alan was immediately sucked into the spatial bag. To Kila's amazement, he said, let's finish this quickly and go back. I don't want to stay here any longer. Having to witness my maternal home from my memories being destroyed. This is more than enough. A week later. How is Brother Alan? He still refuses to eat or drink, and he can't sleep peacefully. This is serious. Witnessing his entire family being killed right before his eyes must have been a huge shock for the boy. I'm glad the Demirov family is safe and sound. Yes, I'm glad everyone returned safely. Luckily, we have the healing mage Stefan, so he was able to get some sleep. The medicine he prescribed seems very effective. Hearing this, Kila thought, when he came to our house with Ast, I just thought he was an annoying guest. Who would have thought he'd be useful someday? Her mother sighed and said, but I'm so worried about your father. We still haven't heard anything from him. Dad is being protected by Shishiro, so he'll be fine. Besides, this past week we've been investigating the records on Shishiro and learned about the status of those under the barrier's protection. The results from the resonance scan also showed that everyone is safe, so Dad will be all right. You're right. Oh, by the way, Frank, looking at this record, it seems Shishiro can also be used for attacking, right? He asked in surprise, huh? Look here. I've added a reflection function to Shishiro's protective barrier. I want to try it, but it's probably difficult. I'll likely have to wait for an enemy to test it. But your multi-directional attack seems like it will be useful. That's right. Actually, back at the Suminix estate, I was able to fight more effectively than usual. Frank grumbled, but it probably won't have any effect on the fifth prince, huh? What can you do? Asked is a descendant of the Spirit King. It's so unfair. I'm glad he can pass through the barrier. Just imagine if the fifth prince was our enemy. It makes my head spin. Kila thought to herself, in the original story, he was the enemy. Anyone can see that Frank is related to me by blood. The Ast in the original story was obsessed with Frank, but the story didn't detail whether that feeling was love or just obsession. Anyway, I look like Frank. Why do I feel so annoyed? Suddenly, Genya burst through the door, calling Kila. Kila, it's finally here. Genya, what's here? The messenger bird. The messenger bird sent by your uncle has arrived. A messenger bird from Dad? Yes, you're the designated recipient. Hurry and check it, Kila. Okay. A voice came from the bird received, Kila. This voice, Philia? Is that you, Philia? Yes, Kila. It's been a while since we last talked, so I was worried. Hearing this, her mother asked Frank, is Philia with your father? It seems so. Kila replied, me too. With my family in this situation, I was worried my friends would get involved. Don't worry, Iris and I are fine. Right now, your father and we are in a house spot under someone else's name. That's a relief. But why are you with my father? About that. At that moment, her father's voice came through. It's me, Kila. Sorry for not contacting you all this time. I've been traveling around, meeting many people and gathering a lot of information. What kind of information? I think I should tell you this first. Sir Rito has also become a wanted criminal, just like us. What? Sir Rito? Is it because he offended the Empress? No, that's not it. They say it's because he left his post without permission. He disobeyed a direct order from his superiors and even took his comrades with him when he fled. Fled? Yes, Sir Rito is now a deserter. The knights who deserted with him, let's see. Serena Men's Ravian Coca Lilies Lavit. Wait, all of them? Genya laughed and said, we could probably hold a Krati alumni meeting now. All of those knights deserted? They don't seem like the type to break discipline. Philia said, it's the same on our end. The wanted notice for the Vesta family is just as absurd. None of our classmates at Craditon believe it. Thanks, Philia and Iris. What's the situation like outside? We're isolated right now, so we don't have much information. Well, the Imperial Palace is currently preparing for the new Emperor's coronation. The list of wanted criminals is getting longer by the day, and Byuk is in chaos. A coronation? I wonder what happened between Crown Prince Cairo and the third Prince Loiti Tai for the succession to change like that. Health reasons are probably just a public excuse. Speaking of which, Philia, you mentioned you were in hiding earlier, and it's been bothering me. Where exactly are you? Besides Iris, is anyone else with you? Iris giggled. Right now, besides me, there are many other classmates from Krati here too. This is a house that Philia bought under a different name, so no one knows about this place. Kila asked, but why are the classmates from Krati there? You have to ask? Kila, you've been dragged into such an absurd situation. Krati's honor is at stake. We couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Right now, even Baron Kazan is here. The headmaster? And there's another surprise guest. Who is it? That's a secret. You'll be very surprised when you meet them later. Anyway, the Urbex Empire is still in a state of emergency. The Imperial Palace and the nobility are controlling information, labeling the opposition as rebels. So we're trying to let everyone know the truth. My father bought a newspaper company. You've heard of Grunberg, right? Grunberg? That's a typical tabloid. Well, my father didn't have enough funds, so he could only buy a place like that. But now, people's reaction to our newspaper is very good because they also realize the Imperial Palace is very suspicious. Of course, it's also partly thanks to distributing the papers for free. She thought, so they're waging a media war. That's amazing. What kind of content are you publishing exactly? There's a rumor that the person who assassinated His Majesty the Emperor is His Highness Loiti Tai, the one who is about to be crowned. What? No matter what, isn't that news too sensitive? Where did you hear that rumor? I was going to let you hear it from that person directly when you meet them, but since it's you, I'll tell you the truth. What's so serious? Actually, His Highness Cairo is with us. She exclaimed in surprise. What? Philia continued. The one who got His Highness Cairo out was Sir Rito. That's why there's a wanted poster for him. Rito? If the person who killed His Majesty was the third prince and the witness to that was the second Prince Cairo, then it's understandable that Rito would help him escape. Kila asked, do you know the whereabouts of Rito or the guard knights who deserted? We're looking for them too. Also, Kila, His Highness Prince Cairo wants to meet you. And that fifth prince too, Astu. Oh my, so you two are already on a first-name basis? Kila replied, startled, no. More importantly, can I speak with His Highness Cairo now? It's difficult right now. His condition wasn't good when he escaped to here. He's currently resting to stabilize himself. Then I'll go there. Give me the address. Thanks, Kila. It's number 38, Lamb Street, in the suburbs of Byuk City. She turned to Frank. Write it down. Yes. Philia added, if you send a messenger bird, I'll come out to get you. Her father said, Kila, we've found forces here that can help us. They will surely be of assistance. Forces that can help? That's right. People from the Commoners' Council. The Commoners' Council? Wait. If it's the Commoners' Council, doesn't that include the upper-class commoners who supported us to become crown prince in the original story? They have large merchant guilds and the media backing them, enough to restrain the alliance of the royal family and nobility. But later, they got caught up in fighting for their own interests, contributing to the empire's chaos. Her father continued, they said they would help with all their might, from providing soldiers to voting in the council. It's like a lifeline sent by the gods. She thought to herself, Dad, is that lifeline already rotten in the middle? I understand. I'll set out tomorrow. Be careful on your way. It's not easy to get here. She smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Dad. I have a plan. Afterwards, she was surprised to be rejected by Ast. I'm not going. What? Why? I thought he would definitely go. She called out to him, Ast, you have to go too. Why should I go there? Tell that smartass to come here himself. She thought to herself, what's wrong with him? He seems to be sulking. He turned back and asked, Kila, do you know why I'm here? It's because of me. He stepped closer and said, you need their help, but I don't need anyone's help. The only reason I'm here is to be by your side and help you. But I can't read other people's minds like you can. I don't know what your plan is either. Ast declared, I will become the emperor. An emperor so powerful that no one will dare to oppose me. What will you do after becoming emperor? I will destroy Urbex. What? Why? He leaned his head on her shoulder. Because that's what they want. I'm tired of it. I've only been thinking about seeing you again. Just thinking about growing taller than you, and then seeing you again. Kila asked, if you destroy this country, what will happen to my family? And what about my friends? What about the important people I want to protect? I don't want to lose anyone. So please don't destroy this country. Then, Kila, stay by my side. Kila, stay by my side and hold me back. Otherwise, this insane version of me will throw this country into chaos. First, I'll make the rain stop. Then I'll make all the plants wither. Then I'll plant narcotics. I'll make the people who have gone mad from hunger after years of famine go even crazier. I will destroy everything completely, just like the Eric Spirit Kingdom. If you don't want that to happen, then stay by my side. She asked hesitantly, stay by your side, how? You know, but you're pretending not to, About that, let me say it for you. Kila, you must become my personal knight. She shouted, what? Why are you so surprised? After all, Kila, you were in the Guardian Knights. It's not much different from then, right? Well, that's true. Become my personal knight and be loyal to me for life as my vassal. She thought in frustration, he proposed to me before, and now what is he saying? A vassal. Right, as his vassal. So all that talk about our married life was just a joke. Kila, the spirits say it seems you're a little disappointed. Who's disappointed? Kila, do you remember what I said a long time ago? I said I don't know how to lie. I remember. I only speak my true feelings to you, Kila. So, trust me, Kila. Later, outside the Vesta estate, the carriage rattled along. Ast and Kila, in different forms, sat inside. She said, this wasn't what I had in mind, right? Aster, in the form of a girl, chuckled and said, what can we do? The checkpoint has a magic detector, so we can't use magic to change our appearance. You really do look like Kila's younger brother. It suits you well. She retorted, that's not funny at all. Kila looked at Ast and thought, by the way, why does that appearance suit Aster so well? I thought he wouldn't suit cross-dressing anymore. Thinking this, she warned him, do you remember what I said earlier? I'll be the one doing the talking, so you absolutely must not open your mouth. In our story, you'll be the wife who caught a cold and is bedridden after a trip to the north. You've lost your voice, so you can't speak right now. Got it? He nodded and replied, I know. In the story, the third wife only married the rich old man for his fortune. Good. Don't make any mistakes. At that moment, a soldier knocked on the carriage door. We'd like to do a quick inspection. Please state your region, organization, and identity. Kila pushed open the window. We are the Cove Merchant Guild from De La Rue. Lady Miko is in the carriage. Lady Miko of the Cove Merchant Guild looks different from the face we saw last time. May we open the carriage door for a moment? She worried silently. Did they find out the documents are fake? Philia clearly said we just had to impersonate Lady Miko. At that moment, they saw Ast. Their eyes widened in admiration. Oh. Come to think of it, the representative of the Cove Merchant Guild just got married again recently. This is the third one, right? No wonder she looks different. So the one we met back then was the second wife. Kila said sternly, Our Lady is suffering from a severe cold. We hope you understand. I understand. Please proceed. The door closed, and Kila breathed a sigh of relief. Good, let's enter Byuk. Kila looked outside and wondered, the streets are so quiet for being in the middle of coronation preparations. The people are probably confused. There are guards everywhere, and wanted posters are plastered on the walls. Speaking of which, have you met Rito? I've never met him, though I did receive a letter from Count Isa before. So have you sent a reply? After the incident 3 years ago, the Isa family's status has been greatly diminished. I will send a reply soon. They have taken care of me since my grandfather was alive, so I have no intention of abandoning the Isa family. But I still need to see how loyal they are to me. Especially now that I'm being framed for the Emperor's assassination. The timing is quite convenient, isn't it? I'm looking forward to it. Wow, I really don't want to believe I have relatives like this. It seems we've arrived. As she stepped out of the carriage, a voice called out Kila. She immediately replied, Philia, Iris. Kila, you look exactly like Frank. You really do. How did you do this? It's not that I look like Frank, but that Frank looks like me. Suddenly, Philia exclaimed, Ah. Then, is the person sitting in the carriage His Highness the Prince? Yes, that's right. It's His Highness, the fifth Prince Ast. Seeing Ast's sparkling appearance, the two girls exclaimed, so beautiful. Now, let's go inside first. We have a lot to talk about, right? Oh my, we were completely mesmerized. Come in, Kila. It's a bit old, but it's very spacious inside. So they went inside. As soon as she entered, a familiar voice called out Kila. She blushed with emotion and replied, Dad. It's good that you made it here. Well done, Kila. I'm glad you're safe, Dad. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? No, I'm fine. Then you all can talk. I'm going to see His Highness Cairo for a moment. With that, Philia quickly left. The knights also said with pale faces, then we'll also. Kila thought, they must feel intimidated by Ast's female disguise. Her father coughed and asked, Kila, who is this person next to you? You too, Dad? Ast sighed in frustration. He immediately reverted to his original form. Kila asked in surprise, what will you do when you return to the Imperial Palace? By the time they find out, we'll probably be long gone from the palace, so it'll be fine. Her father seemed relieved. But how did you meet Philia's family? It's a long story. I went into Byuk City to meet my old comrades. I never expected them to report me. Iris said, we met him while he was being hunted down. He fled all the way to this suburb. It was fortunate that I ran into Philia's family. Kila, I just came back from seeing His Highness Cairo. He wants to meet you and the fifth prince now. Ast grumbled, if he wants to meet, he should come here himself. Why make others go to him? Kila thought helplessly, and yet, some people still obediently follow. So they went to Cairo's room. Your Highness Cairo, we're coming in. As soon as they entered, Cairo stood up and rushed towards Ast, pleading loudly, can you become the emperor? But Aster quickly dodged, causing Cairo to fall to the ground. Your Highness. Aster, what are you doing? He replied, if someone suddenly rushes at you, are you obligated to catch them? Forget it. I expected too much. Your Highness, please sit down and let's talk. Okay. I've heard the gist of the story. The real culprit who assassinated His Majesty the Emperor was. Yes, it was my younger brother, Loiti Tai, and Her Majesty the Empress, my mother, was an accomplice. Did they plan this together? Cairo shook his head and said, it was spontaneous. My mother didn't intend for it to happen. Actually, I called you here because I have a favor to ask. Please, go ahead. He hesitated. After a while, the conversation ended. Kila came out and said, we've finished talking, Dad. Akila, come here, my child. They're members of the Commoners' Council. This is Mr. Landreth, the representative of the Commoners' Council. This is the first time I've had the pleasure of meeting Marquis Vesta. You must have been very worried lately. We will become a source of strength for the Vesta family. This man is the representative of the Commoners' Council. It's a pleasure to meet you, Councilman Landreth. If we need to use force to confront the Imperial Palace, we will request assistance from the Merchant Alliance to provide 10,000 soldiers, along with necessary supplies and provisions. She was silently astonished. 10,000 soldiers. He continued, and don't worry about the media. We will definitely sway the public opinion of the Empire in our favor. That's too good to be true. But in the original story, this man eventually betrayed the commoner class, demanding a title and territory from Est. She said, I understand your kind intention to help. Regarding the offer of manpower and material support, I will accept your kind sentiment. Her father heard this and called out in surprise, Kila. She continued, the battle for public opinion is the most important. This will help our side more than anything else. Well, that's a shame, but I suppose it can't be helped. If you need help in the future, please let us know. Yes, I will rely on you then. After they left, her father asked, Kila, why did you do that? She replied, if we accept material help from them, they will demand greater things later on. But if we refuse all their offers, it will offend them. So, she smiled and said, we should only ask them to do things that have a legitimate reason and will cause less trouble later. Then Philia said, Kila, I want you to meet someone for a moment. You want me to meet someone? Come to think of it, she did mention this before through the messenger bird. Who is it? Philia giggled. I'm sure you'll be surprised. Follow me. Who could it be that she's acting like this? When Kila saw the person, she couldn't help but be surprised. Leodora Sremen. She asked Philia, who is this person? It's me, Kila Vesta. Marquis Vesta. What's with the getup? Philia explained, Lady Leodora is a founding member of this house. Kila's jaw dropped in shock. What? No way. Why do you say it's impossible? Can I be here? But Lady Leodora, are you all right? I'm fine. Maltese, this is Marquis Vesta. Marquis Vesta? Isn't Marquis Vesta a woman? Due to some circumstances, she's appearing in this guise today. Please allow me. Marquis, it's an honor to meet you. Your disguise is amazing, Marquis. I thought you were really a man. Haha, yes, it's a pleasure to meet you all. She still couldn't believe it. What on earth is going on? Is this really the Leodora I know? Philia said with a smile, Lady Leodora has been sponsoring commoner students who can't afford tuition. The kids over there are also students who receive sponsorships. Is that so? Many alumni from Gratis have also contacted us and said they want to help. The headmaster connected us with other alumni. The alumni too? That's not all. We're not the only ones who had doubts after the incident. Leodora continued, there are also journalists, professors, and students, most of whom are commoners from the intellectual class. I came here because I couldn't stand by and watch the children I sponsor get caught up in danger. Kila wondered to herself, what on earth happened in the last 5 years to change her so much? So, Marquis Vesta, could you speak with me privately for a moment? Of course. Please follow me. There's a room inside. Then the two of them left together. Leodora said, I'm not doing this because of what the Marquis told me 5 years ago. What I said 5 years ago? Didn't you say that to me in the library? That the commoners' right to vote would increase and the world would change. You also said that if I wanted to become the princess of a neighboring country, I should fix my attitude. Kila asked with a forced smile. I said that? Yes, you did. If you think I'm sponsoring commoners just to win their favor, I want to say up front that you've misunderstood me. Kila asked, so what if you are? Whatever your intention, it's a good deed. The Marquis' values are so different from ours in the nobility. Nobles have a dignity and nobility that must be maintained. But the Marquis considers those things trivial. Am I wrong? The Grand Duchess is right. But no matter what, I hope you will still be proud of what you are doing. Because helping those in need is a wonderful thing. I'm not doing it for others to see. It's just that I saw myself in those children because I was once unable to attend the academy. Unable to attend the academy? Leodora continued, after that incident, everyone in high society shunned me. My engagement was also called off. Come to think of it, Leodora was once proposed to by someone from a neighboring country. I actually wanted to study more. If not Gratis, another academy would have been fine. But that disgraceful incident has followed me for 5 years. The more I sponsored and met commoners, learning about a world I never knew, the more I remembered what the Marquis had said to me. That was the first time I thought about how long the things I was enjoying would last. So even though I don't know how long I can continue doing this, I hope this moment will last forever. Because my only joy is seeing these children find their dreams and become happy. Kila wondered if it was just her mood. But the Leodora standing before her now looked even more beautiful than the Leodora she had seen at the Grady Academy. Afterwards, Kila's group said their goodbyes. I'm heading back today. If anything happens, you must contact me. We're counting on the mages. Helmers replied, yes, please don't worry. I should have brought Frank. Then he could have set up a Shishiro barrier. Philia reassured her. Don't worry too much. Sir Helmuth is here too. Besides, this street is abandoned, so no one will come here. Kila replied, okay. Suddenly, Ast called out to her, urging her on, Kila. She turned back to look at everyone. Then I'm really leaving. Travel safely, Kila. And then everyone slowly stepped into the magic circle. She looked back fondly at her friends. The two of them smiled and waved goodbye. She responded with a small smile. She thought she was probably worrying for nothing. Later at the Vesta estate. Kila, when do you plan for us to enter the Imperial Palace? For now, I need to create a public opinion war first. Relying solely on Philia's family's press agency is not enough. So I also need to see which nobles I can win over through covert operations. The coronation will take place in about 10 days, so we must create a wave of public opinion before then. You're absolutely right. As said, I'll be the vanguard. You all can just handle things in the rear. Will you be all right on your own? To be honest, I'm strong enough to handle it all by myself. However, if you let me deal with them alone, I'll probably end up killing them all. Kila shivered and said, I understand. Then we'll take care of the rear support. We'll also handle the cleanup, so remember not to kill the Empress and Prince Loeti Tai. Why is he smiling? He understands what I mean, right? Anyway, the number of soldiers the enemy can immediately mobilize is around 16,000. In terms of numbers alone, we're no match for them. This is a race against time. We need to seize control of the Imperial Palace quickly. Croa, Take the mages and block any reinforcements from outside the palace. And Luke, you come with us. She sighed. This is such a pain. We need to capture the people in the Imperial Palace. Then it's decided. We'll make our move tomorrow. Later, at a lavish dinner. Frank said cheerfully, here, Lelial. The group of mages chewed their food while whispering. Eat while you can. If we follow Sir Aster, we'll be starving like this all the time. Kila glanced at him and thought, come to think of it, they were devouring bread like that last time too. Does this ass guy starve his mages all the time? Suddenly, Ast turned to her and asked, what's wrong? Want some? She quickly replied, nothing. Suddenly, the sound of a door being slammed open was heard, along with a shout, trouble. Big trouble. A message has arrived from Helmuth. A message? Listen to this. A voice came from the gem, Sir Ast. Marquis Vesta, last night we were attacked by the city guard and the royal guard. His Highness Cairo has been captured. The entire family of Lady Iris Glen, the Commoners' Council, and even the people at the workshop, all of them have been captured. Kila's heart sank upon hearing this. This morning, the kingdom issued a proclamation. They said they will publicly execute all accomplices of the rebels. The execution will take place this morning. Please hurry. Kila fell to her knees, calling out, Phi, Philia. Both Philia and Iris, everyone. Aster called her name worriedly, Kila. Are you okay, Kila? Ast's eyes widened in surprise. Because Kila was now speaking with a tear-streaked face. Help me, Ast. Please help me. We have to hurry. Let's go to Byuk City. He reassured her, don't worry, Kila. If you want to, I'll find a way for us to go immediately. The scene changes to Byuk City. A large crowd had gathered. Among them were Kila's group. Ast said, they've definitely set a trap. I figured as much. They only spread rumors with a few free newspapers, and now they're announcing a public execution. Frank, if you see Philia and Iris, use Shishiro to protect them immediately. Since you don't know what they look like, just put a barrier around anyone who looks like a prisoner. I understand. I'll do as you say. All right, let's move out. At that moment, people were murmuring among themselves. Oh my, what is this? A public execution in this day and age? I heard the people being executed today spread false rumors about the person who killed His Majesty. False rumors? Actually. At that moment, a shout rang out, move it. The people were being led forward by soldiers. Kila cried out silently, Philia, Iris. She clenched her fists, trying to calm herself. Stay calm. There's only one chance. The executioner announced, from this moment, we will proceed with the public execution. These traitors have sided with the wicked people who assassinated the late emperor and insulted the Imperial Palace. Kila realized the time had come. She immediately said, now is the time. Frank, raise your hand. A blinding light shot straight up into the sky. They asked in panic, what is that? Iris smiled and said, Philia, this is. Yes, it's Cesaro. Good, but this opportunity. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out. People in black cloaks had made the first move. She silently wondered, what? Who are they? A glimpse of the person's face flashed by. Kila and Frank were stunned with astonishment. Because that person was Rito. Before the surprise could wear off, she also saw Livian and Lilith, as well as Serena and Nicholas. Suddenly, a loud warning shout was heard, Marquis Vesta. Marquis Vesta is here. Frank called out worriedly, sister, sister. Don't panic, Frank. What we have to do remains unchanged. With that, she charged forward. The swords in their hands were shattered by her strike. Those things that Her Majesty the Empress gave you. Do you think that old trick still works? Do I look like a fool? Hearing the screams, Livian, who was untying Iris and Philia, also looked over. Kila said, then I'll leave the rest to you all. Yes, yes. When they turned back to look, they saw the soldiers had already fallen. Kila called out loudly, Philia, Iris. The two happily replied, Kila. She rushed forward to hug them both. I'm glad you're both safe. Livian cleared his throat. This touching reunion is great and all. But let's go clean up this mess first. We can hear about how everyone's been later. We still have work to do, right? Kila nodded in agreement. First, we need to take Philia's group to a safe place to hide. Philia, wasn't Leodora captured? I don't see Leodora anywhere. The thing is, the men who came with the royal guard were the private soldiers of Grand Duke Freeman. Of Grand Duke Freeman? Did they take Leodora away? Yes, perhaps Grand Duke Freeman wants to hide the fact that Leodora was involved in this incident. I know why Philia's group's base was discovered. Alright, so first things first. Kila stopped mid-sentence. Huh? Philia asked Kila, what's wrong? She replied, he's not here. Huh? What do you mean? Just then, Luke ran up and said urgently, Kila, Sir Ast has disappeared. I know. Don't worry too much. I'll go to Ast's location right away. Do you know where Sir Ast went? I have to finish what I need to do here first before I go. Besides, as I said yesterday, I need your help. Did he go to the Imperial Palace alone? Yes. Really? All by himself? And right now, of all times. Why? He's probably afraid we'd be a burden. Luke heard this and pursed her lips, saying nothing. Kila turned and called out, Sir Rito, can I have about 3 people follow me? Nicholas eagerly volunteered. Kila, let me. I'll go with you. Even if I have to sever ties with my family, I was determined to come here. Let me go with you. Kila thought in frustration, why did he have to show up here? Livian whispered, Kila, anyway, it's better to have more people than none. Fine, then follow me. He quickly ran over. Just being able to accompany you makes any place heaven on earth for me. Rito said, Kila, as you requested, I've gathered 3 people besides myself. Tell me your plan. I'm going to the Imperial Palace. The 5th Prince, His Highness Ast, is heading there. Are you sure? To be honest, the chances are 50-50, but if His Highness goes to the Imperial Palace alone, the entire palace will be in danger. All right, we'll go with you. His Highness Cairo is being held in the Imperial Palace, and Sir Helmuth, the master of Varuja's magic tower, is counting on all of you. The person next to me is Luz, who will be going with us. She is the master of Byuk's magic tower. Also, I have a personal favor to ask of Lilith. What is it? Could you go to Grand Duke Freeman's mansion and kidnap Leodora Freeman for me? Leodora Freeman? Kidnap that red-haired princess? It's not exactly kidnapping, but I'll send some mages with Lilith. They'll be helpful. Please take Leodora to Philia's group's base. We need Leodora's help for this matter. Understood. I'll do as you say. She turned to Ast's group of mages. I apologize for giving orders on my own while Ast is away. But I need your help. Will you come with me? Graylin said, Sir Ast has previously instructed us that when he is away, we must obey the Marquis's orders. Ast said that? Yes, he told us to protect the Marquis at all costs. She clenched her fist and thought. He left the mages to me. And he himself went to the Imperial Palace alone. Thank you. Then I'll be counting on you. Please go with Lilith and take Leodora Freeman to 56, Riddle Street. Frank, you and Sir Craw, the master of Hilgard's magic tower, take Philia's group. Sister, isn't that place very dangerous right now? That's why I'm sending you. Set up a barrier to protect that place. Also, work with Philia to print and distribute a special edition of the newspaper. As for the content, just ask the people from the Commoners' Council. She thought, everything will probably be decided today. Ast's ascension to the throne was probably predetermined. I worked so hard to change this future. I don't want to see Ast's hands stained with blood. Suddenly, the sound of rushing footsteps was heard. Baron Soda ordered, seal off the square and capture all who are trying to escape. Rito called out in surprise, Baron Soda. I'm quite lucky indeed. Now I can round up all the traitors. The ones who assassinated His Majesty the Emperor. Kila summoned her sword into her hand. I think I'm the lucky one, because I can catch you all in one fell swoop right here. At this time, Ast had arrived at the Imperial Palace. The guard said, please, state your unit and family. Ast smirked, but did not answer. The guard next to him cursed, you fool, that's the 5th prince. Can't you tell by his hair? Being half-heartedly observant like that will get you killed. Stop him, quickly. Report to the higher-ups. Getting out of the way is how you stay alive, isn't it? He snapped his fingers. A rumbling sound was heard, and the soldiers cried out in agony as their faces turned pale. The ground, help. Asked pondered, should I give them some funeral flowers? Immediately, rose bushes sprouted up, lush and green. The next group of knights seemed to falter and tremble. Stop right there. You can't pass. Your courage is commendable. You saw what just happened and you still dare to block my path? Suddenly, someone approached and spoke. Prince asked, stop. Oh, Marquis Rebeth. He held a black orb in his hand and said, you must have great faith in your magic to cause such a commotion. But we should end this here. The magical power the prince is so confident in, with just one magic suppression bullet. Before he could finish his sentence, the bullet in his hand shattered and fell apart. Haven't you heard that magic suppression bullets don't work on me? If my magic is suppressed, I can just use my spirit power. Just like now. As he finished speaking, the atmosphere grew dark. From beneath the ground, thorny, winding vines suddenly emerged. They coiled around the soldiers' limbs like snakes, and the soldiers screamed in terror. Commander, vines. He tried to reassure them, calm down, they're just little vines. Cut them. Before he could finish his words, he was impaled by a vine. Marquis Rebeth clenched his teeth and managed to utter, damn it, I should have deployed the entire Royal Guard Knights division. Then his whole body slid down motionless. As smiled and said, how beautiful. A gift very fitting for the Empress. Not just him, but the entire group of soldiers was entangled in vines, lying still amidst the blue roses. Many of the palace buildings were cracked and broken. A chaotic rumbling echoed. They looked at Aster as if he were a monster, terrified. That's a monster. Ast whispered, are you satisfied now? He thought of his grandfather and mother. But why do you have that expression? Everyone else is happy. Why are you the only one like this, grandfather? In another area, an urgent report was being made. Your Majesty the Empress. Prince Astaz has broken into the central palace. From the west garden to the entire east wall has practically collapsed. Even the path to the central palace is in chaos due to the ruined buildings. At this rate, the entire palace will be in danger, Your Majesty. She frowned, her lips twitching slightly. Is this revenge? Marchioness Rebeth said worriedly, Your Majesty, you must flee. If Prince Aster reaches here. Suddenly, a loud crash was heard. Water splashed everywhere, startling her. Lotai shouted, so noisy. Shut up. What the hell is that bastard that you all keep calling him a prince? The Empress spoke up, you're the one who should be quiet. Don't shout so disgracefully. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger. Then he suddenly grabbed the tablecloth and pulled it forcefully to the ground, creating a crashing sound. I'm the Emperor now. Why should I hold back? His action caused red wine to splash onto the Empress. She gritted her teeth and said, don't you know who put you on the throne? At the same time, the magic she emitted forced him to his knees. He cried out in pain, M.O. Mother. That's right, Mother is a mage. I misspoke. She looked at him and said, if I knew you were this foolish, I would have let your older brother live. She thought she had chosen the strongest son, but in the end, she was left with someone who was not only audacious, but also like an untamed colt. She looked outside through the window. A rumbling sound echoed, followed by falling debris. I had heard his magical abilities were outstanding, but this is far beyond my imagination. Someone with such outstanding talent is her son, not mine. Is it because of his bloodline? Thinking this, she collapsed. Marchioness Rebeth worriedly called out, Your Majesty the Empress. She mumbled again, to have the same father but be so different, it must be the mother's fault. It's because my qualities are inferior to that woman's. Those greedy eyes. She always acted so noble, but was she actually aiming to be the Empress? No matter how much I think about the dead, there's no way to know the answer. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. The Empress spoke, You're finally here. If you want to kill me, just get it over with. Hasta release. Los Ti held his gun tightly and thought, it can't end like this. I'll kill you the moment you let your guard down. Ast was well aware of his intentions. He sneered coldly. Immediately, an explosion rang out from his hand. He screamed, "Ah, my hand, my hand." The butler and the marquis ran away in fear. The Empress thought to herself, traitors. I've finally gotten my revenge. You must be very satisfied now, right? Asked back revenge. You turned the Imperial Palace into this mess, and you're going to pretend you know nothing about it? Before coming here, I did think that way, to maintain a minimum of decency for the blood flowing in my veins. But there's one thing you're mistaken about. Mistaken? Estelle picked up a quincy flower branch. Then he raised it to his chest. My mother never wanted that throne. She just wanted to get your attention. What? He threw the flower branch to the ground. I inherited that personality from my mother. The type that if I can't have it, I'll destroy it. Hearing this, she shivered and asked, What are you talking about? My mother had no interest in that sleeping old emperor. She was stunned and asked, What? Then she imagined Ast's mother leaning into her. No, that's impossible. You're speaking nonsense. He stepped closer. My revenge for my flesh and blood is finished here. Now let's move on to another matter. You should not have touched Kila, Vesta. At the same time, outside the Imperial Palace, Kila's group had arrived. Seeing the scene before her, she was stunned. It seems like more than half the palace has been blown away. The buildings can be dealt with later. The problem is the injured people. Kila quickly turned and grabbed Stefan's shirt. Do whatever it takes to save all of them. There are so many people. No matter how skilled I am, this is. You're the one who insisted on coming with us while we were busy. Even so, this many people is still too much for me. Even if I drain all my mana, it won't be enough. Suddenly, Kila said, I'll let you stay by Ast's side. For the rest of your life. Hearing that, he immediately replied, I'll do it right away. Good, Luke. She immediately shot a signal into the sky. The signal will be sent to everyone on our side. Good, now we'll change the plan. Luke, help Stefan heal everyone. The rest of you, stick to the old plan. Find His Highness Cairo and Sir Helmuth. Understood. We'll split into 2 teams to search. Don't worry about the collapsed buildings. I've already deployed Shishiro to protect this area, so it'll be safe. Then, I wish you all good luck. After being assigned their tasks, everyone rushed off. Kila's mission was to find Ast. Please, I hope I'm not too late. I thought I had changed the future of the original story, so everything would be fine. But what I changed was my family's destiny. Not Ast's destiny. She remembered his words, I will become the emperor who destroys Urbex, so stay by my side, Kila. She cursed silently, you fool, this is so different from what you promised. Hold my hand tightly. You said you wanted me by your side, so I already said I would stay. Seeing the palace trembling with each tremor made her pause. What if Ast disappears just like this? She called out loudly, Ast, answer me, Ast. What if he disappears forever into the destiny set by the original story? Don't go, Kila. You were the one who held on to me first. Both 3 years ago and now, you said you wanted me to stay by your side. She continued to run through the vast Imperial Palace. This is the Empress's chamber. Finally, she saw him and called out Ast. At that moment, the Empress cried out in fear, Don't come here, don't come here. Kila wondered in astonishment, Is that the Empress? Why has she aged so much? Suddenly, she was startled. When she saw the magic flaring in Ast's hand, she quickly ran over and grabbed his arm. Ast, stop. Stop it, just stop. He turned to see her and was slightly surprised. He replied softly, Kila. Yes, it's me. Stop it, Ast. Ast turned to look at the Empress. Don't stop me. If we just leave her like this, she'll put Kila in danger again. No, she can't do that anymore. We don't have to take revenge with our own hands. We can just hand her over to be dealt with by the law. Please, Ast. You have to live by my side for the rest of your life. The magic in Ast's hand gradually dissipated. She continued to plead, Don't do this anymore. I will be by your side for the rest of my life. I've already promised. How many more times do you need me to say it? He smiled and said, haha. You're right, who knows? If it's Kila, maybe it's possible. Hearing this, she asked. Suddenly, he staggered and fell. He collapsed with a thud. She cried out in alarm, Wake up, Why is this happening? His body is cold. What on earth is going on? A rustling sound made her jump. What is it? What is this cold aura? As if she could feel the spirit of Ast's mother coming to take him away. She bit her lip and said loudly, Don't take Ast away. Enough. Stop it. Please let him live his own life. She rushed out to the balcony and shot a signal. Please make it in time, Luke. Afterwards, a large crowd gathered, creating a noisy and bustling atmosphere. A clear voice rang out, O people of the great Urbex Empire, the time has finally come. I will announce the truth to you all. I, Cairo Wurtzen Urbex, will speak of the tragedy I witnessed with my own eyes on that day. Philia, standing below, smiled and said, His Highness Cairo is quite a good speaker, isn't he? Kila agreed. He is. Seeing him as such a quiet person, I thought he wouldn't be good at things like this. Philia then said, It's just that his personality is naturally cautious. Kila turned to look at her with a questioning gaze. Speaking of which, has His Highness Ast woken up yet? Not yet, still the same. The doctor said he doesn't know the cause. Even with Stefan by his side, there's been no change. But well, it's lucky enough that his condition has improved. I heard he was in bad shape when he was first found. Yes, but I'm worried. Not only do we not know what caused things to worsen, but we also don't know what to do to make things better. Maybe it's because he used too much magic. He used enough power to make half the palace collapse, after all. That's probably not it. She thought that power once dried up all the water in the Vesta territory. It probably wouldn't make him faint just for that much. She let out a sigh. Anyway, just thinking about that time gives me a headache. That Stefan guy even made a scene, threatening to kill himself, saying that if Ast died, he would die too. No way, you were the one who made the biggest scene, Kila. Besides, your headache is probably from the aftereffects of the alcohol. You drank so much strong liquor. Me? Yes, you drank 2 whole barrels. 2 whole barrels. You drank the whole barrel and cried your eyes out. Rito, Iris, and everyone were so worried. Don't drink anymore. Kila. You said it was because Stefan was useless that His Highness Aster wasn't waking up. You even beat him up. The rest of us were exhausted trying to stop you. You were a drunken mess. Don't bring that up again. There are still many other things to talk about. She shouted, Philia. At that moment, it was Leodora's turn to speak. To all the beloved citizens of the Urbex Empire, through this event, I would like to speak about the tragic state of the nobility. Leodora's speech has begun. The cheers are so loud. Oh yeah, come to think of it. I heard Grand Duke Sriman has also changed his stance now. Seeing his daughter so beloved by the public, he completely shifted towards befriending the commoners. Is that so? How predictable. Anyway, the speech is going without any problems. The distribution of the special edition newspaper to all regions of the Empire is also proceeding smoothly. Yes, it's a good thing Urbex is gradually returning to normal. Kila, you've returned to the Guard Knights, right? Yes, all my relatives have returned as well. Everything has gone back to the way it was. Everything except for Aster, who is still lying there. Remy advised her. My lady, please don't stay by his side all the time. Please have something to eat. I brought this thinking you might be able to eat it. It's pickled peaches. Thank you, Remy. This is always delicious. Lady Kila has liked this since she was young. She thought to herself. Saying, since she was young only dates back to when I possessed this body. When I don't feel like eating anything, there's nothing better than this. Of course, in my past life, after my younger brother passed away, I couldn't even swallow this. Suddenly she paused. Seeing this, Remy asked, Lady Kila, what's wrong? She quickly replied, No, it's nothing. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I remembered my younger brother from my past life. What happened after that day? Did he ask anyone else for help? She looked down at Asta and muttered, You were fine when you opened the space wall. I will destroy Urbex because they want it. She silently wondered, who are they? The coldness I felt that day. I wonder if it's related to that. She gently touched Aster's face. Wake up soon. I have so much to tell you. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Along with an announcement, Marquis, His Highness Cairo has arrived. Afterwards, the two of them talked. Kila asked, so you're really planning to give up the throne? Yes. If Ast doesn't wake up, Grand Duke Freeman will be the next in line to inherit the throne. So that's why Grand Duke Freeman suddenly started managing his image in front of the commoners. Cairo said, no matter what, he still comes from the nobility. His roots are with the Council of Nobles. Once he becomes emperor, he'll side with the nobles again. Therefore, compared to Grand Duke Freeman, I hope Ast will become the next emperor. May I ask why? I know Ast doesn't have the qualities of an emperor either. But who knows, maybe he'll do better than I thought. On what basis do you think so? The last time I visited him, I saw nothing at that time. So I thought that maybe now, things would be alright. Beside that child will be you, and Rito as well. Kila thought in surprise, saw nothing? What does he mean? Your Highness doesn't intend to directly succeed the throne? I can't. Because the blood of the Hewlett family flows within me. Is it about the rumor related to Ulrich? It's not that grand. Karma is something that, if not resolved, will only grow larger. By then, I fear that even if I have to pay a higher price, I might not be able to resolve it. Kila argued, I think Grand Duke Freeman will do a good job. The Grand Duke is already old. The world is changing rapidly now. It will be very difficult for him to keep up with those changes. Besides, the one who listened to my plea back then was, after all, only Ast. She recalled that moment. Save my mother, save Lady Julia. That's right. He asked Ast for help back then. Cairo continued, if Grand Duke Freeman becomes emperor, it surely won't stop at just executing Loiti Tai. To establish the royal family's authority, he might execute my mother as well. But you should know what Ast intended to do with the Empress. She stopped mid-sentence and changed how she referred to Lady Julia. That was probably because you and your friends were targeted, so Ast's patience ran out. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your warm hospitality, Marquis Vesta. Not at all, Your Highness. You went to the trouble of coming all this way to visit. I am the one who should be grateful. Cairo said with a smile. Marquis Vesta, I always pray that the Urbex Empire will welcome the best possible future. She looked out the window and sighed. The Empire will probably be in an uproar again because of the Emperor's coronation. The butler said, no matter who ascends the throne, it will take some time to stabilize. That's right. Suddenly, Remy pushed the door open and announced urgently, Lady Kila. The prince. Remy's words made her freeze for a few seconds. Prince Aster has woken up. She immediately ran to his room and called out Ast. Unable to contain her emotions, she rushed forward and hugged him tightly. He called her name, Kila. Suddenly, a choked sob was heard. Just like that, she burst into tears of joy. Seeing this, Ast chuckled. He reached out to wipe her tears and asked, Why are you crying, Kila? Are you okay now? Yes, I'm fine. Strange, I actually feel very good right now. I had a long dream. There was a very long river surrounded by many beautiful flowers. On the other side of the river, people with the same hair color as me were waving at me. Kila thought with a shiver, isn't that the river Styx? Well, as long as you're okay. Right before you woke up, His Highness Cairo came to visit. If you had kept sleeping like this, the throne would have gone to Grand Duke Freeman. His Highness Cairo said he has no intention of succeeding the throne, so you are the next heir. She wondered to herself, why is there no reaction? In response, he gave her a naive smile. Huh? What? Why is he smiling so foolishly? Hey, what do you think? I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. What? He flopped back down. I said it doesn't matter. Now I feel like nothing is important anymore. She was a bit taken aback. But then she also smiled and said, You're right. If you're okay with it, then I am too. I prefer you not being the emperor anyway. Because if you were the emperor, I'd probably have to spend all day cleaning up your messes. Ass sat up and asked, all day. Yes. You plan to be by my side all day? Didn't you say you wanted me to be your personal knight? A personal knight is also a royal guard, so they have to be by the emperor's side at all times. He smiled with delight. Always. But that would only happen if you become emperor. Do you know what made me happiest when I left the guard knights? It was not having to go to work every day. I think I might go on a trip by myself. Suddenly, Ass said, I'll do it. Huh? I said I'll be the emperor. Her face darkened and she yelled, What? Why? You just said you wouldn't. I didn't say I wouldn't. I just said it didn't matter either way. It's the same thing. After Crown Prince Cairo announced his abdication, the Urbak Empire went through chaotic and tumultuous days, with not a single moment of rest. The commander is here. Where is His Highness the Prince? He hasn't woken up yet. What? Today is the coronation. All right, I'll go in there later. Yes, these are the documents that need to be presented to His Highness the Prince. She took them and examined them. So, Loetai's execution date has been set. Yes, it's said to be this winter. Has the Empress, no, Lady Julia's place of exile been decided? It has been decided. She will be exiled to the Denova region. Denova? That place is a barren wasteland with nothing. There's an old castle there. It's said to be a suitable place for Lady Julia to stay. Is that so? Adela, Royce, and all the relatives involved in the rebellion have been sentenced to exile and sent to the borderlands. But they will face worse treatment than Lady Julia, as they will be used as labor to cultivate that barren land. Well, I should get going too. I still have to give him the documents. She went to Ast's room. Oh, you're awake? Her words were immediately met with a sharp glance from Ast's subordinate, as if to say, How dare you speak so informally to His Majesty? She quickly bowed her head. You are awake, Your Highness. What are you holding in your hand? Ah, it's the report for Your Majesty. All right, let me see. It seems Rito is doing a good job as the Grand Marshal. Yes, the trust of the Royal Guards in Sir Rito has always been great. What about you, Kila? Do you enjoy working in the Royal Guard? She paused and stammered about that. You all may leave. Yes, yes, Your Majesty. When the door closed, Ass said, Now, there's no one here. You can speak freely. Her answer left him stunned. It's annoying. Just being here is annoying, and it seems the work here is too strenuous. What? Strenuous? She held up a hand to stop him. It's nothing. Yet, she continued to complain, I have to come in early and leave late every day. It's more tiring than when I was in the Guard Knights. My dream is to be an unemployed person with no boss. I've only been doing this for a little while, and I already want to retire like crazy. Aster said thoughtfully, If you're too tired, I'll allow you to rest. Huh? Really? He smirked and said, Of course. I don't want to force Kila to do something she doesn't want to do. Then, fireworks exploded in the sky, and the crowd cheered enthusiastically. Kila and As stood on a high balcony, watching the scene. So many people have gathered. Since the coronation is being held in Buick Square, not only nobles, but also commoners have come in large numbers. This building was constructed in a hurry, but it's quite impressive, isn't it? Yeah, it was worth pushing the mages. Building this was certainly faster than reconstructing the half-destroyed Imperial Palace. Asked, Are you nervous? I'm so nervous I feel like I'm going to puke. I'm not the one being crowned. I'll try to end this as quickly as possible, but it will probably get a little noisier. She asked suspiciously what. At that moment, a voice announced, This is the new emperor of the Urbex Empire. May divine blessings be upon Estelle's Urbex. May blessings come to the new son of the empire. The people cheered. Hooray! Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Kila muttered, Now Ast's speech will probably begin. And after that. Huh? Why is he coming this way? Is there a problem? Kila's parents, brother, sister-in-law, and even her nephew were sitting below, bewildered. What's going on? Ast called her name, Kila. She gasped silently, Oh no, I have to bow. Surprisingly, he knelt down before her. He smiled at her with an affectionate gaze. She whispered in confusion, Aster, what are you doing? get up. He smiled and said, "You said you wanted to quit the royal guard, so I'm helping you quit." She stood there, mouth agape, unable to speak. Huh? Suddenly, he kissed her hand. The crowd was stunned by the scene. "You probably haven't forgotten that I proposed to you, have you? I've always been sincere, Kila." With that, he placed a romantic and surprising kiss on her lips. "Kila, you can never escape from me." Her face was now bright red, and she couldn't utter a single word. The people below applauded warmly. "Congratulations, Kila." She thought, trembling, "How can I retire like this?" She looked at his triumphant smile and said, "This isn't retirement. This is a promotion." The crowd roared, "Long live Her Majesty the Empress! Long live!" The story concludes.